There's another guy coming, Emily. I don't know who organised him.
Oh, okay, who's that?
He does some commentary at Kenneth or something like that. He'll be here about 11.
Okay, sweet, cool, yeah, easy. Yeah, that's nice.
I might just go and photocopy a few more of these.
Yeah, it should be very short. Yeah, I've got program, yeah. And I've got the up-to-date one, yeah. All good. Thanks, mate.
I'll just stack up and do those now. So I'll be 10 minutes. Yeah, stop everything. He's left the building.
I'll jump on soon because I haven't started yet. I don't want to kill time until there's a bit of... I mean, the first race is 10, so technically they're not supposed to start now. So 4 past. Yeah. Okay. But why this? Looks like the start of the movement position. Yeah, great.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Rector Father Thomas Renshaw, Principal Mr. Mark Tannick, I'd like to welcome you all to St. Ignatius College Riverview for the 142nd Annual Riverview Gold Cup Regatta. We've got a full program of 98 races today, starting in the morning with schoolgirl and schoolboy rowing, all the way through to the men's and women's Open 8 races later this afternoon. My name's Luke O'Brien. I'll be taking you through this morning's races. I'll be joined very shortly by my co-commentator, Josh DeAngelis. We'll be underway very shortly with the first race of the day, which is actually race 2, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 6. And we'll be back shortly once that race has started. The marshal's just moving those 4 crews into position now. And the first race of the morning is underway. This is race 2, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 6. We have 4 entrants in this race. We've got Pimble Ladies 6 in lane 1, Roseville 1 in lane 2, Barker College in lane 3, and Roseville 2 in lane 4. All 4 crews have started and are underway, but it does look as if the Barker College crew in lane 3 might have caught a crab here, so we'll have to see if the marshals will let the race continue or if they'll look to restart it. The other 3 crews are still making their way down the course, but it does look as if that crab for the Barker crew has completely stopped the boat and turned itself right around, which is really hard for the rowers to dig out. Unfortunately, it does look as if that Barker crew is having trouble trying to get that oar back the right way round and rowing again. But at this stage, it looks as if it's the Roseville 2 crew in lane 4 that has a rather strong lead back to the other Roseville crew and then Pimble Ladies in lane 1 as they start to approach the first green channel marker. Good to see that the Barker crew has managed to fix that crab and are rowing back again now and will finish the race, which is great to see. But it's still the Roseville 2 crew in lane 4 that has a strong lead back to, I'd say, Pimble Ladies in lane 1 and then Roseville 2 in lane 2. The crews in lane 3 and 4 will have to go around the red turning buoy that you can see sitting there in the middle of the river. So lanes 1 and 2 will go in between the red pylon, which you can see there with the red and yellow checkered flag, and then lanes 3, 4, and if we have some races with 5 entrants, we'll go around the turning buoy closer here to the Lane Cove Riverview side. And those 3 crews are now starting to make their way to the turning buoy, where they'll straighten up and head for home over the final 350 metres of the race. The crew, they're coming inside the turning buoy, but I think given the lead they have back to their 2 other challenges, I don't think the marshals will pull this up. Looking really strong here. And my apologies, the crew in the lead is actually the Roseville 1 crew from lane 2. I can see the bow number now. And they've got the number 2 there signifying the lane they're in. So it's the Roseville 1 crew here as they pass the final red buoy, the final red pylon, and head for home over the final 150 metres here. Looking really strong. Back to Pimble Ladies, and then Roseville 2 in third. Right, good to see you. How you going? Good. Yeah, that's Roseville, isn't it? Yeah. Could hear the coxswain cheering them on here over the final 50 metres of the race. But they've led here from start to finish. It's the Roseville 1 crew in lane 2 that'll take out the first race of the day, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Skull Division 6. Your winners in lane 2, Roseville 1, Steph Atkinson, Audrey Royan, Verity Spark, Sophie Belzer, Daphne Alvarado is the Cox, coached by Natalie Baird. Pinball Ladies 6 coming through in second place. The crew, Amelia Grayson, Athena Wu, Freya Andrews, Lucy Liu, coxed by Phoebe Toynton. And coming through in third place is the Roseville 2 crew, Claire Goatley, Isla Hughes, Evie Craig, Sophie Thomas, Isabella Bocher is the cox, coached by Lucy Thompson. And approaching the turning buoy now, we have the Barker College crew. So great to see that they'll finish the race here after the technical difficulties they had at the start there. Always nice to see when all crews get to finish the race over the 1,400 metre course here on the Lane Cove River.
Yeah, going well. That's off. But you can turn that. Yeah, yeah. It's just the same as previous years. Yeah. Just sign my personal account. Yeah, why not? Then. Log out before I go. Is this still race 2? Yes, there was no race 1. Yeah, race 1 was cancelled. This is the most up to date. So we're already behind. Yeah. They had a
The crew from Barker coming through here now, being warmly greeted here by the crowd on the wharf, which is great to see. The crew, Anais Ryan, Annabelle Tung, Sophia Luque, Ella Calvert, coxed by Elise Winters. Great effort there from the girls to finish the race after the technical issues they had earlier on. Race 3 is also underway. We've got the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Skull Division 5. We've got 3 entrants in the race. We've got Pinball Ladies 5 in lane 1, Barker College in lane 2, and Roseville in lane 3. Crews making their way down the course now, probably about halfway. Views just slightly obstructed by one of the supporter craft that's drifted onto the course slightly. And I'm sure the marshals will be telling them to move over to the Hunters Hill side of the pylon, so they're off the course here. But from my vantage point, it looks as if it's the Roseville crew in lane 3, holding a lead back to Barker in second place, and Pinball Ladies, who I can't see yet, but are probably behind that spectator craft. I do believe one of the crews might have caught a crab earlier on, so that might have been that Pinball Ladies crew, but I'm not entirely sure. In fact, I can see that crew, I think, further back talking to another set of marshals. Unfortunately, I don't think they will finish the race. They might be rowing off the course. But the crew from Roseville here looking really strong. They've taken the turn. They're heading for home here over the final 300 metres. And they've built a sizable lead back to Barker in second place, who have just taken the turn now themselves. Coxon from Roseville just straightening their course there as they head for the ferry wharf. Passing the supporter craft from the King's School. And the final red pylon here over the final 150 metres. Being cheered on by the other Roseville crews that have just finished the first race of the day, which is great to see as well. The Roseville Coxon just calling on the crew to lift the rate here over the final 100 metres. But they're looking really strong, and they can see the challenge from Barker. And it's the crew from Roseville that'll take out race 3, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 5. The winning crew, Eloise Winkler, Josie Harris, Ilaria Roberto, Charlotte McIntosh, coxed by Zia Chapman, coached by Charlie Griebel. And Barker coming through in second place. The crew, Maddie Burnett, Grace Woodhouse, Madeline Brown, Olivia Jay, and coxed by Emma Zhang. And unfortunately, the Pimble Ladies crew did not finish the race. I have, and you can. Yeah, if you want to. I've got the schoolboys now. If you want to.
We'll swap on, mate. Just half and half.
Yeah. I know. I don't think. I think Pete and that are coming, but I think she even mentioned some other bloke. Okay. I can't remember his name.
Is he?
I don't know what his connection is. I think he does some of the places up there.
Well, very good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 147th St. Ignatius College Riverview Rowing Club's Gold Cup Regatta. This is the, as I said before, the 142nd edition, making it the oldest regatta in the Southern Hemisphere. We welcome you today on behalf of the Rector, Father Thomas Renshaw, and the Principal, Mr. Mark Tannick, here to Riverview today for what is going to be a very exciting day of racing. Later on in the day, we'll have the St. Ignatius College Riverview Gold Challenge Cup and the Women's Gold Challenge Cup. Both Sydney Rowing Club in the Men's Gold Challenge Cup and Sydney University in the Women's Gold Challenge Cup are looking to defend their titles, and that'll happen at around 2:45 p.m. today. But we've got a lot of racing to get through before that point. And coming down at the moment is race 4. The Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1, we have St. Ignatius. Lane 2, the King's School. Lane 3, Shaw. And in lane 4, Newington, number 2. I'm joined here today by my co-commentator, Luke O'Brien. We'll be taking you through today's racing. Got a stacked calendar of racing to get through throughout the day. Fantastic weather so far. Perfect conditions for rowing. Not too hot. Not a breath of wind. Hoping to see the times get quicker as we progress through the higher ranks. For those unaware, the Riverview Gold Cup is characterised as a 1,400 metre race. So this distance for Year 8 and Year 9 quads would be a little bit longer than they're used to rowing. They're usually rowing around 1,000 metres. The Gold Cup also has a distinctive dog-leg turn, which you can see just out there on the right-hand side. There is a pylon with a flag on it. That indicates the right-hand most point and signifies the turn that the coxswains must make at that point to come straight down here in front of the ferry wharf. The buoy in the middle basically signifies that lanes 1 and 2 have to sit inside that buoy, and lanes 3, 4 and 5 sit outside that on the Longueville side of the river. Looking as though now is the Newington 2 crew currently in the lead from what we've got up here. Followed by the St. Ignatius crew and Kings in third place. My apologies, that's Shaw that are leading currently with Riverview and Kings all in a tightly contested race. Coming down to the last 200 metres of this race.
Just the third race of the morning here, and we're already set up for a really tight, exciting finish as the three crews approach the final red buoy before the finish at the ferry wharf. And it looks as if Riverview have just lifted their rates slightly to pull away from shore. And Kings certainly aren't out of this either. But Josh, I'd say Riverview probably with about a length lead now back to shore.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say Riverview just lifting their rate there. The last 50 to 100 metres here, we've got Riverview being challenged by Shore and Kings.
Shore coming back now. But they might just run out of water to Riverview here. And it's Riverview that'll take out the first race of the Year 8 quads. This is the 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. The running crew from Riverview, Hugo Wills, Tom Lockwood, Leo Leguay, Carrig Wortley, Charlie Fox Ashwin is the Cox, coached by Hugo Kerr. Shaw in second place, Darcy Parry Ockenden, Angus Coach, Bruce Liu, Oscar Pilkington, Raphael Moore is the Cox, and Kings in third, Teddy Williams, James Cox, Hugh Pradden, Ruben Nasabian, Ben Tootle is the Cox, coached by Sebastian Kladnig. And Newington coming through here in fourth place with about 100 metres to go in their race.
Fantastic racing so far. I do want to remind everyone as well that we are live streaming this event on YouTube. So if you do have relatives or friends that can't make it today that do want to watch from wherever you are, you can search up the 142nd Gold Cup Regatta on YouTube and you'll be able to watch and interact with the live stream via YouTube. Down on the wharf as well, we have the Old Ignatius Juniors Barbecue that's currently underway. Currently selling a variety of delicious goods. Please feel free to go down there and get something to eat if you're feeling a little bit peckish. All of the proceeds from that barbecue go towards the bursary fund. And we have Newington there crossing the line to finish the School Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. But coming down the river right now is race number 5, the School Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1 we have Shaw, lane 2 we have Scott's number 6, in lane 3 we have Newington number 1, and in lane 4 St Joseph's College. Coming down the river now, we have, it looks as though St Joseph's may not have started this race, but it is Shaw in the lead back to Newington. So a 2-horse race within this currently, and Shaw with a commanding lead over the Newington. Shaw seemed to be having some technical difficulties there with maybe a crab being caught, but it will make no difference at this point in time. With a commanding lead. Very proud history of rowing at the Shaw School on display right here all the way down in the Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull.
Hey, how's it going? And so it's the crew from the Shore School that'll take out race 5, Division 2 of the School Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull. The crew, Oscar Cairns, Jack Hersey, Oliver Miller, Ethan Hanna, Cox by Jack Livingston. Great race there from Shore. Back to Newington here, who will finish in second place. The crew, Braden Chen, Jack Harton, Marcus Stavroulakis, Joshua Friel, and coxed by Oliver Gillette.
We will start reading out the results and the times as they're coming through in bunches once we get a few races done, but everything is being live streamed, as we said, via YouTube, so feel free to get online and interact via the live stream. Also, Rowing New South Wales updates the time, giving live time updates and results on the Rowing New South Wales website. Sorry, mate. Good, mate. Over you. Yes, I am. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. That's all right. I plugged it before, so I'll do it again. Yeah. No, it's fine. Yeah, all good. No worries, mate. Josh. Nice to meet you, Andrew. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, you too. Got to keep plugging the barbecue.
And a reminder for the winner of our first 4 races of this morning, who will be taking home a coveted silver oar, that the presentation for the winning crews for races 1 to 20 will take place at 9:15 a.m. So a reminder for those crews, if you've won one of these first 20 races of this morning, the presentation of the silver oars will take place here at Cove Cottage at 9:15 in the morning. Turning our attention back up the course now, race 6 underway. We've got the School Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. We've got 4 entrants in this race. St Ignatius 2 in lane 1, Shore 2 in lane 2, Scots 7 in lane 3, and Kings 2 in lane 4. And once again, looks to be a very tight race here between Shore and Riverview in lanes 1 and 2. Shore with maybe about a 3/4 of a length lead back to St Ignatius at this stage. But with that inside line that Riverview will have as they approach the turning buoy, that might get them back in it here for the final 300 metres of this race. Both coxswains doing a great job here over the 1,400 metre course and having to deal with that distinctive dogleg turn that Josh mentioned earlier as well. Shore just turning first here. But St Ignatius certainly not out of it as these two crews go stroke for stroke ahead of the final 300 metres of this race. Both crews have now straightened up. They can see, the coxswains at least, can see the ferry wharf here and the finish line, urging their crews on here as they try to take out this race. Both crews just looking like they had a bit of an issue there where they might have lost a bit of balance. But Shore seemed to be the better for it, with about a half a length to a 3/4 of a length lead over Riverview, who were just trying to pick the rate back up. But the crew from Shore definitely extending that lead now to over a length as they approach the final red pylon and the final 100 metres of this race. Riverview crew just losing a bit of balance there again. The Shore crew in comparison looking very calm and relaxed here as they extend their lead out to 2 lengths now. Back to St Ignatius. So it will be the crew from Shore that takes out race 6, the School Year 8 6 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. The Shore crew there doing a really great job over the final 300 metres to pull away from St Ignatius. So the crew from Shore, Bass Bates, Edward Perham, Nathaniel Lamb, Luke Liu, coxed by Nathan Stafford. Back to St Ignatius in second. Jack McCourt, Thomas Furek, Asher Wishatunga, Charles Brown, Cox Edward Rees, coached by Hugo Kerr. Kings coming through in third. And Scots will come through in fourth.
Yeah. Read that out if you'd like. Hopefully not as annoying. Thank you. Just a reminder for those winning crews, the presentation of the silver oars, which is what the winners of the finals, A finals and divisions will win, provided they come first within their race, will be outside Cove Cottage at the following time. So for races 1 to 20 at 9:15 a.m, there'll be a presentation for those winning crews. For races 21 to 41 at 10:30, and we'll update you with the times for the rest of the races throughout the day. Furthermore, just up the hill, for those that are lucky enough to win a silver oar today, there is a oar base that you can buy that you can then put on the mantelpiece up the top as being sold at the Riverview merchandise stand. So just up the hill, up on the left there, you'll see they're selling little oar stands you can place your silver oar in and present it proudly for the rest of the family. Yeah, Joey's haven't turned up, have they? Coming down the river currently, we have the School Year 8 5th Cox Squad Skull Division 1. In lane 1, we have Newington, and in lane 4, we have Shaw. It looks as though the Scots and the St Joseph's crews have not started this race. But it is Shaw at the moment with a commanding lead back to the Newington School. With every stroke, the Shaw School seems to be putting more distance on the Newington crew. A fantastic row here for the last 200 metres of the race. As I said before, these Year 8 boys wouldn't be used to rowing this distance. Usually they're rowing about 1,000 metres, so the extra 400 metres and the dogleg turn provides an added challenge for the Coxswains. But a commanding row here by Shaw, who, providing any calamitous disaster, will come home to win the School Year 8 5th Cox Squad Skull at the moment.
A great row from the crew from Shaw here in race 7, winners of Division 1 of the School Year 8 5th Cox Squad Skull. The crew: Vaughan Greenwell, Jaden Salvage, Benjamin Pan, Caleb Virgo, and Mitch Ward is the Cox. Back to Newington, who will finish in second place: Sam Knight, Oscar Bradley, Joel McAuliffe, Jonty Vanderveen, and coxed by Nate Grimm. And as Josh mentioned there, we didn't have Scots or St Joseph's start that race. Great to see so many of you tuning into the live stream. I believe from memory, we started the live stream during COVID when we couldn't have spectators down here at the college. But great to see whether you're tuning in from across Sydney, across the state, the country, or anywhere around the world. Feel free to leave a comment. We're always happy to interact. Many great stories been told. People who've rode the race previously over the years.
Hoping to get more viewership than the Milano Cortina Winter Games, but we'll see how we go. And just a reminder as well, down on the ferry wharf, the Old Ignatius Union Barbecue is currently underway. So if you are feeling a little bit peckish, please feel free to go down there and get a sausage sizzle. I think they're selling steak and eggs at the moment as well. All of the proceeds within that barbecue go towards the Bursary Foundation. So supporting a great cause. But if we turn our attention now back up the river, we're now tuning in to race 8, the School Year 8, 5th Cox Quad Scull, Division 2. In lane 1, we have Sydney Grammar. Lane 2, the King's School. In lane 3, St. Ignatius. At the moment, it looks like Kings and St. Ignatius who are fighting it out there for first place. And a reminder that St. Ignatius here will have to go around the buoy that's situated in the middle of the river, with Kings having a slight advantage if their coxswain can make use of the turn and the inside lane.
And for those of you thinking, well, if you've got lane 1 or 2, you've got the advantage with the inside line, rest assured the marshals up at the start stagger the crews to nullify the advantage that you have with the turning buoy. So if you're in the outside lanes 3, 4 or 5, you will start slightly further ahead of the crews in lane 1 and 2, with the idea being that that's then nullified by the time you reach the turn.
The Gold Cup is known as a bit of a coxswain's race. So as you see some of the club crews and those that are semi-professional, you'll see those coxswains really push the edge in terms of how close they can get to the buoy and the pylon, because you can give your crew such a large advantage coming down this last 200-metre stretch before the finish line.
From memory, I think we've had crews and coxswains go under the turning flag at lower tide, and obviously not possible at the moment with the tide up. But when the tide runs out, you could really getting as close as they can to that red pylon.
I think we're in for a good finish here, but it looks as though St. Ignatius have the advantage coming through this turn at the moment. Their coxswain executing that turn to perfection. Kings making the most of the lane advantage that they have, but will need an almighty push to overcome St. Ignatius in this final 150 metres.
Great work from both coxswains there. And this is the moment where you just want to tell your crews to stay calm, to keep their heads in the boat, because if you've got a close race like this, especially with the younger rowers, if they start looking outside the boat, you start to lose the balance in that drive. And that's what can really cost you that race. If you're leading, obviously, you can see the crew behind you. It gives you that advantage. But a really great battle here between St. Ignatius and Kings, going stroke for stroke.
The Kings Pleasure Craft spurring their crew on there. Kings trying with all their might to overcome St. Ignatius, but St. Ignatius seem to be extending their lead at the moment away from the King's School. Closest race we've seen so far within the schoolboys. Fantastic row there from both St. Ignatius and the King's School. And it will be St. Ignatius College who will take out the School Year 8 5th Cox Squad Scull. That's Theo Harris, Charlie Wicks, Ed Londrigan, Samuel Doran, coxed by Joshua Lease and coached by Hugo Kerr. Back to the King's School in lane 2. That's Max Hanley, Harry Miles, Ned Halsett, Stuart Whalen, coxed by Charlie Telford and coached by Sebastian Kladnig.
And the crew from Sydney Grammar just taking the turn now. They'll finish in 3rd place with about 250 metres left in their race.
If you are just joining us from wherever you are around the world or here on the foreshore, we'd like to welcome you to St. Ignatius College Riverview today for the 142nd Annual Gold Cup Regatta. This is the oldest regatta in the Southern Hemisphere, continuously running. On behalf of Father Thomas Renshaw and the Principal, Mr. Mark Tannock, we'd like to welcome you here today to St. Ignatius College Riverview for what will be a fantastic day of racing. Later on in the day, at around 2:45 and 3 o'clock, we have the main event, which is the Riverview Women's Gold Challenge Cup, as well as the Gold Challenge Cup for the men. In the men's, Sydney Rowing Club narrowly defeated Sydney Uni last year to take the Gold Challenge Cup away from UTS Rowing Club. So they're back again this year looking to retain that title. And Sydney University last year in the women's took it away from Sydney Rowing Club, with both crews returning for a grudge match in what will be a very tightly contested race at around 2:45 this afternoon. We've got a lot of racing to get through before that point. Of course, all the schoolboys, all the schoolgirls going through to the opens, as well as some Cox and some Masters racing as well. Often every year we comment on how rowing can be a lifelong sport, and you'll see that on display today with some of the Masters races that are going to go being on at around 12 p.m. today.
Turning our attention back up the course, we've got race 9 underway, the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 4. We've got 4 entrants in this race. We've got Scots in lane 1, St Joseph's 4 in lane 2, Shaw in lane 3, and Newington in lane 4.
Yeah, all good. Yeah. No, Josh DeAngelis.
And once again, it looks
All good. Yeah.
as though it's the Shaw School that has a strong lead back to Newington. Back then to St Joseph's and Scots. But as Josh mentioned before, the Shaw School with a really proud tradition of rowing from the junior quads right through to the GPS 4s and 8s. And it's his crew here that's made a really strong start and just continues to extend their lead out over the other 3 crews.
And Shaw currently have just taken the turn there with a commanding lead over the other crews within this race. All those boys currently with their oars entering the water and exiting at the same time, looking very strong, powerful as they come in, going in and out together. Every stroke, willing that boat, driving that boat through. We often talk about rowing. What we'd like to see within the boats is the run of the boat to be extended. Every stroke, we don't want to see the boat jolting or anything like that. We want to see it smoothly gliding along the water. And the Shaw crew right here exemplifying that mantra. Nice, smooth, what looks like relaxed rowing. I'm sure they're not relaxed within that boat, but a very powerful row from the Shaw School here. And it will be the Shaw School who takes out race 9 of the School Year 8 4th Cox Squad Scull. We've got Matthew Chapman, William Dixon, Jamison Rose, Harry Bates, and their Cox by Sam Dacomb. Newington currently coming down in second place, but the race for third place is still on. But it looks as though Scots have suffered a little bit of a technical difficulty there at the back, and it will be Newington back to St Joseph's, then to Scots, who will round out the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 1. And just a reminder as well, down on the ferry wharf is the Old Ignatius Union barbecue. If you are feeling a little bit peckish and want a a steak sandwich or a bacon and egg roll, please feel free to go down there. All of the proceeds for that barbecue go towards the Riverview Bursary Foundation. So supporting a fantastic cause while getting something to eat. Furthermore, up the hill as well, we have the Riverview merchandise stand. For those that are lucky enough to go home with a silver ore today, they're selling ore holders that are made by the tech students at Riverview. So the silver ores that you do win need somewhere to stand, need somewhere to go on the mantelpiece. They sell little holders for them. So please go up there and all of the proceeds towards that go towards the Riverview Bursary Fund. They're also selling all the Riverview merchandise that you could ever need. But it is now the Scots College rounding out the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Skull Division 1 race number 9. At the conclusion of the Year 8's race, we'll have the School First 8 rowing. The reason being for that race there, they are going to be rowing in a couple of different races today. The School First 8s also have the opportunity to compete for the Gold Challenge Cup in the Men's Open 8 race. So therefore, around 9:06 a.m. will be the heats of the School First 8. So if you are here and have just witnessed your son or daughter rowing the Year 8s, please stick around for the School First 8s before we head into the Invitational Sculls and the Schoolgirls and the Schoolboy Year 9 quad races as well. And as we've said as well, the St Ignatius College rowing course for the Gold Cup is around 1,400 metres. So all of the crews that are currently out on the water, the Year 8s, the Year 9s, would mostly be used to rowing about 1,000 metres. So this 1,400 metre course with the added complexity of a dogleg would be more than what most crews are used to rowing here. But when we get up to the seniors and the opens, they're used to rowing 2,000 metres. Therefore, it's a little bit of a sprint for them. So we should see some very quick times as we get up towards the opens. And depending on how the tide is going as well, we may see some sub 5-minute or 4-minute times as we get up towards the men and women's Open 8s as well.
Talking about the dogleg turn, we've got St Ignatius here in race 10, the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Skull Division 2, who have just taken the turn there with a strong lead back to Kings in second place. But this St Ignatius crew looking very strong here. St Ignatius looking very strong here as they approach the final 100 metres of this race. Coxon spurring on his crew here from St Ignatius as they approach the ferry wharf. This crew looking very strong from start to finish. They built up a sizable lead over the middle 500 of that race, and they haven't looked back since then. And it'll be St Ignatius who take out race 10. The crew, James Finnis, Ed Brownie, Clyde Toohey, Miles Strudwick, Hugo de Jonk is the Cox, coached by Jack Mackin. Back to Kings in second. And then a tight battle between St Joseph's and Grammar for third. My program here had Barker in this race, but apologies, that is Barker. It is Barker and Grammer battling it out for third. That's not St. Joseph's. My apologies. So Barker and Grammer battling out for third. I think the crew from Grammer's just had a little technical issue there as the rowers try to get their timing back. And that's just allowed Barker to row through them. Marshall's just telling the coxswains to straighten their course here so they don't get too close to the ferry wharf. And coxswains done a great job there listening to the marshals to make sure we don't have any clashing of oars. Grammer really trying to come back here, but it'll be Barker who come through in third. And Grammer coming through in fourth. But St. Ignatius, the winners of race 10, the School Year 8 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Great to see Barker at this regatta entering both schoolboy and schoolgirl rowers. I can't remember the last time we've had Barker crews here at a Gold Cup, but it's always great to see crews and schools from outside the GPS here at the Gold Cup.
We often have St. Augustine's who will come and join as well up in the higher divisions, which is great to see. And we also have clubs that will be joining us later in the Opens races there. But at the moment, Luke, I'll hand it over to you to call the next part of this race, which is the School Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull Division 1. St. Joseph's out of lane 1, Newington out of lane 2, Shaw out of lane 3, and Scott's out of lane 4.
And it's Shaw once again looking really strong here in lane 3, taking the turn first. Back to Newington and St. Joseph's who are battling it out for second place. I'm not sure if I can see the crew from Scott's. Well, they might just be outside my line of vision. But this Shaw crew again looking really strong here. And it really has been throughout these Year 8 races this morning, a real battle between Shaw, St. Ignatius and Kings to see who's taking home silver oars in these early Year 8 races. But this Shaw crew, once again, looking really strong and relaxed. They've got the timing together in the boat. They've got good boat run. And just extending their lead out as they approach the final 50 metres. Newington pulling away from St. Joseph's to take second place. But it is this crew from Shaw, once again, that'll take out race 11. Crew looking really nice and relaxed. Great row there from the Shaw School. The crew, Jack Nelson, Barney Court, William Merrin, Teddy McOwen, coxed by Zach Boyd. Shaw taking out race 11, the Division 1 of the School Year 8 3rd Cox Quad Scull. Newington will come through in second place. That crew, Alexander Gaspar, Charlie Yang, Mateo Wright, Will Walton, coxed by Ashby Cooper. And St. Joseph's in third, Frederick Adamo, Hudson McKenzie, Benjamin Mellick, William Shepherd, coxed by Gabriel Cordenoy.
The marshals seem to have a bit of a rhythm on now, but just whilst we're waiting and the other crews are coming down to about the 500-metre mark on the next race, for those crews that have won a Gold Cup today, so that's the winning crews of finals, A-finals and divisions, the presentation of your silver oars will be outside Cove Cottage, so where the commentary box is, at the following time. So races 1 to 20 will be at 9:15 a.m. and races 20 to 41 will be at 10:30 a.m. and the later races will update you as they progress throughout the day. Coming down now, we have the School Year 8 third Cox Quad Skull. In lane 1, we have the King's School, lane 2, St Ignatius, and lane 3, Sydney Grammar. At the moment, it looks as though St Ignatius and Kings are currently leading the pack back to Sydney Grammar School. The St Ignatius crew seems to have drifted out into lane 3, but the marshals may have elected to start them there. But it is the St Ignatius crew currently in the lead, who are about to take the corner there, with Kings having the advantage of the inside line as it comes down. So depending if the Kings School gets a good turn here, we may be in for a great finish. But the St Ignatius coxswain starting his turn. And it is the St Ignatius crew who seem to have taken the turn first. The King's School not far behind, with about a length lead at the moment from up here in the commentary box. The St Ignatius crew seem to have lifted their rate as they come down towards the final 200 metres, pushed very hard by Kings. Kings, as they come past their supporter boat, will get a big spur on there. Kings seem to be making a push. They've lifted their rate here, pushing St Ignatius all the way towards the finish line here. Rowing at about 4 points higher than the St Ignatius crew. Unfortunately, there it looks as though Kings have just suffered a bit of a technical difficulty, which has allowed St Ignatius to get a little bit more of a lead over the King's School. With about a boat length's lead here. The St Ignatius crew taking it away from the King's School. A valiant effort there to try and push back and get it, but it will be St Ignatius who will take out the School Year 8 third Cox Quad Skull. That is Lachlan Robertson, James Hopkins, Oliver Buriak, William Massara, coxed by Valentino Antonelli and coached by Jack Mackin.
Great effort there from Kings coming through in second. That crew, Toby Millis, Archie Staniforth, Daniel Clegg, Lockie Watt, coxed by Jack Scott, coach Axel Lindemann, and Sydney Grabber coming through in third. Lucas Jha, Nicholas Cheong, Victor Kwong, James Hopper, and Jaden Wang is the cox. But that race there, a real reminder for the crews, and I'm sure the coaches will tell them, the rowers, that King's crew, just suffering that issue there as the rowers started to look out of the boat, tried to look where the crew was from St Ignatius. And that's maybe what caused that little technical issue. I'm sure the coach will be reminding them for the rowers to keep their heads in the boat. The coxswain will tell you where you are, and you're just focusing on your rowing.
As you say, Luke, rowing is about balance, about trying to maintain and not disrupt the flow of the boat. Any distraction outside, any tip of the head, any look outside often causes the boat to tip in. You've got to remain focused, looking directly in front of you, at the back of the head of the rower in front of you or at the coxswain. But now moving on to the next race, which is the School Year 8 second Cox Quad Skull. Division 1, we have Shaw in lane 1, Newington in lane 2, Scott's in lane 3 and St Joseph's in lane 4. And it looks as though the crew from the Shaw School out of lane 1 currently leading. At the moment, throughout the Year 8s, it seems as though we've had mostly Shaw or St Ignatius winning most of the races as it's come through, being challenged there by the King's School as well. But a fantastic outing from both of those squads.
And as Josh mentioned, a great effort from all, especially the junior rowers, the Year 8s and 9s that are used to only racing over 1,000 metres, really making a go of it here over the 1,400 metre course with that distinctive dogleg turn. So it's a bit extra than they're used to. But they're all making a really good go of it here. And I'm sure, obviously, St Ignatius with the home advantage, doing a lot of training over the Gold Cup course. I remember well, a lot of the other schools then come around in the weeks before leading up so they can get a row over the course the rowers and the coxswains can get a feel for it as well. And Shaw really, once again, really strong here in this race, in these Year 8 quads.
With the commanding leaders such as this, you have to sometimes congratulate them for what is a great row so far. Fantastic mentality here showed by the Shaw School, being able to get out to such a commanding lead and maintain it for the majority of this race. And it will be the Shaw School coming up to the last 50 metres of this race who will take out the School Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull. That is James McConaughey, Lachlan Wang, Jasper Kingsall and Sterling Armstrong, and they're coxed by Hugh Young. Congratulations to the Shaw School, the winner of the School Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull Division 1. How are you?
Look, you can actually see now. There's no tree there.
The setup gets better every year. Can't believe it. Yeah. Beautiful.
So Josephs will come through here in second place. Back to Scott's in third.
Of the,
And Newington just with a little technical issue there as they took the turn. But they've managed to sort it out and they'll row through to take through fourth as well, which is great to see.
and
Joey's there finishing in second.
yeah.
Scott's through in third. And Newington with about 150 metres left in their race will come through in fourth.
Good. Strong program. Well, shorter race today, you might see. Last 500 metres, they've got to watch out. Home ground.
Keep up the good work.
Just over halfway through race 14, Division 2 of the School Year 8 second Cox Quad Scull. St Ignatius in lane 1, Sydney Grammar lane 2, Kings lane 3, and Barker in lane 4. And once again,
Got to be impartial.
does look as if St Ignatius has maybe a length lead back to Kings and Barker, but once again, hopefully we're set up for some really tight racing here. St Ignatius in lane 1 will have that inside line. And the Coxswain's done a great job there preparing them to come in between the red pylon with the red and yellow checkered flag and the turning buoy there. And you'll then see Kings and Barker having to go around the turning buoy as the crews straighten up and head for home. It's St Ignatius will take the turn first. Looks like the Coxswains just called a bit of a push there as they've come through the turn. Kings in lane 3 there, coming through in second, just taking the turn ahead of Barker in third. And Sydney Grammar slightly further back in fourth.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, mate. All good. No, mate, you're right.
But this Riverview crew establishing a strong lead here. Just a bit of a breeze and a bit of wash coming across the course. But all three crews seem to have dealt with that really well. As they approach the final 100 metres. Crew from Kings will surely get some spurring on from their supporter craft there on the other side as they battle Barker, but it might just be for the minor placings here. St Ignatius looking really strong as they come past the final red pylon and head for home. Cox Henry Higgins there doing a great job of taking the inside line and giving his crew the biggest advantage possible. Unfortunately, some big technical issues there for Kings. We'll see Barker row through in second place. But big congratulations to the crew from St Ignatius, winners of race 14, the School Year 8 second Cox Quad Skull. The crew, Maximin Hill, Carter Beardmore, Otto Fulton, Edward Davis, Henry Higgins is the Cox, coached by Lachlan Easdown. And Barker coming through in second, Harrison Simmons, Hugo Gosby, Lachlan Zhao, Lachlan Gidley-Baird, and Henry Zhu is the Cox. Kings trying to get that all back around. They've done really hard there when you catch those crabs and it completely stops the boat. It bends the whole way around, but they've sorted their boat out there. So great to see that they'll finish the race.
Valiant effort there from Kings to finish this race, despite the technical difficulties, but it will be Sydney Grammar who have come through.
Kings making a real battle here of it, but I think they'll just run out of water, unfortunately. Grammar will come through in third and Kings in fourth. But a great effort there from Kings to finish the race. Understandably disappointed after the issues they had there over the final 150 metres, but we've seen this morning quite a few crews from a number of schools have had those technical issues, and especially if the wind kicks up and there's a bit of a breeze, it is likely to happen, especially with the junior rowers.
And just a reminder as well, down on the ferry wharf, we do have the Old Ignatians Union barbecue. If you're feeling a little bit peckish and wanting a bacon and egg roll or a sausage sandwich, please head down and support the Old Ignatians Union barbecue. All the proceeds that are made from that barbecue go towards the Riverview Bursary Fund. So supporting a great cause. And in between these races here, we're now turning our attention back towards race number 15, which is the School Year 8 First Cox Quad Skull Division 1. These races are getting tighter and tighter as we've gone up the divisions. We have Scots in lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 2, Newington in lane 3, and Shaw in lane 4. It looks as though Shaw out on the outside, so towards the Longueville side, have the advantage coming around the outside of the buoy. As we've said earlier, the start is staggered due to the turn and due to the lane 1, which is the Hunter's Hill side, getting a bit of an advantage as it comes down to the turn. But it is Shaw who have made use of their start advantage from the staggered start to take it away here from Scott's out of lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 2, and back to Newington in lane 3. Shaw School now coming past their supporter boat there, just getting spurred on for the last 200 or so metres, looking very strong. But the race for second and third seems to be heating up as well. Newington and Scott's battling it out there. St Joseph's also pressuring both those crews as they come up.
Coxon from Scott's doing a great job there to use the advantage of the inside line to bring his crew past Newington. But as we've said for most of the morning, it's Shaw again looking really strong here. And we'll have to go back and check the official results, but I think this might be a clean sweep for them across the Year 8 quads this morning. Yeah, we're in the other.
And it will be the Shaw School who'll take out the School Year 8 First Cox Quad Skull Division 1. That is Sterling Hall, Salvador Apfel, Oscar Elliott, Alex Baker, and Cox by Jack Bromley. But it is now Scots, thanks to the work of their coxswain, giving them a fantastic advantage as they came around that pylon, who looked to have taken it over Newington for second place in the School Year 8 First Cox Quad Skull Division 1. That is Hugo Safi, Angus Island, Alexander Cass, Hadley Anderson, and Cox by Edward Bowen. A fantastic example there of a coxswain executing the race to perfection, giving his crew the best advantage to take out second place there.
And St Joseph's coming through in fourth place there. As we turn our attention back up the course, we've got the final Year 8 School Year 8 Cox Quad Skull race of the morning. This is race 16, Division 2. We've got Kings in lane 1, Sydney Grammar in lane 2, and St Ignatius in lane 3. Crews looking all pretty tight at the moment, but St Ignatius in lane 3 look like they've got a bit of a lead back to Kings and Sydney Grammar. We've seen some really great racing between St Ignatius and Kings over the course of these Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. And once again, we'll have to go back through the official results, but Shaw have been really strong in their division of these Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls, and St Ignatius have been really strong in theirs, taking out the majority of races, I think, if not all of them. But still plenty of rowing left in this race. St Ignatius just look as if they've extended out their lead. I think over these 1,400-metre course or 1,500-metre course, that second third of the race really pivotal here. If you can give yourself a strong lead ahead of the turn, it almost nullifies any advantage other challenging crews may have, and St Ignatius seem to have done that really well. Kings certainly not out of it, though.
They're Coxon executing that turn to perfection, starting the turn early enough to give his crew a straight run towards home. But it will be Kings who will have an advantage on the inside to give St Ignatius a big push as it comes down to the last 300 metres.
Look to see both crews up their rate here as they hit the final sprint for home. I think the coxswain from St Ignatius just called that. They had a little bit of issues with the balances as they came around the turn, but they've sorted that out now and look to be pulling away from Kings, who might have just had some slight balance issues themselves there. But that crew from Riverview looking really strong here. Plenty of support from the supporter craft over on the other side. Oh, yeah, they have. Time. But it's St Ignatius looking really strong here as they head for the ferry wharf. Coxon from Kings doing all he can to spur his crew on and trying to make up the distance, but they'll run out of water. Riverview looking really strong here in the final Year 8 race of the morning, the School Year 8 first Cox Quad Scull. The crew from St Ignatius, Darcy Kennedy, Joe Eisenhower, William Bailey, Felix McLean, Cox by Grayson Polhill, coached by Lachlan Easdown. Kings coming through in second, and Sydney Grammar coming through in third.
To wrap up those Year 8s, it seems as though that either Shaw or St Ignatius picked up the win in all of those divisions there. So if they're ready, they can come and collect their silver oars at around 9:15.
And we've got a really tight finish here in race 17. This is the heat 1 of the school first 8. So first and second will progress through to the A final later this morning, and third and fourth will progress to the B final also later this morning. Shaw in lane 1 with the lead, looking very tight for second place between St Joseph's and then Scots and Newington slightly further back.
I have Shaw with a slight lead here over the Scots College. It will be a fantastic finish here if Scots can lift their rate, but it's just a reminder, as Luke said, it is the first 2 crews here that will go through the A final to compete for a silver oar. St Joseph's really pulling back here on Scots.
It's going to be a battle between the two of them for that second place to go through to the A final. I think Joey's with maybe a quarter of a length lead back to Scots for second place. It's
Fantastic row there.
It's Shaw who'll take it out. We'll wait for the official results, but it'll be Shaw and St Joseph's that'll go through to the A final. Scott's through in third. And Newington in fourth.
As you can see there, we had Scott's probably with the advantage as we came around the corner, but once again, the St Joseph's coxswain giving his crew a fantastic advantage with the inside line, being able to just take it away and give his crew the best chance of coming second in that race, who will now progress to the A final, which is number race 41, which will be later on this afternoon. But immediately we turn our attention back up to the race number 18, which is heat 2 of the school first 8. We have St Ignatius in lane 1, Kings in lane 2, Sydney Grammar in lane 3, and lane 4 we have Sydney Boys High, the first entry we've seen from them this morning. So unlike the Year 8s, these crews here would be used to rowing around 2,000 metres, so this course here would feel like a bit of a sprint to them with the added complexity of a dogleg. However, at the moment, it looks as though it's St Ignatius and Kings who seem to be holding the lead back to Sydney Grammar School.
As Josh said, they're looking really tight between St Ignatius and Kings here for first and second. But given it is a heat and the first two go through to the final, the two crews, as well as the fact that they've also got heats for the men's Open 8 race later in the morning. Maybe not too fussed with where they finish. I guess it depends on how the lane draw is then organised for the final.
Generally, the lane draw is dependent on the fastest time, but we will see on how they're drawn in the A final when they're getting here. But at the moment, I've got St Ignatius back to Kings slightly here, and the slight advantage they'll have as well before they take the corner just where the flag is. We'll see how far the Kings coxswain pushes his crew over towards that side. Kings starting that turn early, but it is St Ignatius, probably with about a length lead coming down for the last 200 or 300 metres here.
Both coxswains doing a great job there. Given the experience that they've both got, this is probably the closest we've seen two crews get to the turning pylon we've seen so far. But St Ignatius really using their advantage there in lane one to give themselves that length lead back to Kings. It will be these two crews, barring any major mishaps, that'll go through to the A final, along with Shaw and St Joseph's from Heat 1. But St Ignatius looking very strong here.
St Ignatius crew looking incredibly strong as they come down there, looking nice and powerful, all rowing in sync together, oars entering and exiting the water. The same must go for the King's School, looking very good there. And that will be St Ignatius and Kings joining St Joseph's and Shaw in the A final. Race number 41. That's St Ignatius crew of Harry Christie, Oliver Taylor, Thomas Roach, William Bryan, Hugo Brown, Julian Carr, Noah Coble, Hamish Walker, and Cox by James Stacks, and they're coached by Matt Curtin. We will update you with how the times have gone for those races there once they come through. And as we said before, we are live streaming the races from YouTube. So if you do want to tune in, you have any relatives who can't be with us here today, they are able to join us via the live stream on YouTube. If you search Gold Cup Regatta on YouTube, you will see. Please, also, we've got the comments section open there and a live chat. You'll be able to interact with us up here on the microphones.
Plenty of love for Sydney Grammar in the comments so far on the live stream, which is great to see. As we go from the Schoolboy 8s to race 19, the Women's Invitational Single Scull. So we go from the biggest and largest boats we'll have on the course to the smallest in the sculls. We'll have the Women's Invitational Single Scull here first, followed by the Men's Invitational Single Scull. We've got two entrants in this race. From Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1, we've got Liesl Page. And from Sydney University in lane 2, we've got Sophia Whiteman.
Probably one thing to add as well, given they are in single sculls here as well, is that there's no coxswain obviously available to turn their boat for them. So an added complexity as you're rowing there. You've also got to watch your line. You'll see these rowers constantly looking over their shoulder, trying to work out if they're still going straight and if they're taking the corner correctly. But as Luke said, the Women's Invitational Scull from Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University battling it out here. Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club and Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University. Both very accomplished rowers in their own right.
And then not far behind them, you can see the Men's Invitational Single Sculls also underway. We've got three entrants, all from Sydney University. Adam Holland in lane 1, Tom Anderson in lane 2, and Hamish Danks in lane 3. So we'll probably have the results of these two races probably within a couple of minutes of each other as the marshals try to catch up on a bit of time. I think we're back on time now. By my watch, we're 21 past, and that Men's Invitational Single Scull race was due to start at 18 past 9. So marshals have done a great job there to get us back on time here.
And Luke's absolutely correct. I would like to also give a special shout out to all of the marshals, all Rowing New South Wales officials, and everyone who's made today possible. A lot of today could not go on without the help of all of those people who are mostly volunteers. So we'd like to thank them from the bottom of our hearts for all the work they do to set up a regatta like this. It is no small feat to be able to set up and occupy a portion of the Lane Cove River for the entire day. And it is an incredible achievement to be able to put this event on and make it run so smoothly. But you can see there the Sydney Rowing Club rower just having a bit of a collision there with the Sydney University rower, Sophia Whiteman, just out there looking very strong, executing that turn to perfection. It will be a sprint towards the finish here.
I'll be interested to see across this year and in the coming years, given the course for Los Angeles 2028 is only over 1,500 metres, whether we see more entrants in these invitational single scull races and more entrants as well in our men's and women's Open 8 races. Obviously, Los Angeles won't have the dogleg turn that the Gold Cup does, but given the rowers are used to competing over 2,000 metres, the shorter 1,500 metre course at Los Angeles will prove interesting.
Yeah, that's right. It's the first time since the early entrance of the rowers back in the 70s where they've rowed for about 1,500 metres. So an incredible opportunity for a lot of rowers that added less 500 metres. You'd often view the race probably in 750 or 250 metre increments as opposed to 500 metres. So it is very different, but it is the rower from Sydney University, Sophia Whiteman, who's come in first place there in the Women's Invitational Single Scull. Congratulations to Sophia. And we're just coming up to the end now of race 20, which will see the presentation as well for the winning crews. So at 9, for races 1 to 20, if you were the winning crews of the finals, A finals, or divisions, please come up to Cove Cottage to receive your silver oars and be presented with them by a representative from the St. Ignatius College Rowing Club Board.
And we've got the final 200 metres here of the men's invitational single scull, all three entrants from Sydney University. I'm very glad they've got bow numbers on because it means I can tell them apart. And it is Hamish Danks in lane 3, leading back to Tom Anderson and then Adam Holland. As they approach the final red channel marker. Tom Anderson just lifting his rate here. It's certainly not out of it. And I think Hamish has just seen that challenge and responded accordingly to hold it off as they come here, the final 20 metres. Very tight finish here, but it will be Hamish Danks in lane 3 who takes out the men's invitational single scull. Tom Anderson coming through in second place. And Adam Holland coming through in third.
Jeez.
Well, we've got a little break in the action before we await the start of race 21, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. We've got some timings from the 2 heats of the Schoolboy 8. So race 15, apologies, not race 15, race 17. So the heat 1 of the school first 8. Shaw came through in first with a time of 4:22.54. And St. Joseph's in second with a time of 4:24.68. And then in the second heat, St. Ignatius came first with a time of 4:23.78. So they were slightly slower than Shaw, but faster than St. Joseph's. And then King's coming through in second place with a time of 4:26. So we'll see how the marshals and how the officials decide the lane draw for the final there later this morning. But based on the timings, it'd be Shaw had the quickest time, then St Ignatius, then St Joseph's, then Kings, were the 4 fastest crews there across the 2 heats. So that should be a great race later in the morning. That'll be race 41, I believe. Yes, race 41 for the A final of the school first date. Less than 4 seconds between those 4 crews. That should be a really, really interesting race later this morning.
Yeah, as we see the tide also that is going down as well, you'll probably see these times start to quicken as the day goes on as well. So usually by the time we end the day, we see times under 4 minutes. But as Luke said there, it's a fantastic spread there of just 4 seconds between the top 4 crews. It'll be a fantastic opportunity later on for those crews to see who'll take out the school first 8. That's race 41. And just while we've got a small break in proceedings, I would just like to remind everyone about the Old Ignatius Union barbecue that's going down on the ferry wharf there underneath the marquee. If you are feeling a little bit hungry and like a bacon egg roll or a sausage sandwich, please feel free to go down there and grab something to eat and to drink. They've got soft drinks and juices there available for purchase as well as some cold waters. Important to stay hydrated on a day like today. And as I've said before, all of the proceeds from the Old Ignatius Union barbecue are going towards the bursary fund. So you're supporting a great cause, so please feel free to head down there and grab something to eat and drink.
So we've got a little break in the action here. I've just spoken to the marshals. Race 21 has been cancelled due to the Pimble Ladies 4 crew not turning up. So the Roseville crew from race 21 will race in race 22. So race 22, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2, will have crews from Pimble Ladies in lane 1 and 2, and then crews from Roseville in lane 3 and 4.
Great. And just a reminder, if you are joining us, we'd like to welcome you today to St Ignatius College Riverview for the 142nd Gold Cup Regatta, making it the oldest regatta in the Southern Hemisphere, continuously running for 142 years. And on behalf of Father Thomas Renshaw and the Principal, Mr. Mark Tannock, we'd like to welcome you here today to what has been some fantastic racing already and some more fantastic racing to come. I'll hand back to Luke now. I'll give an update on the schoolgirl races that are occurring right now.
So I've got a correction. The Pimble Ladies 4 crew in race 21 has turned up to the start, and the marshals will very kindly let them start, so we will race as per the program. So race 21 will proceed as per the program with Roseville and Pimble Ladies, and then race 22 will also proceed as per the program with the 2 Pimble Ladies crews and the Roseville crew. So we'll go back to what was listed in the program.
We had them at road. 16 of road, yeah. It was won by Shaw won Division 1 and St Ignatius won Division 2. Yeah. All good. They've got live results on Road New South Wales website.
Already available? Already the result already available?
Yes.
The timing?
Yes. Yeah.
It's a live, is it?
Yeah. I'm all good. I had a big breakfast before I came in. I'll grab a water from the side. But it's all good. So just a reminder, everyone, as well, that we are live streaming this via YouTube. So if you do have any relatives or friends that can't be with us today, please feel free to let them know that there is a live stream that's being shown on YouTube. So please jump online and support the regatta from wherever you are in the world. And furthermore, all of the results and the timings are live on the Rowing New South Wales website, where there will be a link as well to the live stream as well. We'll keep updating as it goes along. We are just awaiting the start of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull. Yes, 21's cancelled. They're just going to race 22. Perfect. Right. Just two Roseville cruise.
Most likely, could be a Kimble bonus. We'll see.
Okay, all good. And just an update there, which I think Luke read out before, but race 22, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2, that race has now been amalgamated to have both Pimble crews and both Roseville crews within that race. However, I have been reliably informed that the Pimble crew have not been sighted as of yet, so we may just see two Roseville crews rowing in this race. So when we sight them down here, we'll let you know, but it is the Roseville crews in lanes 3 and 4, and Pimble ladies 2 and 3 out of lanes 1 and 2. Joey's I didn't think turn up for a lot of them earlier. Not for a lot of them. They have. Do what they want. That's the new race 22. So I just added an extra Roseville crew. But it looks like that might just be the Roseville crews. One of the Roseville crews that'll win, probably. It's hard to see up here, but it actually does look like they have a Pimble crew in the race. But maybe. No, it's gorgeous weather for rowing. Fantastic weather for rowing. Just better. It's like a Olympic level coverage. We were down there last year. They were. Yeah, it's incredible this year. So it looks as though that we've had one Roseville crew and one Pimble crew that have started this next race. We'll let you know which crews that are coming there, but race 22 coming down the river as of now. So 21 is going as programmed? Yes. No, he just came up and said excuse me.
I think they're doing it when they set that program. There's two crews, so this will be it.
Yeah, so
Yeah, 21 back.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We had a little mix-up between the marshals and the commentary box here. We do have race 21 coming down, so apologies. We called that as cancelled before. That has now resumed. So we have Pimble and Roseville coming down in race 21, which is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. Roseville out of lane 1 and Pimble ladies out of lane 2. And the race 22 will remain as programmed for the time being. And it will be the Roseville crew that will come down and probably take the turn on the inside first. As we've been saying all morning, the Gold Cup is characterised by a dog-leg turn being 1,400 metres, so a little bit further than these girls maybe have experienced rowing. But the dog-leg turn, the first two crews in lanes 1 and 2 go inside the buoy, with lanes 3, 4 and 5 having to go outside the buoy. So there is a slight advantage being in lanes 1 and 2, however, that is that is corrected at the start by having a staggered start. So lanes 5, 4 and 3, which is over to the Longueville side of the river, so on the left-hand side if you're looking up the river, will be starting a little bit further forward than lanes 1 and 2, which is over to the Hunners Hill side of the river. But it is the Roseville crew currently in the lead, with a commanding lead back over the Pymble Ladies crew. Roseville often rowing down this river during their training sessions, so they know these parts of the water very well. But now the last 200 metres there, it is the girls from Roseville who are coming in with a commanding lead over Pymble Ladies College. With rowing, you'd love to see boats that look calm, boats that look relaxed. It's certainly not the case when you're in the boat and rowing that way, but boats that are looking like they're doing it very easy, they're the boats that are usually going the fastest. This Roseville crew just ticking the boat along, allowing the boat to run as the water, to keep momentum there, and it will be the Roseville crew out of lane 2 who will go through to win the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scale Division 4. That's Mia Darcy, Harriet Godfrey, Mia Williams, Imogen Howard, coxed by Amelia Firth and coached by Karis Campbell. And then the Pymble Ladies number 4 crew of Selena Jiang, Amelia Kwambi, Ava Costa, Diana Palitawana, and coxed by Tamika Tran, coming in second place. Wasting no time now and coming up to the School Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2 race. So a little bit behind time in terms of the start times, but it is the 2 crews from Pymble Ladies 2 and Pymble Ladies 3, and a crew from Roseville out of lane 3 that are taking the places within this race. It is the crew from Pymble Ladies back to their compatriots in lane 2. So the Pymble Lady number 2 crew currently leading the Pymble Lady 3 crew in this race back to Roseville out of lane 3. We are so very fortunate here at Riverview to have all of these schools come and compete with us. It is fantastic to see all of the schoolgirl crews competing today. We thank them for their presence and their participation in today's regatta. It truly makes today the spectacle that it is. We love the support that we get from all the parents and friends here on the foreshore, but it is the Pymble Ladies crew that are out of lane 1 that are currently leading. That's Dimity Love, Emma Lloyd, Sky Mitchell, Olivia Gordon, and coxed by Jessica Pickford out of lane 1. Back to their schoolmates out of lane 2, Pymble Ladies number 3. But it will be the Pymble Lady number 2 crew who will go through and win the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Congratulations to Pymble Ladies number 2 crew. With Roseville rounding out 3rd place for race 22.
Turning our attention back up the river, we've got race 23 underway, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. We've got Roseville in lane 1, Ascombe in lane 2, in what I believe is their first entry of the day, and Pymble Ladies in lane 3. All 3 crews have gone probably a touch wider than they needed to as they approach the turn, but they are now starting to straighten up and head for home. Really tight here between Roseville and Pimble Ladies as they take the turn. Askham slightly further back. Should be set up for a really tight finish here between Roseville and Pimble Ladies. Roseville with maybe just a slight advantage. They've just upped the rate slightly.
Pimble Ladies are rating a little bit higher than, probably about 3 points higher than the Roseville crew, which may prove advantageous as we're coming in here. I've got Pimble Ladies just ahead of Roseville as it is at the moment.
This is going to be very, very tight. The two crews going stroke for stroke here. You can see them slightly glancing occasionally side to side to see where they are in relation to each other, but Pimble Ladies with that advantage, as you said, Josh, but not by much.
About half a boat length there in terms of the advantage there. Roseville coming back there. This will be a very tight finish. We'll wait to get word from the marshals here, but Roseville putting on there. I have Pimble Ladies. But one buzzer going off there, signifying a very tight race. We'll wait to hear word from the marshals and get the live results from there, but it is Pimble Ladies and Roseville there. Either first or second.
And Ashcombe coming through in third place here. So we will wait, as Josh said, for an official word from the marshals before we call that race. And we'll wait those official results on the Rowing New South Wales website. But some really great racing there in our final Schoolgirl Year 9 race of the day in the Cox Quad Sculls. Really great way to finish as we head into the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls, I believe.
As we've discussed before, the race day, the Gold Cup, would not be what it is without the support of the schoolgirls. So thank you so much, girls, for your attendance today. Please come up if you were fortunate enough to win today. Please come up and collect your silver oars. The presentation now for the silver oars for races 1 to 20 currently underway.
And we do now have the official results of that race, race 23. And in first place it was Pimble Ladies College out of lane 3 with a time of 6:03.34. Roseville in second. And the margin, 0.25. So a quarter of a second between Pimble Ladies and Roseville there in what is surely our tightest finish of this morning so far.
That's right. Incredible race from both schoolgirls crews there. And what a way to finish before we head now into the Schoolboy Year 9 7th Cox Quad Skull Division 1 race. In lane 1 we have Shaw, lane 2 St Ignatius, lane 3 Sydney Grammar, and lane 4 the King's School.
And can I just say, while waiting for this race to start, Josh and I have been plugging the Old Ignatians barbecue very hard and for good reason. I've gone down there and tried it myself, and it is absolutely fantastic. The barbecue put on there by the Old Ignatians Union, doing really great work. The food tastes amazing, and all the money raised going to the great work that the bursary does. And of course, up at the top of the hill, merchandise available if you're lucky enough to take home a silver oar this morning or a gold oar later this afternoon. The P&F Foundation is selling the trophy or base, with all money raised also going to the bursary. So if you're lucky enough to take home an oar today and you're wondering what to do with it and where to put it on the mantelpiece, buy yourself an oar holder, a base holder, and it'll look even better. Plenty of other merchandise also on sale as well for parents and friends of the college.
Again, I'd just like to take the opportunity to welcome you if you are just joining us here, either via the live stream on YouTube. We are live streaming this globally to those that are available and want to watch from wherever you are in the world. So if you do have family and friends that can't make it, please search up the Gold Cup on YouTube. There is a space to leave respectful comments, cheering on whichever school you'd like to. So please get online and support us there. All live results are also on the Rowing New South Wales website. But I'd also just like now to take the opportunity to welcome you to St Ignatius College Riverview. If you are joining us here in person, this is the 142nd edition of the Gold Challenge Cup, making it the oldest regatta in the Southern Hemisphere. On behalf of the Rector, Father Thomas Renshaw, and the Principal, Mr. Mark Tannick, we'd like to welcome you here today to St Ignatius College. It's been a fantastic event so far with the Year 9s about to begin and about to come down on the live stream. And I'd also like to now give a shout out to the Rowing Organising Committee and the Rowing New South Wales race officials who today, without today's support by these people, days like today would not be possible. All of these people are volunteers and do so out of the goodness of their heart. Without them and without their support today, we would not be able to do or put on this wonderful regatta today. I'll now get over to Luke, who will call the School Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull.
Thanks, Josh. We do have 4 entrants listed in this race, but I can only see 3 crews coming down the course. And it does look as though St. Ignatius is leading back to Kings at this stage. And then slightly further back, we'd either have the crew from Grammar or Shaw. I can't tell at this stage. But once I get a better look at them, I will let you know. But looking to be a really tight contest between St. Ignatius and Kings here. St. Ignatius in lane 2 will be able to come in between the pylon and the turning buoy, and the coxswain's just adjusted his course to do that now. While Kings, who are listed in lane 4, have moved over to lane 3, given the lead they've got back to 3rd place, will have to go around the turning buoy. But the Kings coxswain also doing a good job there. Given the lead they've got back to 3rd place, there's no need for them to sit far out across into lane 4. They can come across and get as close to that turning buoy as possible and try and nullify any advantage that St. Ignatius has with the inside line in lane 2. St. Ignatius taking the turn now with a solid lead back to Kings, who are now taking the turn themselves. But with that inside line and with the lead they've already built, St. Ignatius looking very strong here in our first Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Scull race of the morning. As we've mentioned previously, the crew looking very calm here, given the lead they've built up earlier in the race, as they look to hold off any potential challenge that Kings might throw at them over the final 150 metres. And it looks as if it's Grammar back in 3rd place, so we didn't have the crew from Shaw start this race. But St. Ignatius looking very strong here over the final 70 metres. Once again, doing the real hard work early in the race to build up the lead back to Kings, which has set up a really comfortable finish for them here. The stroke of that boat just having a slight issue there, but he's corrected it very quickly. And it will be the crew from St. Ignatius that takes out race 24. Division 1 of the School Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull, warmly received here by the crowd. That crew, Joseph Schmidt, Dalton Beaumont, George Russell, Hamish McGettigan, coxed by Wilbur Lusher and coached by Jude Smith. Back to Kings in 2nd place, Declan Slater, Alex Butler, Lincoln Hodges, James Stevenson, coxed by William Stewart and coached by Campbell Wickham. And Sydney Grammar will come through in 3rd. They're in race 24. Race 25 now underway. Division 2 of the School Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull. 3 entrants in this race. Sydney Grammar lane 1, Shaw lane 2, St. Ignatius lane 3. And I'll have to check because you can only see 2 crews on the course at the moment. I think it's the crew from Shaw that just rode off the course there slightly, but they've rejoined now, which is great to see. And they're back on the course and back in this race. And despite the mishap there, they've still got a strong lead back to St Ignatius and Sydney Grammar. They've had to do a little bit of extra rowing there, having exited the course and re-entered, but as I said, they've still got a strong lead here back to St Ignatius and then back to Sydney Grammar. But the coxswain's done a great job there in lane 2. He's taken the turn well after his earlier mishap. And he's set the crew up really well here. St Ignatius now taking the turn themselves in lane 3. And Sydney Grammar not too far behind them in 3rd place. But this crew from Shaw looking really strong. And despite the extra rowing they've done, I don't think St Ignatius will catch him here. As they approach the final red pylon and the final 100 metres of this race, it's Shaw looking really strong. Back to St Ignatius and Grammar. Much like the Year 8s, these Year 9 boys used to racing only over 1,000 metres. Some of these boys may have rowed last year. Some might be new to rowing as well. So great to see. Great effort from the Year 9 schoolboys here. And it's the crew from Shaw that'll take out race 25, Division 2 of the School Year 9 7th Cox Quad Scull. The crew, Alexander Baxter, Charles Curtis, Hugo White, Harry Collingwood Boots, coxed by Sam Livingston. Back to St Ignatius in 2nd, being spurred on by their cox, the crew, Jack Vergona, Max Quickly, Hudson Brown, Lachlan Cuscieri, coxed by Oliver Farrell, coach Jude Smith. And Sydney Grammar will come through in 3rd, Arthur Gu, Arian Dua, Adya Bushan, Ayush Sharma, and coxed by Aidan Kennedy. Entering the final stages of race 26 now, Division 1 of the School Year 9 6 Cox Quad Scull. St Joseph's lane 1 and then Shaw in lanes 2 and 3. And it's the two crews from Shaw that'll battle it out for the victory here. Both crews coming inside the turning buoy there, but I don't think the marshals will pull them up. No real issues between either crews there as they both took the turn. And I would say, unless they've swapped places, this will be the Shaw 2 crew in lane 3, leading back to the Shaw 1 crew in lane 2. But either way, this race really highlighting once again the strength of Shaw's rowing program across not only the Year 8, but now the Year 9 quads as well.
This one? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I saw two Shaws there.
Oh, yeah. So it's Shaw that'll take out race 26. In both 1st and 2nd place. The crews, both crews there doing a great job, and St Joseph's slightly further back might have had, as they start to take the turn now, might have had a technical issue slightly earlier up the course.
Lots of love coming in on the live stream for Grammar. So if you are just joining us here now, just remind you that we do have the races, the Gold Cup being live streamed via YouTube. The results are live on Rowing New South Wales, but if you do have a loved one or friends that can't join us here today, please get them to tune into YouTube and search up the 2026 Gold Cup. You'll see the live stream there.
And if you're tuning in via the live stream, if you've got a son or a daughter or a friend rowing, give them a shout out. Let us know in the comments who you're cheering, who you're cheering on, who you're supporting.
We often have people tuning in from across Europe, across America as well, that have fond memories of their time during rowing. So please, if you do have any stories, we'd love to hear them. And once again, thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world, here on the foreshore or via the internet. It's a fantastic day, and we're glad that you can be here with us to celebrate it.
So the St Joseph's crew coming down at the course now is from race 26. They will finish third in that race behind the two shore crews. And we've got race 27 as well just behind them. Division 2 of the School Year 9 Six Cox Quad Scull. And it's St Ignatius in lane 3 with a strong lead back to Kings in lane 1 and then Sydney Grammar in lane 2. Kings just with a slight issue there that's let Grammar potentially challenge them for second place. But the crew from St Ignatius with no such issues here, looking very strong as they approach the final red pylon before the ferry wharf here. St Ignatius crew looking really strong. And once again, great effort from St Joseph's there in the previous race. But it's the crew from St Ignatius that'll take out race 27, Division 2 of the School Year 9 Six Cox Quad Scull. The crew, Kingston Sutcliffe, Will Davies, Xavier Ugarte, Nick O'Day, Billy Hamilton's the Cox, coached by Thomas Jewell. And a really tight finish here for second place between Sydney Grammar and Kings. About half a length in it, but it looks as if Sydney Grammar will hold off Kings. Some great racing there from those two crews as well. Sydney Grammar, the crew, Daniel Faulkner, Henry Wittig, Craig Kelly, Josh Zheng, coxed by Alex Liu. And Kings, the crew, Noah Mujali, Lewis Wang, Nathan Chen, Lachlan Hurst, Charlie Newman's the Cox, coached by Campbell Wickham.
Turning now to race 28, we've got the School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull Division 1, Shore in lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 2, and another Shore crew, number 2, in lane 3. It is both Shore crews, once again, who are battling it out here for first place. I have the Shore crew out of lane 1, which is over towards the Hunter Hill side of the river, who have a slight lead over the Shore crew out of lane 3. As we've been saying all morning, the crews that are on the right-hand side as you're looking up the river or towards the Hunters Hill side have a slight advantage having to go around or inside the buoy or around the pylon and the flag there. But this two-horse race now currently coming down here. Both shore crews looking very comfortable and fantastic technique on show here. Back to St Joseph's, who are now just taking the corner and coming up into third place.
Both crews from Shore receiving plenty of support, not only from their spectator craft, but from the other Shore quad that's just finished their race over on the far side of the river, which is great to see. Great to see the squads get around the rowers from the other crews. But it's Shore that'll take out race 28, Division 1 of the School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull. That crew, Ollie Lyle, Alex Houston, Samuel Fisher, Jack Rowley, Henry Smith's the Cox. Shore also in second plate, Rupert Bainsgrove, Austin Lee, James Whitby, Archer Bailey, Hamish McPherson's the Cox. And Joey's just approaching the final red pylon now before the finish. That crew, Luca Wilson, Benjamin Wall, Samuel Gould, George Webber, and coxed by George Woodham.
And just a reminder for those crews that are fortunate enough and have triumphed today and have won a silver or The presentations of the silver oars for the winning crews for races 21 to 41 will take place at 10:30. We are running slightly behind time, so might call that one 10:45. But please, if you have won your race, please feel free to come to collect your silver oar at 10:30 to 10:45 a.m.
Great to see plenty more comments coming through on the live stream as well. Plenty of love for Grammar once again. A shout out for Barker as well, which is great to see, who have got entrance in both schoolboy and schoolgirl races here today. Once again, if you've got family or friends that can't make it today and they want to tune into the live stream, it's 2026 Gold Cup on YouTube. And the YouTube channel is St. Ignatius College Riverview. So 2026 Gold Cup on YouTube if you're looking or you're wanting to send a live stream to anyone who can't be here today. And they can tune in to all the great rowing action that way over on YouTube.
Whilst we wait for the next race to start as well, we'd just like once again to remind everyone that on the Ferry Wharf at the moment we have the Old Ignatius Union barbecue. So if you are feeling hungry, Luke has tasted the wares a little bit earlier, told me they're delicious. I think I'll go down myself and have a little bit later, but all of the proceeds that are raised from that barbecue and the drinks sold all going towards the Riverview College Bursary Foundation. And again, the P&F merchandise store up the hill. If you are fortunate enough to win a silver oar today, they are selling silver oar holders, a place where you can place your silver oar and then proudly place it on the mantelpiece at home to show off to all of your family and friends. They're also selling Riverview merchandise, and once again, all of the proceeds from those sales go towards the Bursary Foundation. So race 29 coming down. We have the School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Skull Division 2, Sydney Grammar in lane 1, St. Ignatius in lane 2, and the King School in lane 3. Once again, we're seeing a bit of a trend here in terms of Shaw and St. Ignatius, who are doing incredibly well, being very successful throughout the both Year 8 and 9 divisions, highlighting the strength of both programs across there. We've had Shaw and St. Ignatius taking out or coming first in all the races of the schoolboy Year 8 and 9 so far. A fantastic achievement from both programs, so congratulations to those that have been involved so far. We'll keep you updated on how they're going so far, but at the moment we have Sydney Grammar, St. Ignatius and Kings coming down. With, it looks as though Kings and St. Ignatius, who are currently in the lead as we come down the river. There is a little bit of pleasure craft that's currently on the course as well. We would ask that all pleasure craft please stay out of the way, reduce your wash around these areas and remain off the course. It is highlighted by the boys. But at the moment, I have St. Ignatius out of lane 2, back to Kings in lane 3, then back to Sydney Grammar in lane 1, who are currently coming down this race here at about halfway. St. Ignatius will have the slight advantage coming past the buoy and the pylon here. As we've said all day, the first crews in lanes 1 and 2 have to go inside the buoy that you'll see looking up the river. So on the Hunter's Hill side, you'll see they have to pass between the buoy and the pylon, with crews in lane 3, 4 and 5 having to go outside the buoy towards the Longueville side of the river. Although we have seen many crews sometimes disregard their lane numbers or slightly veer off, it is up to the discretion of the marshals to let them through based on how the race is going. But at the moment, the King School hugging that line towards the outside of that buoy to make the turn, with St. Ignatius having a clear run here to be able to cut the corner, given Sydney Grammar is coming up the rear in third.
Understandably, you'll see the marshals police the lane orders a lot more vigorously during the men's Open 8 races, and when we've got the bigger 8 boats on the course, and sometimes we've got 5 entrants in those races as well. Understandably, with the junior quads, when you've got younger coxswains, if there's no real impact on the race result, then they're not going to pull them up. But King's doing a great job there to honour their position in lane 3 and go around the buoy there. Coxswain doing a great job, as has the coxswain from St Ignatius in lane 2.
And it is the St Ignatius crew with about 100 or 200 metres to go here. Just coming past the yellow buoy, about halfway in between both pylons, to come home here. Being pushed valiantly by Kings. The Kings supporter boat out there, spurring that crew on. But it will be the home crew from St Ignatius College, who I think will take out this race, barring any major calamity. And with 100 metres to go, this School Year 9 5th Cox Quad Scull race 29, won by St Ignatius College. That's Henry Pafflin, Liam Last, Samuel Hugh, Lachlan Denise, coxed by Fletcher Holmwood, and they're coached by Thomas Jewell. Pushed all the way by the King's School out of lane 3. That's Rowan Petrus, Piani Ika, Bennett Salmon, Jack Jones, and coxed by Ian Pandy. They're coached by Campbell Wickham.
And the crew from Sydney Grammar will come through in 3rd place. Great effort there from all crews. We're about halfway through race 30, Division 1 of the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull. We've got 4 entrants in that race. We've got Newington in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, St Joseph's in lane 3, and Barker in lane 4. And it's the crew from Shaw in lane 2 that have once again built a sizable lead back to their 3 other challengers as they approach the turn here. My apologies. Race 30, Shaw in lane 1, Scott's lane 2, St Joseph's lane 3, and Newington in lane 4. Wow. But make no mistake, it's this crew from Shaw once again having a really strong row here, as they've done right throughout the morning. This crew from Shaw looking really strong here in the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Scull Division 1. And it's the crew from Shaw that'll take it out. Byron Bradley, Charlie Koch, Aaron Zhu, Oliver Wiseman, Eddie Smith is the Cox. Dominant row there from Shaw. Back to St Joseph's in 2nd place. Newington in 3rd, and Scott's in 4th, who had a couple boat issues earlier on in the race, but have made the turn and are heading for home. The crew from St Joseph's coming through in 2nd. Joshua Stewart, Oliver Faber-Ross, Reggie Jamison, Hamish Bacon, coxed by Abe Iyer. Newington coming through in 3rd. Henry Kershaw McDonald, Zach Thompson, Levi Morcus, Henry Squires, and coxed by Toby Hine. And Scots will come through in 4th. Tom Lambert, George Kai, Oliver Bowman, Spencer Coonan, and Zach Turkisher is the Cox. Race 31 also approaching its final stages. Division 2 of the School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Skull. St Ignatius in lane 1, leading back to Kings in lane 2. Sydney Grammar in lane 3, and back to Barker in lane 4, who have come inside the turning boy, but it won't matter. St Ignatius once again looking really strong here, being spurred on by the other St Ignatius crew that's finished their race over on the Hunters Hill side of the river. But as we've said for much of the morning, it's St Ignatius looking really strong here. Kings again with a really valiant effort, along with Grammar and Barker. But it is St Ignatius here in race 31 that'll take out this School Year 9 4th Cox Quad Skull Division 2. The crew, Archie Chandler, William Taylor, Charlie Salter, Frederick Roach, Jacob Yap is the Cox, coached by Rory Curtin. Great effort there. Kings will come through in second place. Cyrus Kai, Ted McKinnon, Jaden Zhao, Ollie Estens, Sebastian Moyano is the Cox, coached by Charles Baker. Grammar coming through in third. Gabriel Kirichenko, Jaden Young, Claude Hareman, Zach Lusthaus, coxed by John Weschler. And Barker will come through in fourth. Ethan Winters, Oliver Abbott, Lincoln Gould, Lars Volwerk, coxed by Harry Zhu.
Whilst we wait now for the next race to come down, we've had a few more comments come through, Luke, on the live stream. As we've said before, if you are joining us from around the world, we seem to have a few internationals that have dialed in now and joined us. So, Luke, what are they saying on the live stream?
Yeah, plenty more comments coming through, which is great to see. As Josh mentioned, we'll have people watching from right across the world. So we've got Savannah cheering on Bryce from Shaw in America. We've got people cheering on Newington and the King's School as well here on the live stream. So wherever you're watching in, let us know where you're watching from, whether it's somewhere around Sydney, the state, whether it's the country, or whether you're overseas as well. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering on, whether you've got history in the race yourself. We've had people comment in the past, as Josh mentioned, reflecting very fondly on their time rowing here at the Gold Cup, whether they won, whether they lost. So feel free to comment. Let us know where you're watching from, what you're up to, if you can't be here in person. Still slightly overcast, but the weather's pretty nice down here at the school today. Good crowd gathered here at the wharf, here at Cove Cottage. I'm sure there's plenty of people dotted along the foreshore as well. And always great to see plenty of spectator craft over on the Hunters Hill side of the course as well, cheering on the crews.
For those watching on the shoreline or even via the live stream, you may notice some larger boats starting to congregate or starting to go out for their warm-up. We are very close now to the women's and the men's Masters 8s that'll take place after the Year 9 races, followed by the Year 10 8s. So running slightly behind time, but you will start to see those crews starting to warm up out on the river on the Hunters Hill side of the course. We still have plenty of exciting action coming down at the moment. We're race 32, the School Year 9 3rd Cox Quad Skull Division 1. In lane 1 we have St Joseph's, lane 2 Newington, and lane 3 we have Shaw.
More comments coming through on the live stream as well. Someone cheering on Tom Walsh, not sure which school he's rowing for, and someone cheering on Isaac Weisenbeek from Barker, which is great to see. Plenty of love for Barker in the comments, which is great to see.
I have Shaw leading this race now out of lane 3, back to St Joseph's and then to Newington. St Joseph's can push Shaw here, given they've got the inside line of lane 1. It looks like their coxswain has come over a little bit, but I do have Shaw here with about a couple of boat lengths lead. A very hard lead to try and mow down from St Joseph's. We have seen it happen here this morning. And what a spectacle of rowing it has been so far. So it is the Shaw School now who are coming just to take the turn. The coxswain starting that turn there. St. Joseph's out of lane 1 seem to have followed Shaw around the buoy. Again, we have, as we've said earlier this morning, the Gold Cup and the race course today is distinguished within other races as not just being a straight sprint, although this one has a dogleg turn. And the boys in the Year 8 and the Year 9 quads and the schoolgirls as well would not used to be rowing this distance. So usually they're rowing about 1,000 metres, but the 1,400 metres or the extra 400 metres that the Gold Cup presents in its challenge add just another level of complexity that we love to see and makes the racing even more exciting here. But it is Shaw, once again, with a commanding lead here. Back to St. Joseph's, then to Newington. Newington seem to have cut down their lead to St. Joseph's. The coxswain taking full advantage of the inside line. But it is Shaw who are looking incredibly strong here, all rowing very in sync. Oars entering the water, coming out together, allowing the boat to run, maintaining momentum. All sitting back and rowing forward and rocking back together. And it will be Shaw who will take out the race 32, the School Year 9 third Cox Quad Scull Division 1. That is Harrison James Thomas, Matthew McRae, Benjamin Ryan, Luke Higgins, and they're coxed by Joshua Miller.
St. Joseph's coming through in second place here. Xavier Barlow, Andrew Spence, William Keane, Theodore Crass, coxed by Oscar Cronin. And Newington in third. Orlando Cooper, Thomas Maguire, Noah McAuliffe, George Butler, and coxed by Apollo Argy.
If you are just joining us here, thank you very much for being in attendance, either on the live stream or in person. And on behalf of the Rector, Father Thomas Renshaw, and the Principal, Mr. Mark Tannock, we'd like to welcome you to St. Ignatius College Riverview today to the 142nd Annual Gold Cup Regatta. We're currently witnessing on the water right now race 33, which is the School Year 9 third Cox Quad Scull Division 2. We've had some great racing so far today, and we've got some more coming up. But it is the St. Ignatius crew from lane 3 that are currently in the lead, back to Kings, then to Sydney Grammar.
And once again, it's the crew from St. Ignatius that's done their work early in the race and built up a sizable lead well before the turn. So that despite being in lane 3 and having to go around the turning buoy, they haven't been challenged by the crews inside them that had that advantage. And it will be the crew from St. Ignatius that takes out race 33, Division 2, School Year 9 third Cox Quad Scull. The crew, Benjamin McCarthy, Xavier Bell, Otis Timms, Dalglish, Lionel Nicholas is the cox, coached by Rory Curtin. Kings currently in second place, and Sydney Grammar in third. But across the two divisions all morning between the Year 8 and Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls so far, we've seen real dominance from Shaw in their division and St. Ignatius in their division respectively.
Congratulations to all those crews that have been competing today. It's a fantastic event that's been so far. As we said before, at around 10:30 a.m, the crews that are 10:30 to 10:45, you'll be able to come up to collect your silver oars from here at Cove Cottage, where we're currently commentating from. It's been a fantastic day so far. Conditions at the moment are very favourable to rowing. There's been absolutely no wind, no tide, and no current really that's affecting the races here. So it's made for very tight very competitive racing from all crews. As we come up to the higher divisions within the Schoolboy Year 9 squad, you'll see these spreads starting to get a little bit closer. So in race 34, we have Newington Shaw and St Joseph's and Barker College who have joined us for this edition of the Gold Cup as well. Great to see Barker coming out and showing off their rowing program in today. Been quite successful in some of the races, in both schoolboys and schoolgirls. But by my eyes, I have the St Joseph's crew and the Shaw crew also competing there for first place, being pushed very hard by Barker.
Plenty more comments coming through on the live stream. Shouting out Tom Walsh from Sydney Grammar. So great to see more comments coming through once again on the live stream there. Entering the final stages here of race 34, and it's Shaw once again looking very strong here. St Joseph's certainly not out of it, and they'll challenge them right to the line. But Shaw probably with about a length lead back to Joey's. Barker taking the turn there in lane 4, and Newington not too far behind them as well. But this crew from Shaw will get plenty of support as they pass their supporter craft there on the far side. Joey's trying to make a real challenge of it, but Shaw have just upped their rate slightly and have started to extend that lead as they approach the final red pylon here before the ferry wharf and the finish line. A little bit of wash and a little bit of breeze coming across the course, but it's not really impacting any of the crews here. And once again, as we've said all morning, this crew from Shaw looking really strong as they take out race 34. This School Year 9 second Cock Squad Skull. Your crew from Shaw, the winners, Xavier Spencer, Flynn Glanville, Cooper Anderson, Toby Murchison, coxed by Bryce Gorman. Valiant effort there from St Joseph's in second, Angus Weir, Max West, Charles O'Hara, William Dreyer, Oscar Mulang is the cox. Back to Barker in third, Jacob Stewart, Harrison Carter, Lorenzo Stamoli, Isaac Weisenbeek, and Thomas Chambers is the cox. And Newington in fourth. Jacob Wong, William Sheringham, Austin Wilson, Vincent Zhao, and coxed by Louis Orgaz Canejo.
Just in between race 34 and 35, we'd just like to once again give a plug to the Old Ignatius Union barbecue that's down on the ferry wharf. If you are feeling a little bit hungry or would like something to eat or to drink, please feel free to head on down there and support a great cause. All of the proceeds from the barbecue and drinks sold going towards the Bursary Foundation, the St Ignatius Bursary Foundation, and the same goes to the merchandise stand up at the top of the hill as well. The P&F Foundation is selling silver ore holders for those that are lucky enough to have won a silver ore today. If you need somewhere to place it and put it on the mantelpiece to show off to all your family and friends, to rub it in everyone's faces, please go up and purchase a silver ore holder. They're also selling all Riverview merchandise up there, so if you'd like to support the college on such a great day, please head up the top of the hill. Once again, all of the proceeds from that going towards the St Ignatius Bursary Foundation. A great cause.
Well, we've got a break in the action as well. Be remiss to say an event like this doesn't go ahead without the work of a lot of people. So a big thank you to the regatta organising committee here at the school: Dan Noonan, Chris O'Brien, Philip Elborn, Marie Marr, Jim Bustede, Harry Brogan, Bob Marsh, and Paul Brogan. They're the ones out there setting up the course, all the yellow boys you can see along the course this morning. The flag on the pylon, the turning buoy, that's all done by the Regatta Organising Committee. And of course to our Rowing New South Wales race officials, Greg Smith, Steve Sherry, Chris Tucker, John Johnston, Jim Tate, Guy Bicknell, Graham Walker, Chris Hartley, Sophia Munn, Philip Gunning and Anthony Brown. Once again, the race and today as a whole can't go ahead without the hard work of all of those people just mentioned, so a very big thank you to them.
So I've just received the lane draw for races 40 and 41. That's both the B final and the A final, the school first 8. Race number 40, the B final of the school first 8. In lane 1, we have Newington. Lane 2, Sydney Grammar. Lane 3, the Scots Crew. And in lane 4, we have Sydney Boys High. And the school first 8, the A final, we have Kings in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, St Ignatius in lane 3, and St Joseph's in lane 4. And just a reminder, for those that are either listening in via the live stream or here on the foreshore, the crews in lanes 1 and 2 must go in between the pylon and the buoy that you can see up the river there where the checkered flag is and the buoy, with the crews in lane 3 and 4 going outside that buoy. That is mitigated somewhat by a staggered start. However, the crews that are in lanes 1 and 2 are seen to have a little bit of an advantage, provided that the crews from lanes 3 and 4 utilise their start at the beginning of the race. So just to reiterate there, we have race 40, the school first 8 B final, Newington in lane 1, Sydney Grammar in lane 2, Scots in lane 3, Sydney Boys High in lane 4. And in race 41, the school first 8 A final, we have Kings in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, St Ignatius in lane 3, and St Joseph's in lane 4. St Ignatius taking out the school first 8 Gold Cup race last year, looking to defend that title. Sorry? 10:40, but we're about 10 minutes behind. Yeah, probably 11 o'clock. Those races looking to begin at around 10:40 a.m. as scheduled. However, we are running a little bit behind, so it may be around 10:50 or 11 a.m. for those races to begin.
Before we get there, though, we've got the final few races of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. This is race 35, Division 2, for the second Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1, we've got Sydney Boys High. In lane 2, Sydney Grammar. In lane 3, St Ignatius. And in lane 4, Kings. I believe this is Sydney High's first entry in the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls this morning, so great to see them out rowing. And it looks as though it's the crew from Kings in lane 4 leading the race at the moment. Back to Sydney Grammar in lane 2. And then St Ignatius and Sydney High in 3rd and 4th respectively. Cox from Grammar just coming across the course now, seeking to take full advantage of the inside line that they have. But Kings with a really sizable lead here over the other crews as they start to approach the turning buoy. And given the lead they have, the coxswain doing a great job there of getting close to the turning buoy. So he's not making his crew row any extra than they have to. They've done a great job taking the turn there, straightening up as they head for home. With a really strong lead here, this crew from Kings. And as they enter the final stages of this race, I'm sure they're going to receive a really warm reception from the Kings supporter craft there on the far side for what I believe will be Kings' first win of the morning here. Really great effort from them. Built a sizable lead back to Sydney Grammar in second. Sydney High in third, looking strong as well. And St Ignatius battling for high there for third place. But it's his crew from Kings. Once again, we've seen a lot of the races today, especially in the junior quads, these crews building up big leads well before the turn, doing the hard work early, and putting themselves in positions where the other crews really can't challenge them later in the race. Great effort here from Kings here in race 35. For their first win of the morning, the crew, Artie Llewellyn, Fletcher Salmon, Aidan Liston, Hugh Knox, Joshua Harb is the Cox, coached by Isabella Scammell. A great effort there from Kings. Big congratulations to them.
For those some junior rowers that are watching at home or on the foreshore here, that perfectly exemplifies what we're talking about this morning about boat run. Incredible momentum held by the King's School throughout that entire race, just allowing the boat to walk along the water, looking as though it's gliding. Fantastic row there. And as we'll see, as the standard of rowing increases throughout the day through the more experienced crews, you'll see that really starting to accentuate itself with those crews.
100%. That'll be definitely something to look out for here over these final races and as we enter the Schoolboy 8 races as well. But as we said there, Kings taking out the win, Sydney Grammar in second, St Ignatius in third, and Sydney Boys High there in fourth.
And we're just coming up to about the first 500 metres of race 36, which is the School Year 9 First Cox Quad Scull Division 1. We have Newington in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, St Joseph's in lane 3, and Scott's in lane 4. At the moment, we've got a pretty tight race between the crews from Shaw and St Joseph's out of lane 2 and 3, respectively. I have St Joseph's leading Shaw at the moment. That St Joseph's crew just being directed by the marshals to make sure that he maintains his line. As we've said all morning, the crews that are in lanes 3 and 4 and 5, when applicable, have to go around the buoy. So keep towards the Longueville side of the water and then go around the buoy, with lanes 1 and 2 having to go inside the buoy and in between the checkered flag on the pylon there. But it is the St Joseph's crew holding a lead over Shaw at the moment. The Shaw coxswain doing a great job here trying to cut the angle of this corner. We're in for a great finish here if Shaw can capitalise on this lead that they're building.
Does look as though Joey's will come inside the turning buoy.
We'll see what the marshals have to say about that at the end of the race, although they may not choose to penalise it.
Coxon from Joey's just adjusting his course there slightly, but he's already come inside the buoy as he straightens up and as they head for home.
I don't think they'll have any outcome on the race, but we'll see what the marshals have to say about that. But it is the crew from Shaw and Joey's that are battling it out for first place. I have St Joseph's in front of Shaw at the moment.
Crew from Shaw being cheered on loudly by the supporter craft there over on the far side. But we are set up for a very tight finish here as they approach the final red pylon.
Shaw seem to be building on Joey's here. Every stroke seems to be getting a little bit closer here. We'll see how it fares as they come in front of us here at the commentary box. But it is St Joseph's holding a slight lead over the Shaw School. We're in for a very tight finish here. Shaw building with every stroke.
Going stroke for stroke at the moment. Joey's with maybe just a canvas lead, but it's very close.
Shaw really putting in the effort here. The line, we'll see what the marshals have to say at the end of the race. I have St Joseph's just over Shaw, but we will see how those results come in on the Rowing New South Wales website. The marshals having a pretty tough job there to do. A photo finish there to finish race 36, the School Year 9 First Cox Quad Scull. That is Shaw and St Joseph's. Battling out for first place with Scott's coming in third place, just about to finish with Newington in lane 1, rounding out fourth spot. And we are now in the final race of the second last race of the School Year 9 First Cox Quad Skull. In lane 1, we have Sydney Grammar, race number 37 this is. In lane 1, we have Sydney Grammar, lane 2, St Ignatius, lane 3, the King School, and lane 4, Sydney Boys High.
And as soon as we get the official results from that race 36, we'll bring them to you. But once again, looks like we're set up for a very exciting finish here for our final Year 9 schoolboy race of the morning.
And it looks as though King School once again have taken a leaf out of the St Joseph's playbook there. The coxswain coming inside the boy. Once again, I don't think the marshals will probably choose to prosecute it at this place, given St Ignatius and Kings have a commanding lead over the two crews behind them. But it will be the King School currently back to St Ignatius. You'd expect the King School to lift as they go past their supporter boat.
I think just a slight issue there for St Ignatius might have hurt them a bit there, but they've got it back together now. But King's looking very strong here.
Might be a little bit too far for St Ignatius to mount a challenge on the King School. A great row there from Kings. Built up a fantastic lead to be able to take that corner and then just row straight through. Wow.
So it's the crew from Kings that'll take out race 37, Division 2 of the School Year 9 First Cox Quad Skull. The crew: Finlay, Langan, McCabe, Tom Pockley, George Harvey, Darcy Osborne, coxed by Will Stewart, coached Isabella Scammell. St Ignatius in second, Bill Giblin, Felix Liddy, George Bateman, Patrick Burke, Teddy Boisfort is the cox, coached by Ned O'Rourke. Sydney Grammar coming through in third, Nate Graff, Patrick Rees, Mark Bye, Lachlan Kite, Viraj Tandon is the cox, and Sydney Boys High in fourth. Daniel Liu, Evan Ma, Jackson Blinman, Kevin Liu, Raf Zaslavsky is the cox. And as we called there in race 36, the race beforehand, it was St Joseph's that won race 36. Back to shore in second place with a margin of .11. So that's our tightest finish now of the morning. Just over a tenth of a second in it.
Incredible finish there. I called it a shore over St Joseph's, but it's, as Luke has just said, St Joseph's edging out the shore school by .11 of a second. Fantastic rowing from St Joseph's there to overcome the shore school. Well done, gentlemen.
And so we move from schoolboy rowing to masters rowing. And as Josh and I have mentioned in previous years, rowing really is a sport for all ages, from the schoolboys and schoolgirls right through to our Open 8 races and our masters rowers as well. So this is race 38, Division 1 of the Women's Masters 8. And we've got three crews in this race. We've got a Mossman Composite crew in lane 1, made up of Mossman, Glebe and Sydney University rowers. And then North Shore in lanes 2 and 3. So that North Shore crew in lane 3 starts on the Marshals starters, starts on go. North Shore in lane 2 will starts after 5 seconds, and the Mossman Composite crew starting after 11 seconds. And those gradings are done based on the average age of the crews.
For those that are interested, within the program, the ages of all the rowers within these races are listed. We won't do them any disservice by reading those ages out. But this is a staggered race, and we have the North Shore out of lane 3, the North Shore crew out of lane 3 starting on go. The other North Shore crew starting on the 5-second mark, and the Mossman Composite crew starting on 11 seconds out of lane 1.
As Josh mentioned, all the rowers competing, their ages are listed in the program, and we won't read them out individually, but we've got rowers ranging in age from people in their 30s right through to people in their 60s. I think we've even got some rowers in their 70s in the second Women's Masters 8 race, which is great to see. So rowing really is a sport for all ages. And a lot of the clubs, if you've come down today and you're watching your son or your daughter row and you think you might want to give it a go, and you haven't rowed before, a lot of the clubs do offer learn to row races. Apologies, not learn to row races, learn to row programs where you can jump in the boat and learn how to do it yourself, which is always great to see. But it is the Mossman Composite crew coming through here as they take the turn with a sizable lead back to the other two North Shore crews.
And just a reminder there, that crew did go off 11 seconds, so had a little bit of a delay in terms of their start, but the handicap determined by the Rowing New South Wales officials based on a variety of factors, most importantly their age, but it is a fantastic thing to see. The Mossman Composite crew coming through now.
So once again, this composite crew from Mossman made up of rowers from Mossman Rowing Club, Glebe Rowing Club and Sydney University Rowing Club. Looking very strong here. And as Josh said, despite having the 11-second handicap, they're going to win this race very comfortably back to the two crews from North Shore. So big congratulations to the crew, the Mossman Composite crew, that'll win race 38, Division 1 of the Women's Masters 8. They'll be taking home a silver all. The crew, Georgina Sanderson from Mossman, Helen Kreber from Mossman, Heidi Lindhall from Glebe, Olivia Tung from Mossman, Sarah Ahern from Mossman, Minna Hornby. In fact, all the other rowers are from Mossman. Minna Hornby, Kim Laurie, Carissa Kleiman, and coxed by Chloe Giretta. So big congratulations to them for taking out race 38. And it'll be the North Shore crew in lane 2 that'll come through in second place, and the other North Shore crew from lane 3 that'll come through in third.
All divisions get silver oars.
We can change that now. It's too hard to explain.
And we're about halfway through race 39, Division 2 of the Women's Masters 8. In lane 1, we've got North Shore. In lane 2, we've also got North Shore. And in lane 3, we've got Abbotsford. And so that Abbotsford crew starting on go, and the two North Shore crews both starting after 8 seconds. And it's the two crews from North Shore battling it out here. Abbotsford not far behind them. And I'd say it would be the North Shore crew in lane 2 that leads back to the North Shore crew in lane 1. Plenty more comments coming through on the live stream as well. Big shout out to Kings, congratulating them for their wins in the first and second Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls.
As we've been saying all morning, if you are joining us from here on the foreshore or online, there is a live stream that is going online. If you search on YouTube, 2026 Gold Cup, you are able to join us virtually. Please feel free to share it with your friends and family who can't be here with us today. Fantastic event that's gone so far. This is the final race before we get into the finals of the schoolboy first 8 and then through to the Year 10 8s. And the Opens racing as well, which is about to begin.
The two North Shore crews taking the turn now. Abbotsford, once again, not too far behind them. But it's the North Shore crew out of lane 2 that leads this race. Back to their club mates in lane 1. Once again, one of the great things about the Gold Cup is that it's not just schoolboy rowers. We've got the schoolgirls as well. We've got obviously the big showpiece events in the men's and women's Open 8 races, but also these Masters races as well. We had the Invitational Sculls earlier in the morning. So it's a really great showcase of rowing right across age groups, across genders as well, which is one of the things that makes the regatta so special.
So it'll be the North Shore 2 crew here that's going to come through and win the Women's Masters A for Division 2. I would just like to highlight as well in the Abbotsford crew that's coming down in 3rd place, we do have a rower who is 78 years old who's rowing as part of that Abbotsford crew. An incredible achievement to be able to still row. As we've said there, rowing can be a sport for all ages, but it is the crew from North Shore out of lane 2 that have won this race, the Women's Masters Division 2, race 39. That's Ruth Gibson, Louise McCoach, Elizabeth Lowe, Jane O'Hanlon, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Renai Venables, Nikki Blackwell, and they're coxed by Jane Kavanagh, and they're coached by Kim Rudder. We've had a question that's come through on the live stream just about penalties for crews that cut the corner. Generally, in line with what the marshals are going to call out on the course, if the crews that are in front do cut the corner, but they have a sizable lead, and the marshals determine there's no advantage gained due to the fact that they're so far in front, or that there's no crews either side of them, they may elect not to penalise them for cutting that corner. So in both cases where the crews that cut the corner, they gain no advantage by doing so, as they were so far ahead.
They haven't impeded other crews' races, essentially, and that's one of the big things where you can see the marshals take action is if you've physically impeded another crew from being able to take their line or row through their race. But especially amongst the junior rowers, it's often not action that the marshals feel they need to take, understandably so, given the age of the competitors and the coxswains.
But a great question that come through. If you do have any more questions that you'd like to get answered via the live stream, we're more than happy to answer them if it's regarding rowing and the race structures and how the day functions. But I will now turn my attention back up the river to the B final of the school first 8. So we have Newington in lane 1, Sydney Grammar in lane 2, Scots in lane 3, and Sydney Boys High in lane 4. From the angle that we're watching it here, it looks as though Scots are looking to cut the corner here. You will probably see, given the tightness of this race, the marshals police this more firmly. However, it is currently Scots back to Newington who are currently leading this race.
Be interesting to see if the marshals tell the Scots crew to go around the boy as they're supposed to, whether they'll come inside it here, which it looks like they will, unless they take a huge diversion. No, they'll definitely come in between the boy and the pylon there.
Once again, we will see if the marshals do anything about that, but it will make for a fantastic finish here with Scots and Newington battling it out for first place in the school first 8 B final, with the A final look to have had a start directly behind it.
A little bit of wash coming across the course here, which might affect the crews. But they seem to have dealt it well. A little bit of splashing there from some of the blades, understandable given the wash coming across there, but both crews have dealt with it well.
It looks as though the crews that are battling out for 3rd and 4th there had a bit of a technical issue, potentially even clashed oars, which the marshals have had to deal with. But it is currently Scots who are leading Newington. Newington trying to lift their rate to try and compete with this Scots crew who are going to come through and win the school first 8 B final. That is Max Crawford, Thomas Tyson, Hamish Marr, Hugh Anderson, Dean Lowe, Noah Perry, Henry Marion, Max Berkelow, coxed by Charlie Cameron, and they're coached by Judith Ungamar.
And as Josh said, we do have a start in the A final of the school first 8. We've got Kings in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, St Ignatius in lane 3, and St Joseph's in lane 4. And you'd be a brave man at this stage to pick any of them out from this lineup. They all look incredibly tight as they come through, probably just past halfway.
It's the tightest race we've had so far from the top 4 crews in the school first 8 heat. Riverview last year won this event back to Shaw. Shaw last week beating St Ignatius in the under-19 and under-17s 8 that came through as well. We'll see if St Ignatius can exact some revenge here on a shorter course with the dogleg term in front of the home crowd. But at the moment, it looks as though Shaw have a slight lead. The marshals, 2 marshal boats there policing what is a fantastic race so far.
And from memory, it was just 4 seconds that separated these 4 crews, timing-wise, but across the 2 heats. So we should be set up for a very interesting, very tight finish here as they approach the turning buoy.
The King's School Coxswain doing a very good job there of keeping Shaw as wide as they can, not allowing them to cut the corner there. And it is St Ignatius who will take the corner a little bit after this Shaw School, who have taken the corner and in the lead here. We do have Shaw, back to St Ignatius, back to King's, then St Joseph's. But it is a very tight race here coming down in the school first 8 A final. Both the Shaw and the King's supporter boats willing their crews on. It is now or never for crews that need to lift their rate here. But it is Shaw. Back to St Ignatius, back to King's, then to St Joseph's. At this stage in the last 100 metres of the race, this Shaw School looking unchallenged at the moment will need King's or St Ignatius to lift their rate. And it will be Shaw at this point in time, extending their lead over the King's School. St Ignatius coming in 3rd place and St Joseph's in 4th place, but it is Shaw of Toby Crowther, George Scammell, Harry Faulkner, Ben McCutcheon, Henry Roxburgh, Sam Bowman, Luke Robinson, Oliver Paris, and Cox by Will Gandy, who have taken out the A final of the school first 8.
So we move on from the school first 8 races to the school year 10 8 races. So we've got race 42, the school year 10 4th 8, and this will be a straight final. So future races for the school year 10 8s from school year 10 third 8 onwards, these will be heats, and then we'll have finals later this afternoon. But for the school year 10 4th 8, this race is a straight final for a silver oar. We've got St Ignatius in lane 1, Scott's in lane 2, Shaw in lane 3, and St Joseph's in lane 4. So we do have 4 entrants listed in this race, but I can only see 3 crews coming down the course. Can't see the crew from St Joseph's. So it looks as if it's a three-crew race between St Ignatius, Scots and Shaw. Confirmation from the marshals there. So race 42, this is the School Year 10 4th 8. St Joseph's did not start the race. So we've got three crews in this race, St Ignatius, Scots and Shaw. And once again, this is a straight final here for the School Year 10 4th 8. But from the School Year 10 3rd 8 onwards, we'll have heats and then finals later this afternoon. And as they pass the halfway mark, it looks to be a very tight race here between St Ignatius and Shaw, with Scots slightly further adrift, but certainly not out of it. Shaw maybe just pulling away a bit from St Ignatius at this stage, but they will have to go around the turning buoy. St Ignatius in lane 1 will have that advantage of the inside line. And I'm sure the coxswain will be doing all he can to make the most advantage from that as possible. The crews from St Ignatius and Shaw starting to approach the turning buoy now. And as I said, the coxswain from St Ignatius doing a great job there to make the most of the inside line and gives themselves as much of an advantage as possible here as they turn and head for home here at the Ferry Wharf. Shaw now turning as well. And they might have had the lead slightly earlier on the race, but it's definitely the crew from St Ignatius now leading by at least a length back to Shaw. And then Scott slightly further adrift as they prepare to take the turn. Shaw just trying to raise their rate here and challenge the crew from St Ignatius. But it looks as if they've seen off the challenge here, the crew from Riverview, as they approach the final red pylon and head for home. Once again, excellent work there from the cocks of this crew to make the most of lane 1. And give themselves a 3-length lead now over Shaw. So it'll be the crew from St Ignatius that takes out race 42, the School Year 10 4th 8. Taking home a silver all, the crew, James Dart, Felix Brown, Jamie McRae, Angus Lund, Freddie O'Halloran, John Malone, Nicholas Van Kirkvike, Jacob Collins, Teddy Hardy, coached by Luke Bannerman. Great effort from Shaw there in second place. Ian Yip, Nathan Borgonna, Jude Jansen, Louis Kordek, Daniel Wallwork, Christian Chalensky, Graham Pennyfather, Daniel Chapman, and coxed by Thomas Mann. And Scots will come through in third. Terrence Tanzeros, Oscar Masella, Rowan Pandit, Jack Ritchie, Zach Shahidi, William Taylor, Anders Emery, Alec Rogers, and Eddie Napoleone is the cox. So once again, that race there was a straight final for the School Year 10 4th 8. But these future races here now are heats, when we'll then have finals later this afternoon. So the first two from these races will go through to the A final later this afternoon. And third and potential, well, the rest, third, fourth, fifth, depending on how many entrants there are, will all go through to the B final also this afternoon.
And just a reminder for those races from race 21 to 41. You can come and collect your silver oars now at Cove Cottage. So that's the winning crews of the finals, the A finals, and the divisions. So from races 21 to 41, please come to Cove Cottage and collect your silver oars.
Great to see plenty more comments coming through on the live stream once again. Plenty of love for Kings. Someone cheering on Jack Hall from the Kings 8 and all the crew. Sarah also cheering on all the Kings crews watching from Trangie in New South Wales, which is great to see.
So as Luke said as well, these races that are now coming here, the School Year 10 Third 8s, the heats, they're now heats which will progress to the finals and later in the afternoon, so race 79 and race 78. So the crews that place first and second in the races that you're about to see will go into the A final, and the crews that place in third, fourth or fifth will go into the B final.
So this is race 43. This is heat 1 of the School Year 10 Third 8, and you'd say Shaw have got this pretty comfortably here. It'll be a battle between St Joseph's and Scots to see who takes second and moves through to the A final. Joey's probably with a slight lead back to Scots at this stage, I'd say. But there's still plenty of rowing to go here, and Scots certainly aren't out of it. But this Shaw crew will be very comfortable here, knowing that they've all but secured a place in the A final this afternoon. They'll be rowing off for a silver oar. And it's a real battle here between St Joseph's and Scots. Joey's just extending their lead out to a length as we enter the final 20 metres of this race, but it'll be Shaw who win the first heat. They'll move through to the A final later this afternoon. A big congratulations to them. And it'll be St Joseph's that join them in the A final, with Scots moving through to the B final also this afternoon after the lunch break. So Shaw and St Joseph's through to the A final, Scots through to the B final. And we'll turn our attention to race 44 to see who joins them out of St Ignatius, Kings and Sydney Grammar.
It's probably worth noting as well that the Gold Cup for a lot of these crews that are racing right now is a shorter distance than they'd typically be known to race. So usually this crews from the larger boats and the senior boys row at 2,000 metres. So this is a 1,400 metre course, of course, with a dogleg turn. The head of the river, obviously the showpiece event for the season, is later on this year, usually falls around the Easter school holidays, around that break there. However, this race here offers obviously what no other race does, which is the coveted silver oar. So those that are lucky to be successful in any of the A finals, divisions and finals today will be able to win a silver oar. And as we've communicated a little bit earlier as well, up on the hill, the PNF are selling oar holders for those that do win and are fortunate enough to win a silver oar today. Somewhere you can place your silver oar to then put it on the mantelpiece. All of the proceeds that are made from the sale of those stands will go towards the bursary fund. And that's a good segue as well into what's going down on at the Ferry Wharf at the moment, which is the old Ignatius Union barbecue. So if you are feeling a little bit hungry, it's getting towards lunchtime for a lot of you. If you are feeling a little bit peckish or want a late breakfast or an early lunch, please head on down there and sample some of the wares or have a drink. Once again, all of the proceeds from the old Ignatius Union barbecue go towards the Riverview Bursary Fund. So please head down there and enjoy, whilst enjoying the wonderful racing we've got going on today.
And talking of the racing, this is race 44, the second heat for the School Year 10 Third 8. St Ignatius in lane 1, with a good lead here back to Kings and Sydney Grammar in lanes 2 and 3. Grammar probably slightly ahead of Kings at this stage, but once again, we'll see where they end up once they hit the turning buoy. But St Ignatius will be feeling pretty confident here that they'll be moving through to the A final this afternoon, along with Shaw and St Joseph's. And it'll be a real battle between Kings and Sydney Grammar to see who joins them. We'll get the timing slightly later on that we can compare as well between the crews and see where they end up. And you can see there the marshals instructing Sydney Grammar to go around the turning buoy there. They're They'd moved slightly inside and tried to push Kings across, but the marshals have done a great job there to get Sydney Grammar to go around the turning buoy, given the fact that they're in lane 3. And that's probably given Kings a slight advantage, probably about a length, as they battle it out for second place and that second spot in the A final. But St. Ignatius, much like Shaw in the race before, looking very strong here. And I'm sure you'd have to say, based on form and based off what we've seen this morning, there'll be a battle between those two crews in the A final later this Savo. So big congratulations to St. Ignatius. They win Heat 2. They'll move through to the A final, along with Shaw at St. Joseph's. And you'd say now that Kings will join them as well. Probably a slight issue there for Sydney Grammar, as Kings extend out their lead here for second place. So that A final later the Savo. We'll wait for the official draw, but it'll be Shaw, St. Joseph's from the first heat, and St. Ignatius and Kings from this heat. And Scots and Grammar will contest the B final.
Second, Hayes the second.
I think they've got a laptop down there that they uploaded online, and then because this is just the road New South Wales website. Yeah.
And mate, Riverview is in the first one of the first junior A or the second one?
Reviews in the second heat.
Okay.
So this is Shaw, Kings, Scots,
Sort of
Grammar.
run.
So this is race 45, heat 1 of the school year 10 second 8. Shaw in lane 1, Kings lane 2, Scots lane 3, Sydney Grammar lane 4. And once again, first and second moving through to the A final, third and fourth moving through to the B final. And they're all looking pretty tight here at this stage, Josh.
Yeah, we've had great racing so far, but once again, like this school first day, this seems to be the tightest spread that we've had so far between these four crews. At race 45 and Shaw in lane 1, looking just to be edging Kings, with the Scots crew as well, doing very well coming around this corner. Scots look to have taken the corner very well, but it will be Shaw with the advantage, having the inside line. Will be leading back to Kings, back to Scots, back to Grammar. Both Shaw and Kings supporter boats probably willing their schools on towards the last 300 metres or so, but it is Shaw just back to Kings, back to Scots, back to Grammar. A straight sprint towards the final.
Shaw just lifting their rate slightly there as well to pull away a bit from Kings. But a great job from all coxswains there to take the turn.
I think Shaw just managing their boat run just a little bit better than Kings, being able to extend a little bit stroke by stroke. It is Shaw probably by half a boat length to Kings, utilising that inside line. Fantastic run.
Kings coming back at them a bit. But it won't matter either way. Both those crews, both Shaw and Kings, will move through to the A final of the Year 10 Second 8. And Scots and Grammar will move through to the B final. But some great racing there across the Year 10 Second 8s. So Shaw and Kings through to the A final. Scots and Grammar through to the B final. That'll all happen later this Savo after the lunch break.
Some great racing we've seen so far, Luke, and we'll probably see that Shaw and that Kings crew meet again in race 81.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. And we've got the timings as well from the previous heats from the school Year 10 Third 8. So Shaw won Heat 1 in a time of 5:01.4. And St. Ignatius won their heat in a time of 5:02.8. So 1.4 seconds separating the crews from Shaw and St. Ignatius there that'll face off in the final later this afternoon. Plenty more comments coming through on the live stream as well. Big thank you to David Roach, who said he's cheering on the Riverview Roach boys from London. Tom, Sid, Arthur and Fred feeling very proud. So I've got viewers tuned in from America, people tuned in from London. I think we had people tuning in from Alaska one time, maybe a couple of years back.
And Trangie of New South Wales.
Trangie, New South Wales as well, which is great to see. So let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're cheering on here in the comments. If you can't be here, down at the school today. Once again, if you've got friends or family that can't be here, let them know. They can watch on YouTube. 2026 Gold Cup is what the live stream's called. And they can tune in and watch all the racing action.
Any questions, comments you've got, we're happy to interact with you via the live stream. Once again, it's great that an event such as this can go out online for all to witness. But now if we turn our attention back to the School Year 10-8 Heat 2, we have St Ignatius in Lane 1, St Joseph's in Lane 2, Newington in Lane 3 and Sydney Boys High in Lane 4. That is race 46, the School Year 10A Heat 2. Shame. Yeah, but no Norma, no Loretto, no Kinross. I don't think it's maybe not come. It is a shame. My sisters love coming down and rowing here. Getting silver all, but oh, great. And it is the St Ignatius and St Joseph's crew here who are battling it out for first position. They've had a bit of an oar clash there, it seems like, so we'll see if there's any repercussions from that. I'm doubting at this point. But it is both coxswains pushing their crews to the absolute limit here. Newington out of lane 3 coming up in third place with Sydney Boys High rounding out the top 4. But it is St Ignatius with the advantage as they come through the corner. We're in for a grandstand finish here. St Joseph starting their turn a little bit late, allowing St Ignatius to take full advantage of that inside line. From here, it's very difficult to separate both crews. But I do have St Ignatius with a slight lead over St Joseph's. But St Joseph's responding well, lifting their rate and power through the water. The St Ignatius crew looking very tidy, as do the St Joseph's crew. But it looks as though that St Ignatius have extended that lead that they gained at the corner from St Joseph's, about a boat length in front of the St Joseph's crew. The St Ignatius crew looking very relaxed. Once again, these two crews will meet again within the A final. They'll meet Shaw and Kings in race 81. But congratulations to St Ignatius, who have won their heat back to St Joseph's of the School Year 10 Second 8. That's race number 46. Moving now to race 47. Straight up the river, we've got, again, St Ignatius in lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 2, Newington in lane 3, and Sydney Boys High in lane 4. That is the School Year 10 First Aid, race number 47, heat number 1. Once again, a very tight race between the top 3 crews within this race, with St Ignatius, St Joseph's and Newington all battling it out here for first place.
And it'll be Riverview and Joey's that take the turn now.
Yeah, very good.
In lanes 1 and 2. Newington not far behind them in lane 3.
Sam should be coming.
But you'd say with that inside line, you'd favour Riverview and Joey's here to both make it through to the A final. St Ignatius with about a length lead back to St Joseph's.
No worries.
And Newington probably another length back at least. Probably 2 lengths back behind St Joseph's. Tiny bit of wash on the course there, but it shouldn't bother the crews here as they come through the final 100 metres. St Ignatius leading by a length back to St Joseph's as they approach the final red pylon. And no matter which way they finish, both those two crews, both St Ignatius and St Joseph's, will move through to the A final this afternoon, with Newington and Sydney High moving through to the B final. But St Ignatius will take bragging rights in this first heat for the Year 10 First 8. They'll come through in first place. St Joseph's in second. So they'll battle it out for the A final later this arvo. Newington in third, back to Sydney High in fourth. And once again, we'll look at the timings. Plenty of comments coming through on the live stream once again, which is great to see. Shout out from Junie to the Scots boys, from the Junie Hotel. I believe that's in the Riverview region of New South Wales. So that's great to see. Someone giving a reverse shout out to David Roach, from the year of 92, who completed a charity swim across the English Channel in an impressive time of 11 hours and 10 minutes on August 7.
Fantastic over there from David.
And Nick Gordon cheering on cousin Ruth Gibson in the Masters 8 and son Jack Gordon in the Joey's second 8 from San Francisco, which is great to see as well.
Thanks very much for tuning in with us here. We've had some great racing. I think that the St Joseph's crew and the Riverview crew, they're probably saving a little bit of gas for the finals that they'll sit a little bit later. So that'll be race 83. We've got the second heat now to decide who will be joining St Ignatius and St Joseph's in race 83 for the School Year 10 First 8 final.
And just while we wait for those crews to get a bit closer into our line of view, just going through the timings very quickly from the heats of the Year 10 second 8. So Shaw won Heat 1 in a time of 4:54. St Ignatius winning Heat 2 in a time of 4:51.5. So those two, could be interesting to see who wins between those two crews later this arvo. We've got a real race on here in Heat 2 for the School Year 10 First 8. Shaw turning first there, and then I think it's going to be a real battle for second place between Kings, Scots and Sydney Grammar as they all kind of turn together. Probably Scots maybe just edging Kings at the moment, but maybe that inside line doing Kings some favours as well.
As we've said before, the top two crews from here will join St Ignatius and St Joseph's in the final of the Year 10 First Junior 8. Shaw with a commanding lead over the other three crews, but it could be anyone's guess for this second place here. The tightest race we've seen so far. It looks as though Grammar and Scots are...
I think they've clashed blades. They're very close. I think one of the blades from Sydney Grammar might have just touched the coxswain from Scots there.
Unfortunately, that may have just given the second place to Kings. We'll see if the marshals have anything to say about it. They're trying to control the Scots, but it looks as though the Scots coxswain, unfortunately, is driven into the line of Sydney Grammar. We may have to...
Marshall's doing their best to separate the crews, but it'll be Shaw and Kings, you'd have to say, through to the A final. And Scots and Grammar will go through to the B final. I can't see them really making any changes there.
They'll join St Ignatius and St Joseph's in race 83 later this afternoon. Hey, yeah, very good. So, Josh, Luke, nice to meet you.
So they're going to be rowing in black armbands?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. When are they on? 3 races. 53.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
So I don't know, how do we want to work this? However you guys want.
Do you need someone with you, or do you want to do it by yourself, or whatever?
Go with myself, or you guys want to hang around, whatever you guys want. Do a few and have a break.
Yeah.
And then there's a break in there, and that will kind of like 2 hours by myself. It starts to get a bit loopy. Yeah.
All good.
So lunch break.
Lunch break.
About one,
Between 1 and 2.
or something.
No.
So it's just that there's no crew coming down. Oh, they were adjusting the start.
We've got all these are all heats now.
Yeah.
It's currently waiting for the start of the School Year 10 Cox Quad Skull Division 1. That's race 51 there. Due to start at about 11:24, so we've managed to get back some time there. We've got Pinball Ladies out of lane 1 and Roseville out of lane 2. Looking as though they've started at this point in time. These girls would also be used to rowing about 2,000 metres. So this race being 1,400 metres, a little bit shorter than they'd be typically used to. But fantastic to have involvement from Pinball Ladies in Roseville today. It's quick.
Everyone pretty tired.
4 seconds in the heat, and then the finals is yeah.
We're on for the best season between I'm sure you guys are. I don't have any allegiances, but
Are you coaching at the moment?
I coach at Normo, just year 8s.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I do commentary out at Surf.
Yeah, nice.
Just got the nod for Head of the River for the first time.
Great. Yeah.
So I was really keen to do this because we're the only GPS regatta right now, I think.
Great.
So you've obviously kicked on side with Nick Smith.
Yeah. Well, I coached the Kings last year,
Oh, okay.
so I know really well. But Michael Gray, who did it last year, I commentate with him, and he was like, he's working as a lawyer and he's real busy. And he's like, look, mate, you do all the commentary, like you're probably the best person in the world, which is really nice of him.
We used to have a guy, he was our sports master, Chris Kitchen.
Yeah, he's still doing it. I think I'm doing it with him.
His commentary's all right, except if you're watching the live stream, you know, when the cameras go down, following them down from the side, and what he's calling and what.
And I've noticed that he's calling what he's saying, not what's on the camera, which it's tough.
And it's a real art to that.
Yeah, it's good. I used to do that a little bit too, and then I did. I was lucky enough to do Henley last year.
Oh, yeah.
And you can't see anything from the commentary.
No, that's
Henley,
right.
it's the worst spot ever. You're on the finish line, you can't see anything, so you're just purely off the live stream.
Yeah.
So it makes a really good product for the broadcast.
Otherwise,
Sometimes you can get trapped into calling what you're looking at, the timing or whatever, but like,
that's not what's happening.
yeah, most people are watching the live stream.
They still
Do we have another crew in this race?
They still put up the signs. So they count the
Yeah,
points.
they're actually the most useful thing for the
Yeah,
country.
it's right. As they go through.
Coming down the river right now, we have the race 49, the School Year 10 Cox Quad Skull Division 3, lane 1, Pinball Ladies number 4, lane 2, Pinball Ladies number 3, and lane 3, first entry for today of Loretta Kirribilli.
Plenty more comments coming through on the live stream once again. People shouting out Shaw and Sydney Grammar from Hong Kong, which is great to see. So plenty of people tuning in from right around the world, which we love to see. But I think we've got a really tight race here in race 49, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Skull Division 3. Oh, yeah. Kirribilli.
And it is Loretta Kirribilli currently in the lead out of lane 3. So just reminding everyone as well, if you're watching online or here on the foreshore, the crews that are in lanes 1 and 2 have to go inside the buoy, so inside the buoy and inside the pylon that's there, and then lanes 3, 4 and 5 will have to go outside the buoy. So Loretto, as you can see, perfectly remaining within the course. They'll take that turn, their coxswain once again giving them the best advantage as they're coming down. The start is staggered to try and mitigate some of the advantage that you get from cutting the corner and inside that buoy. But at the moment, it is Loretto back to Pinball in first place. Both the Loretto and the Pinball crew starting their turn now. It'll make for a very interesting finish if Pymble can utilise any advantage they get from cutting this corner. With about 300 metres to go, it is Loretto back to Pymble, with the other Pymble ladies crew coming up in third place, a little bit further behind. Loretto with a very proud tradition of rowing. Always welcome here at St Ignatius at the Gold Cup. Pymble lady now just doing their best to put any sort of pressure on the Loretto crew, upping their rate in response to Loretto's commanding lead. But it will be Loretto at the moment holding that lead over Pymble Ladies College. And Pymble really putting pressure now back on to Loretto Kirribilli. Loretto doing well to maintain that strong lead. Looking very good inside and outside of the water, allowing the boat to move along the water. Pymble giving it everything they have to try and pressure Loretto Kirribilli. With 50 metres to go, the crew from Loretto Kirribilli of Emily Buriak, Ariel Wood, Eloise Roberts, Charlotte Taylor, coxed by Katarina Volanders, coached by Emma Bunbury and Lucy Howard, will win the School Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. That's race 49. First entry there from Loretto Kirribilli and taking out race 49.
The Pymble Ladies crew coming through in second. Alexandra Ritchie, Abby Pisani, Isabella Hume, Ellie Zhao, Eloise Jenkins is the cox. And this the other Pymble Ladies crew coming through in third place. Margot Marset, Ginny Mackin, Eden Connors, Bethany Carruthers, and coxed by Bronte Cardno. Race 50 also well and truly underway. That's Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Did have 3 entrants listed in this race, but Barker have not started. So we've got Pymble Ladies and Loretto once again battling it out. And once again, looks like a really tight race here. Pymble Ladies maybe with about a half a length lead back to Loretto at this stage as they approach the final 200 metres. But once again, I think we're set up some really tight racing here and a really tight finish between Pymble Ladies and Loretto Kirribilli.
Seems like the tide has picked up a little bit, allowing for a little bit quicker racing at this point as well. Slight breeze, slight tailwind that will help crews. We just need the crews to sit up a little bit more, use their hands a little bit quicker out of the back, and making sure their catches are nice and clean. This Loretto and Pymble crew here, once again battling it out for first place. This time around, though, it looks as though Pymble have about a length lead over the Loretto Kirribilli crew. Pymble have been strong in all of the races they've entered today, and it will be the Pymble Ladies College crew who will take it out.
So big congratulations to Pymble Ladies, winners of race 50. The crew, Blair Elliott, Gemma Teal, Rose Jones, Siri Torbenschlag, Annabelle Stacks is the cox, and Loretto Kirribilli coming in second. Lucia Bartlam, Georgia Woodward, Scarlett Hopkins, Ava Saar, Arabella Johnson is the cox. Coaches Lucy Howard and Emma Bunbury. And we've got Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull underway as they approach the turning buoy. And it's Roseville in lane 2, leading back to Pymble Ladies in lane 1. In the final division of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Sculls. So it looks like across the 3 divisions, we'll have 3 different winners. Loretto Kirribilli winning Division 3. Pymble Ladies winning Division 2. And Roseville in a very strong position here to win Division 1. Some really strong racing across all 3 divisions of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. Approaching the final red pylon now. Roseville with A very commanding lead back to Pimble Ladies. A little bit of wind and wash coming across the course, but not seeming to bother either crew there. Really strong rowing from both Roseville and Pimble Ladies.
This Roseville crew looking incredibly strong in and out of the water. We talk about trying to control the boat when we're out of the water, when the oars are coming up to the catch and putting it in there. This Roseville crew exemplifying what it means to be calm and collected rowing.
So big congratulations to Roseville winners of Race 51, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull. The crew, Hannah Ryan, Millie Phillips, Abby Harris, Sophie Ben, Libby Atkinson is the Cox, coached by Karis Campbell. And Pimble Ladies in second, Aurora Zhang, Miller Leal Henville, Lulu Hill, Kate Lonergan, Emma Wang is the Cox. As we await the start of Race 52, Division 1 of the Men's Masters 8. So we saw the Women's Masters 8s earlier this morning. We've now got the Men's Masters 8s. We've got 2 races across 2 divisions. So in Division 1, we've got North Shore in Lane 1, Sydney Lane 2, a Mossman composite made up of Mossman and Black Mountain rowers in Lane 3. If that's Black Mountain, I'm assuming that's Canberra from memory. If that's Black Mountain Peninsula Rowing Club, which I know well, and North Shore in Lane 4. And so the North Shore crew in Lane 4 will start on go. The Sydney Rowing and Mossman Composite crews will both start after 7 seconds. And the North Shore crew in Lane 1 will start after 18 seconds.
Thanks, Luke. And as we've said all today, we are live streaming this event on YouTube, so if you can join us, or if there are people here who can't join us in person here on the foreshore for the great day of rowing that's been so far, please feel free to tune in to 2026 Gold Cup on YouTube and feel free to interact with us in the comments section. It's been some fantastic rowing so far. But to all of you that are here at St Ignatius College, Riverview, we'd like to welcome you once again to the 142nd annual Gold Cup Regatta, making it the oldest regatta in the Southern Hemisphere. We've had a great day of rowing so far. The wind is just starting to pick up, which we should see some faster times. We should see these crews now starting to accentuate their hand speed as they come out of the back to try and compensate for the little tailwind that's coming down. But the Men's Masters 8 currently coming down. North Shore, Sydney Rowing Club, Mossman Composite, and North Shore. As we've said all day, we've got a range of ages that are rowing within these races. I can see in front of me the ages of all the athletes that are currently in this race. 74, I spot, or 76, mind you, is the oldest person that I can spot in here. I won't dignify that with a name, but from 31 to 76, we've got a whole different range of ages, which is a fantastic effort to be able to row for all these years and be a part of such a great regatta. They're censoring it.
I just thought it was full of school kids just going nuts.
There was a slight... There's a guy before that... Was he still there? He complained about Joey's crew that cut the corner. He was like, why isn't there a penalty?
You don't even need umpires.
No.
Got the keyboard umpires. That's Gold Cup.
It is the crew from Sydney Rowing Club out of Lane 2 that are currently winning. They went off 7 seconds. Back to the Mossman Composite out of Lane 3. What a fantastic advertisement for the sport of rowing. This Sydney Rowing Club crew building on the advantage they gained from the inside of the turn with every stroke.
Yeah. Oh yes.
This first division of the men's Masters 8, as we've said here, fantastic effort from all crews involved. But it is the Sydney Rowing Club crew currently ahead of the Mossman Composite crew. The Mossman Composite coming in now, lifting their rate to try and finish really strongly. Stroke doing his best to try and speed up as much as they can to try and catch this Sydney Rowing Club crew, but it will be the Sydney Rowing Club Masters crew out of lane 2. Stuart Cowell, Kyle Quitzow, Jared Anthony, Ross Pritchard, David Greenslade, Daniel Morris, Robert McNeil, Mark Binder, coxed by Bradley Wooten. And the Mossman Composite crew coming in second place, which is the composite crew from Mossman Rowing Club and Black Mountain Rowing Club from Canberra.
The crews from North Shore coming through in third and fourth, respectively. And so we'll also have race 53, which will be Division 2 of the Men's Masters 8. And we've got 3 entrants in this race. We've got a North Shore Composite in lane 1, although I believe that might just be a pure North Shore crew now. Another North Shore crew in lane 2, and an Abbotsford Leichhardt Composite in lane 3. And I'll pass to Josh for a special announcement about this race, race 53.
So for race 53, this race is being dedicated to John Fabro, who was a Riverview old boy who graduated in 1976 and father. He was a valued member of the crew from North Shore Rowing Club rowing out of lane 2. You'll notice that all of those rowers there today are wearing black armbands in his memory. North Shore Rowing Club and the wider rowing community, having competed for New South Wales University as well, Macquarie and Mossman, John Fabro was a valued member of all of those crews. He competed in many Gold Cups as recently as last year. And so today's race from the North Shore crew is dedicated to John Fabro, and the North Shore crew will be wearing black armbands in his memory. Perfect.
Should mention as well the handicapping for this race, given it is a Masters race. So the Abbotsford Leichhardt Composite in lane 3 started on go. The North Shore crew in lane 2 that we were mentioning started after 29 seconds. And the North Shore crew in lane 1 started after 37 seconds. All 3 crews very tight over on the Hunters Hill side of the river at this stage.
Luke, I probably just want to mention as well that out of lane 4 in the St George Composite, we've got an 85-year-old who's competing. They've been scratched, apologies. He would have been competing here today. But out of lane 3, the Abbotsford Composite, we have Dennis Tracy, the 80-year-old, who's competing as a part of that crew. What a fantastic advertisement for the sport of rowing. Rowing throughout your life. As we've said here, all the North Shore crew out of lane 2, rowing in memory of John Fabro. Fantastic steward for rowing throughout his life. They'll be wearing black armbands today in his honour. And it is that North Shore crew out of lane 2 who are leading the race. A commanding lead coming down back to the other North Shore crew and then back to the Abbotsford Composite. That Abbotsford Composite crew being made up from rowers from Abbotsford and Leichhardt Rowing Club. And it is the North Shore Composite crew that are in lane 1 that are currently leading the race. Using the full turn with the dog leg to their full advantage. 6 boat lengths ahead of their stablemates from North Shore. Rowing out of lane 2. Both North Shore crews wearing black armbands in memory of John Fabro. Proud Riverview old boy and rowing club member. But it is the North Shore crew out of lane 1. Jasper Bauer, Peter Horton, Justin Peters, David Binks, Stefan Kerr, Andy Jeffries, Alistair Smith, Eric Luck, Chris Walsh, coxed by Sydney Krieger, and they're coached by Kim Rudder, taking out race 53, the men's Masters 8 Division 2.
North Shore coming through in second as well. Adam Scobie, Peter Richards, Andrew Gibson, Mark Elliott, Mel Gillespie, John Govinat, Timothy Sargent, Hunter Southwick, coxed by Charlotte Tanner. Once again, rowing in memory of John Fabro, Riverview old boy from the class of 1976. And the Abbotsford composite crew made up of rowers from Abbotsford and Leichhardt coming through in third place. Terry Barella, Neil McCormick, Dennis Tracy, Richard Coleman, Bruce Reid, Rowan Mitchell, Robert Kelsall, Michael Hayes, Judith McDonald is the cox.
Come in. That mic's on. No, or you can tell if you want to.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. A little change in the commentary. Chris McCarthy here taking you through to the lunch break as we get underway with our GPS senior crews with the first heat of the School 4th well and truly upon us and through the bend and a little bit of drama with it. So we've got St Ignatius leading the charge here from shore. And then it is the Sydney Grammar and Kings crews over on the far side of the course who have come a cropper. And as they try and navigate that turning buoy, Kings just getting in front. But top 2 through to the A final, the remainder to the B final, and those top 2 fairly well clear at the moment. St Ignatius, number 1 in lane number 1. Thomas Ball, Hugh McWilliam, Raf Tui, William Brown, Thomas Breedenham, the cox, coached by Sarah Dew, who are striding clear of the field in front of the wharf as they approach the finish line here. They're leading the shore combination in lane 2. Campbell Binney, Henry Smythe, Harry Fuzes, Peter Komenakis and Will Langfield, the coxswain. Those 2 crews will progress through to this afternoon's A final in the School 4th 4. And across the line, it is St Ignatius with the win in our opening Senior 4s race. Shore School in second. They'll be hoping to go one better in the final. It's been St Ignatius in the 4s the last couple of weeks. We could only expect that to continue here on the home waters of the Lane Cove River. The King's School looking fairly comfortable in third. They were in lane 5, moved across after that coming together. Major Vadia, Wiley Lay, Henry Peagam, Max Gable and Archie Farrer, the coxswain. They'll take third. They'll contest the B final this afternoon. Sydney Grammar in 4th place. Arav Sanderson, Keller, McNeil Chapman and Komenos, the coxswain. And then combination from Newington here. I'll join them in the B final. So they just cross the line now. So coming down on the course, the next race upon us, the second of these 2 heats in the School 4th 4. St Joseph's in lane 1, the King's School in lane 2. This will be the Kings' 4th 4, the crew that we've just seen to be their 5th 4. Scott's in lane 3 and the St. Ignatius 5th 4 in lane 4. At the moment, it is the two crews on the near side of the course, St. Joseph's and Kings, who look to have separated themselves from the challengers from Scott's and St. Ignatius. So once again, top two progressing through to the A final. The others will race again in the B final, but will not have a chance at a silver or the conclusion of their day's racing. St. Joseph's currently leading in Station 1, approaching the turning buoy. That's the combination of Fletcher Grenfell, Vincent McAllister, Nicholas Campy, Samuel Lonergan, Cooper Watkins, the coxswain, coached by Simon Pennington and Gus Szolka. Very experienced coaching duo there. Simon Pennington and Gus Szolka, who has competed on the Australian junior team the last couple of years. We'll see him in action in the Sydney University crew in the Men's Open 8 later on. So I suspect he's not on the water watching his crew. He's probably getting ready for the Men's Open 8. But it hasn't bothered them. The boys in Cerise navigating the turn with ease. Maybe just pushing Kings a little wide there. Nice tactical move. And are now a good 3-4 lengths clear of the King's School. Both of those two crews looking very likely to progress through to the final. Very quick conditions here, the Gold Cup. Incoming tide for the moment. And a tailwind helping these Coxed fours down the course. So St. Joseph's leading, Kings in second. That's Harry Bellhausen, Will Ralph, Jock McGrath, Lachlan Arentz and Arjun Trivedi, the Cox, coached by Felix Lay. Certainly not letting St. Joseph's have it all their own way, even though both crews looking very comfortable to progress through to the A final. St. Joseph's now in the last 10 strokes. The St. Joseph's crew there in lane 1, Grenfell, McAllister, Campy, Lonergan and Watkins first and through to the final, or the A final. Kings will join them in the A final. And they'll race against the St. Ignatius and Shaw crews that we saw in the previous race. St. Ignatius number 2, their 5th 4, Miles Strudwick, Makola Shmatuka, Hugo Harper and Lachlan Sajuri, Marshall Devlin, the Cox. Coming across for third now. And they'll have another run down the course in the B final this afternoon. And the Scots College crew, who started over in lane 3. Will Netting, Jason Zhang, Nick Phillips, Tennyson Bors and Jordan Dubov, the coxswain, will round out the second heat of the school 4th 4. Moving up to the third 4, race 56. We're making up a little bit of time now. We're just a couple of minutes behind schedule, but things looking pretty tidy at the moment. St. Ignatius in lane 1, the King's School in lane 2, Newington College in lane 3, and Sydney Grammar in lane 4. And this might be the tightest race we've seen in the 4s yet, with at the moment St. Ignatius leading, but only narrowly from the King's School. And Newington over there in lane 3, probably only 3/4 of a boat length behind, but they will have to go around the outside of that orange turning buoy with the little flag on it that you can see if you're joining us on the live stream, or if you can see from your vantage point here on the Lane Cove River. They will have to go around that, which can make things, obviously give them a little bit more distance to row. But St. Ignatius putting the foot down as they approach their turn and taking the turn a little bit early as well. A good move from that lane 1, making the most of that advantageous lane. They obviously would have started about a boat length behind, given that they have that shorter course. Navigating the turn and a little bit of wash with ease now. And with that slightly tighter line than Kings, have now opened up almost 2 boat lengths. So the St. Ignatius crew, Oliver Eisenhower, Archer Loves, Samuel Barry, Henry McRae and Samuel Keane, the Cox, coached by Sarah Dew. Currently leading. King's School turning on the afterburners here and having a tilt. Both crews look comfortable to progress through to the A final, but not if Kings have got anything to do with it here. Really lifting their rate in the closing strokes here. It's a combination of Max McGraw, Lachlan Cable, Campbell Whalen, Charlie Jones and Ollie Forrester, coached by Felix Lay. And they've reined in 2 boat lengths, and they've almost got a bit of overlap here. I don't think they'll have quite enough course. I think it's going to run out for them. But a good tilt in the closing strokes of this race. St. Ignatius with the look back. I think barring disaster here, this will be St. Ignatius's win in the first heat of the third 4. This crew will be competing for the Father Gartland Trophy at the GPS Head of the River in a few weeks' time. Obviously a very special one for the college. Kings just a boat length and a half behind those 2 crews through to the A final. Top 2 to the A final, the remainder to the B final. First crew through to the B final will be Newington, who did well to hang on in the early stages, but just you've got to be ahead if you're going to go around the outside of the turning buoy. You have to be getting there first so you can dictate terms in terms of the steering. And that Newington crew, Joshua Cronin, Jeremy Cooper, Tom Perrott, Aidan Evans and Noah Clayton crossing in third. And just taking their last strokes, about 150, 200 metres left to go in the course. It is Sydney Grammar's Marcus Shipway, Jarrett Kwan, Dan Shil Huang, Maximilian McKnight and Roderick Shen, the coxswain, who are just dealing with a little bit of wash now, but will take their final few strokes across the line to secure their berth in the B final. So it looks like we've just got underway in our second heat of the School Third 4. Only 3 boats contesting this one, so just 1 crew to miss out. Top 2 through to the A final, and the remaining 1 crew will contest the B final. Shore School in lane 1, Xavier Coker, Xavier Duvernat, Ollie Mott, Harrison Frape and Austin Anderson, the coxswain. St Joseph's in lane 2, Fletcher Stephen, Finn Clare, Thomas Smythe, Connor Hopkins and Cooper Chan, the cox. And then Scots College in Station 3, who look to have made a pretty good work of the start in this very early stages of the race. That's Teddy Alvarez Garcia, Eric Johansson, Hugo Duplessis, William Porter, and Adisha Chan, the coxswain. As we mentioned before, that lane 3 and then 4 and 5, if we've got them, will have to navigate the outside. The lookers left, if you're joining us on the live stream, if you're down here on the banks of the college, the outside of that turning buoy. It's a slightly longer course, but they do get a little bit of a head start, about a boat length up at the start line. So you need to get to that turning buoy in pretty good stead if you're going to make a challenge in the closing strokes of the race. So through about halfway now in this second heat of the School Third 4, race 57. It is Shaw in lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 2, Scots in lane 3. And did think that the Shaw crew maybe didn't get the quickest start, but have moved on now, really put the foot down and look to have got their bow ball in front of St Joseph's. St Joseph's will be in a good position to move into second place or consolidate second place once they come through the turning buoy. They're about dead level with the Scots College at the moment, with about 300 metres or so until the coxswains make that decisive move with 400 metres to go here on the infamous dogleg course. So Shaw now with over a boat length. They're well clear of St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's still got to deal with Scots College. Scots really have the rate up as they approach the turning buoy, but on that outside it'll be very, very tricky. Joey's choosing to turn early, which is putting them in the wash of the Shaw crew, so they're clearly not too fussed with challenging for the win here, but just focused on protecting their second place, top two through to the final. So that's the important one. And I think that early turn has probably just got them 2 or 3 lengths of advantage around the buoy. Scott's just a little bit wide around the buoy, playing it safe there, but they'll really have to put in a good stint in the last 400 metres here. Shaw turning on the afterburners, not conserving any energy in the run into the A final later this afternoon. A couple of hours of rest in store, but they're very, very comfortable in the lead. The Shaw combination of Xavier Croker, Xavier DeVernet, Ollie Mott, Harrison Frape and Austin Anderson, the coxswain, who are a good 4 boat lengths clear as they pass the last pylon. About 200 metres left to row here on the Lane Cove River. A nice tailwind supporting them down the course. St. Joseph's, that early steering has done them well to get them clear of the Scots College, who are having a good tilt, but I think they'll run out of racecourse here in the closing strokes of this race. Shaw just starting to wind things down a little bit. We spoke about conserving energy. Certainly not wasting anything in this heat. They'll leave a few bickies in store for the A final. Shaw across the line first. St. Joseph's comfortably in second in the end. The boys from Bellevue Hill, the Scots College, in third place for their spot in the B final. And moving on now to the second 4, race number 58 on your program. 4 crews in contention in this one. Once again, top 2 through to the A final, bottom 2 through to the B final. It is at the moment St. Ignatius in lane 1 in the lead, St. Joseph's in lane 2, Newington in lane 3, and Sydney Grammar in lane 4, who are currently sitting in second place. So we'll get a really good picture of the advantage that you get from turning inside the boys. St. Joseph's there in station 2 will have that shorter line, but at the moment, boys from Sydney Grammar, the boys from Newington, rather, who have swapped places. Sydney Grammar just trailing at the moment, but the boys from Newington taking a pretty wide line around the buoy there. This will make things very tight between St. Joseph's and Newington in the closing strokes of this race. St. Ignatius College, Sydney Roach, Matthew Beeman, Kieran Dennis, James Davis and Zach Burton, the Cox, looking very, very comfortable here, but the race is on for who is going to progress through to the A final. St. Joseph's were trailing behind Newington, but Newington had to take that wider line and took it a little bit wider than they needed to, and that has meant that St. Joseph's have closed right in. They're right on the hot on their heels now. Ari Geach, Julius Lum, Thomas Sieve, Marco Fanice, Darcy Williams, the Cox, coached by Matt Courtney, are chasing in the boys from Stanmore, Newington, Oscar Wong, Nicholas Sofsis, Rory Begg and Ashton Talapan, Cox by Dylan Henry. Dylan Henry has a quick look over and he can see that the boys from Hunters Hill are hot on their heels, but a crab in the closing strokes, that'll arrest any momentum that St. Joseph's had. So Newington leading by half a length here to progress through the A final. St. Ignatius take the win in this first heat of the school second at 4. And the race has been on for second and that last second spot into the A final. And it is Newington by 2/3 of a length in the end over St. Joseph's to move through to the A final. Sydney Grammar, with about 300 metres left to row here, will join them in that B final. So heat number 2 underway now. Race 59, Shaw in lane 1, Kings in lane 2, Scots College in lane 3 and Sydney Boys High in lane 4. And it is tight between our leading 3 combinations. Shaw in lane 1, neck and neck with the King's School in lane 2. So Charlie Glancy, Rupert Forrester, Ryan Doherty, Ed McDonald and Alex Galbin, the Cox, in the Shaw School boat. They will get a slightly better line, so they'll be looking to just stay in touch here, and I think they might have just moved ahead of the King's School Nick Walsh, Angus Purdy, Jack Webster, Sam Watt, Digby Norton Knight, the coxswain, coached by Angus Wickham. There might be a little bit of a clash of blades here as Shaw just pushing Kings out a little bit wider than they would have liked. Look to have separated themselves now. The umpire following on very closely. Shaw come through the bend in the lead. Be by less than a boat length though. Kings putting the pressure on them, both in their rowing and in their steering, getting very, very close indeed. But Shaw able to dictate terms out in front. Scots have got a good turn from lane 3, but it is a long way back. About 3 or 4 lengths to make up in the closing strokes here. Shaw and Kings still very close together here. I'd almost say that Kings are moving quicker here, but there's some oars in the way if they're going to move through. The Kings coxswain's going to need to move out closer to the bank, and I think he's just started to do that. So Shaw under pressure here from Kings. These two crews will almost certainly be the two progressing through to the A final, but they're battling for the lane draw. They want that inside lane when they race in the A final. Shaw have found another gear here through a little bit of wash, and they've just handled it a little bit better. We'll see if Kings can lift again, but Shaw by half a length. I don't think there's too much incentive now. And over the line, it will be Shaw by less than half a length in the end. King's School in second. Those two crews through to the A final. Scots College did well to stay with the race in the early stages, but couldn't quite do it around the bend. Sydney Boys High in fourth. Scots and Sydney Boys to the B final. First 4 up next, coming right at us, almost on top of us. St Ignatius, lane 1. King's School in lane 2. Newington in lane 3. Sydney Grammar in lane 4. St Ignatius and Kings battling out the front here. Those two will have the inside line. St Ignatius, you'd expect them to pull away here as they just push Kings a little bit wider and take the turn nice and early. It's a great line there from the St Ignatius coxswain, Nicholas Culbert. So Ignatius Babbage Hockey, Luke Delaney, Harry Walker, Angus Field in this Riverview crew. The King's School, Massimo Fitzsimon, Patrick Yee, Hugo Yates, Henry Harvey, and Kesh in the cox's seat, coached by Angus Wickham. And they're really having a dig at it, King's School here. They've got the rate right up. St Ignatius just with a bit more length and a bit more poise in these tougher conditions, but King's really fighting to stay in touch. There's almost a boat length of clear water between the stern of St Ignatius's 4 and the bow of that grey Filippi from the King's School. It's going to be tight for third. So it's only top 2 to progress through to the A final. That looks certainly to be St Ignatius and the King's School here. In fact, St Ignatius just pulling away stroke by stroke here in the last 150 metres of the course. King's School for second. It is close for third. Sydney Grammar are just in front of Newington. They've been close all the way down the course. Sydney Grammar with about half a boat length in the closing strokes here. They've just about done it. A little bit of a dirty stroke there, but it won't impede their progress. Sydney Grammar for third, Newington for fourth, but both crews to the B final. All right, the final race of the fours heats for this morning. They'll all race again in the finals after the lunch break. But for the moment, race 61, heat 2 of the school first 4. Shaw School in lane 1. Christopher Ewan, Taj Robertson, Braden McDonald, Will Reid and Seb Cheers in the cox's seat. St Joseph's College in station 2. Jed Holgate, George Graham, Thomas Foster, Angus Falk and Zachary Taylor, the coxswain. Scots in lane 3. Conrad Lowe, Rocco Rossi, James Dunbar, Edward Green and Josh Maloof, the cox, and Sydney Boys High in lane 4. Leo Hang, James Carmichael, Vincent Wang and Michael Trung. Jensen Lim on the strings. And just approaching almost the halfway point, it looks to be St Joseph's, Jed Holgate, George Graham, Thomas Foster, Angus Falk, Zachary Taylor, who just have the ascendancy over Shaw in lane 1. So for joining us on the live stream, thank you for joining us. And if you're joining us on the live stream, on the right-hand side of the picture, the four crews that you can see, that's Shaw, who are currently looking like they might actually be down in third at this stage. St Joseph's leading from Scots. So it'll be interesting to see if Shaw can peg back any ground with that advantageous lane 1. So Shaw would have started behind and have to reel in the crew from Scots before they get that nice inside line. But the danger is, if St Joseph's get to that corner well before Shaw, they can cut right in front of the Shaw crew. And then Shaw will be in dirty water and have a lot of work to do if Scots get a good run in the last 400 metres. But Scots just coming unstuck there. A little bit of a crab, a little bit of a digger. Looks like they've regained a bit of momentum nicely now, but that has opened the door for the boys from North Sydney. The Shaw School moving in front of Scots now as they approach the turn. St Joseph's will start turning any second now. Here it goes. Turning early, as is their right, as they've earned. That'll make things tricky for Shaw, but I don't think Shaw are going to have any troubles holding off the Scots College. A little bit of a crab there from Scots, meaning they've just lost that momentum. Good steering from Shaw, quick, decisive turn, and that's kept them in touch here. It'll only be about a boat length. St Joseph's leading from Shaw. The St Joseph's crew, Jed Holgate, George Graham, Thomas Foster, Angus Falk and Zachary Taylor. Their coxswain leading by about a boat length from Christopher Ewan, Taj Robertson, Braden McDonald, Will Reid and Seb Cheers. I don't think Shaw are going to have quite enough water to rein in St Joseph's. Getting very friendly with that pylon there, the Shaw School. But here they come, lifting the rate. So they're in that dirty water, putting their blade in the puddles of the St Joseph's crews. A little bit of overlap here from Shaw, but I think they're just going to run out of racetrack in the closing strokes of the race. These two crews will be the two to progress through to the final. St Joseph's, a neat boat length in the end, ahead of the Shaw School in second. Those two through to the A final. Scots, after challenging early, couldn't quite hang on around the bend. Conrad Lowe, Rocco Rossi, James Dunbar, Edward Green and John Maloof will race again in the B final, as will Sydney Boys High, with about 300 metres left to row now. As we move from the fours, it's the school third 8 up next. And looks like we've had a scratching or a withdrawal from the King's School in lane 3. The King's School not there, so it is a local derby here between St Ignatius and St Joseph's. So St Ignatius in lane 1, Tommy Burton, Alexander Raymond Nash, Ben Walker, Jack Whitson, Charlie Forshaw, Oliver Tucker, Patrick Cleary, Max Remus and Charlie Vecchio the Cox, coached by David Hogan. St Joseph's in lane 2, William Bailey, Finn Garland, Lachlan Coman, Lachlan Farrell, Oliver France, Lucas Marning, Lachlan Hoovel, Vincent McAllister and George Young coxing the St Joseph's crew, and they are locked in a tight battle here. Both crews, so they're lane 1 and 2, so both crews will get will turn inside the buoy. So it'll be whoever can get there first will be able to dictate terms around that left-hand dogleg bend. At the moment, it looks like the St Ignatius crew are best placed. So this is a heat. or was meant to be top 2 progress to the A final and 1 through to the B final. But with the withdrawal or the not starting of the King's School, both of these crews will be comfortably through to the A final. 4 crews to race in the next heat, and 2 of those crews will miss out. I think that looks like St Ignatius College just breaking clear in this first heat of the School Third 8. Good length and a half or so. There is definitely clear water between those 2 combinations. And the boys from Riverview on their home course, they'll know that they can push Joey's wide here. And that's what they've done. They've made life a little bit harder for St Joseph's. And they're just starting to turn now turning early. Taking a good line, nice gradual turn, and that'll put St Joseph's right in the wash of St Ignatius by the time that they come straight out of the bend. So good coxing there from Charlie Vecchio. Good coxing as well from the St Joseph's crew. So George Young on the strings there. He's gotten them straight nice and early, but it is a long way to go in an 8 now to rein in a margin like that. So striding clear of the race, it was a one-on-one little match race here on the Lane Cove River, but has not phased the locals, the home crews, Tommy Burton, Alexander, Raymond Nash, Ben Walker, Jack Whitson, Charlie Forshaw, Oliver Tucker, Patrick Cleary, Max Remus and Charlie Vecchio, the Cox, coached by Dave Hogan. Looking neat and tidy and just taking this heat in their stride. They'll line up again in the A final this afternoon. St Ignatius with the win. Big cheers from the home crowd. St Joseph's will finish second, but both crews will race again in this afternoon's A final. So the second heat of the School Third 8 underway. Heat 2, we were due 4 crews, but Scott's in lane 2 haven't started. So St Ignatius in lane 1, St Joseph's in lane 3 and Shaw in lane 4. So these are listed as number 2 crews from St Ignatius and St Joseph's. So this would be their 4th 8, just highlighting the depth of the 2 local programs. I'd say we've had some pretty all over the shop steering in the opening stages of this race because St Joseph's are now on the far side of the course, whereas they should be in lane 3 and Shaw are on the inside of them. So St Ignatius on our right as we look up the river towards Sydney Harbour. Shaw are currently in the middle of the course, but they will need to be careful that they're pointed like they're going to go inside the buoy, but both the Shaw and St Joseph's crews will need to go around the buoy. They've swapped lanes here in the opening exchanges. Shaw currently leading, but if they keep rowing extra distance in the way that they are, it might just open the door for another St Ignatius crew in the final. So top 2 to the A final, only 1 to miss out. It'll be a lonely old B final for the 1 crew that does miss out. They'll be the only crew contesting that one this afternoon. Shaw just correcting their steering now. They are moving over so that they can go around the buoy and just making that corner a lot tighter than it needs to be. So it'll be interesting to see if we can have another lane 1 victory and have St Ignatius sneak down the inside here. They're a long way back at the moment, but if you take the turn well and your opponent doesn't take the turn well, it can be worth a good couple of lengths. So the Shaw crew, Sam Advani, Alec Eldershaw, Gus Pritchard, Henry Johnston, Benjamin Penner, Dominic Walker, Jack Butcher, Michael Hocking, Thomas Manchie, the coxswain. They're just approaching the turning buoy now. And they're taking it reasonably wide so that it just don't make it super tight because they've had to move over to their right to get around the buoy. But they'll get straight early. St. Ignatius are going to have a good run here. This has certainly tightened this race up. Shaw still with the lead. St. Ignatius not quite straight yet. They've turned on the afterburners here. They found another gear, have the boys from the Shaw School. And looks like, look, they might be going to turn this into a 1,600 metre race, but it hasn't phased them. Well over a boat length in front. So here come the Shaw School in the second heat of the third eight. Almost 3 boat lengths clear. More than 3 boat lengths clear. Are moving away with every stroke now. Last few strokes into the finish. It will be the Shaw School take the win in this second heat. So they'll face St. Ignatius and St. Joseph's in the A final. And they'll be joined by this second St. Ignatius crew. Third eight, traditionally a very happy hunting ground for St. Ignatius, and 2 crews in the final. Boys from Joey's, Will Campy, Hugh Jacobs, Thomas O'Callaghan, Isaac Beattie, Bailey Kropp, Will Brown, Ashton Rowe, Henry O'Malley, and William Fisher, the coxswain. They will progress through to the B final, which will undoubtedly just be a time trial. They'll be the only crew out on the course in that one. So we've got another little match race underway in race 64, the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull. We've got Askham in lane 1, Roseville in lane 2, and then Pimble Ladies in lane 3 have not started. So the Askham crew, Izzy Bugg, Laura Drower, Chloe Hitchens, Sammy Robilliard, Darcy Moody, the Cox, coached by Australian under-19 coach Oliver Klotz. Chloe Hitchens there in the 3-seat. She has won this event before as a coxswain 2 years ago. Askham's first trip to the Gold Cup saw them take a win. They'll be looking to repeat that today, but it'll have to go through the heat. They didn't have to go through the heat a couple of years ago, so good to see an increase in entries here in the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. Looks like the crew from Askham just behind. Combination from Roseville, Annabelle Eben, Abigail Kelly, Chloe Franklin, Piper Robertson and Alex Davies, the Cox, coached by Jack Henderson, who look to have a pretty sizable advantage now, approaching the halfway mark of the course. So Askham and Roseville, straight match race here, and Roseville need to have done the best job in the early stages, some way clear of the girls from the city's east. So both crews will go on the inside of the turning buoy, lanes 1 and 2. Roseville are quite wide at the moment, which is actually right where you want to be if you can be. You can get the turn done nice and early. Move in front of your competitor. Give them some dirty water. Have a nice straight, clean run home to the finish. So past the turning point now. It is the girls from Roseville. Some slightly different colours this year. New school uniforms translated to the rowing program as well. Wearing light blue. The girls from the North Shore, which has already caught out more than a couple of commentators over the early parts of the season. But looking splendid in their new uniform. And maybe giving them a little bit of extra speed too. The combination of Annabelle Eben, Abigail Kelly, Chloe Franklin, Piper Robertson, Alex Davies, the Cox's seat in the bow there, coached under the watchful eye of Jack Henderson. And they're a good solid 4 or 5 boat lengths ahead. Asker have done well to make up a bit of ground on the turn there, but won't quite have done enough to rein in an imperious start from Roseville College. Big cheers from the banks for the girls from Roseville. Very proud rowing program. And locals here as well, rowing out of the North Shore Rowing Club just up the river. They'll take their final few strokes to secure a fairly comfortable victory in their heat of the Schoolgirl Quad through to the A final. Askham will join them. Top 2 through and only 2 in the race after the withdrawal of one of the Pymble Ladies College combinations. So we'll see them out again in force in the A final later this afternoon. First of 2 heats there in the Schoolgirl Quad. Second heat just starting to get underway up at the start line. So it looks like we've got all 3 crews here in race 65, heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Quad. Pymble Ladies number 1 in lane 1, Claire Ferreira, Arabella Murphy, Rosie Eggins, Claudia Hodder and Dimity Love in the Cox's seat. Barker College in lane 2, which if I'm not mistaken, this may be the first time that Barker College has been here at the Riverview Gold Cup. So Barker College in lane 2, Lucy Watkins, Lucia Stamoli, Taylor Grayson, Meg Anderson, Yuja Chu in the Cox's seat. No coach listed, but I'm sure Donovan Seck will be very glad to be back here at the Gold Cup, taking up the head coach role at Barker after many successful years at Sydney Rowing Club. And then Pymble Ladies in lane 3, Charlotte Lynn, Serena Cummings, Charlotte Blakelock and Isla Campbell, Peyton Ashton in the Cox's seat. And it looks like it is the crew from Barker who have strode out to a lead in the early stages of this race. They're going stroke for stroke with Pymble Ladies in lane 1. So once again, the 2 crews that'll get the inside lane have not been phased by starting behind up there 1,400 metres away from the finish line and have moved ahead of the Pymble Ladies 3 crew. And just a little bit of steering going on in the Barker crew that's getting them nice and close. Probably a little bit too close for comfort to Pymble Ladies College, but they are far enough in front that I don't think there's going to be a clash of blades. It will be close though. Pymble are responding. So both crews moving over to the Hunters Hill side of the course. So there's 2 crews not separated by much, with Barker moving over and Pymble having to respond, and that's told us they are very, very close. Pymble trying to avoid a collision there. Both crews will go through to the A final. So there's not too much on the line other than a preferential lane. You'll want to get the best lane for the final. The fastest qualifiers will get lane 1. Looks like Pimble have just made up a little bit of ground there. So I don't know if there's any issue in the Barker boat. A little bit of steering going on, and Pimble really attacking now as they approach the corner. And the corner will be decisive in this race. Pimble probably just under a boat length behind Barker. Very young rowing program from Barker College. Very big school, and it's been reflected in the numbers that we've seen at a few regattas in the last couple of years. But Pimble Ladies College putting on a big move now as they lead into the corner, and I think they've just got their bow ball in front, and that'll let them push Barker wide. Both crews starting to turn now. Pimble taking their time with it, just to mean that Barker don't get quite as good of a line. Barker are going to tuck in behind, try and see if they can force an error and make something happen in the closing strokes here. But Pimble, decisive action from their coxswain, Dimity Love. But a crab in the Pimble boat, and that's arrested their momentum, and that's given Barker a sniff. But because Barker's right, tucked in behind, it's meant that that crab hasn't really given them much of an opportunity. We'll see only a couple hundred metres left to row. Conditions slowing somewhat as we approach low tide. The wind's just dropped off a little bit as well. But I think Barker have said, right, we're happy with the A final berth. We don't need to challenge any further. You can see the Pimble Ladies College on your screen. Claire Ferreira, Arabella Murphy, Rosie Eggins, Claudia Hodder and Dimity Love, the coxswain, looking very comfortable now in the lead of this race. Just a few strokes left to go. They'll secure themselves a spot in the A final. Barker College likewise. We've learnt some lessons there, and we'll be able to come back at it with vengeance this afternoon. The third crew in this race, Pimble Ladies, may have to get off the course. Things getting very tight. The second 8 coming at us. The first heat of the second 8 coming at us behind the next race. I think Pimble are getting themselves out of the way of that race. But it is Shaw and St Joseph's on the far side of the course. St Joseph's got a win last week at the Kings PLC Regatta. In a very quick time indeed. Almost went under 6 minutes. Just very quick for a second 8, let alone at this time of the season. And they've moved through the Shaw School as they approach the corner. And they've got about half a length. Shaw throwing everything at it here, but the two crews got very, very friendly as they initiated that turn. Kings back in third. Sydney Grammar not starting in this race. So it is three-way battle, but only two crews really in contention here. I don't think Kings will make inroads. Top two through to the A final. Kings look destined for the B final. St Joseph's looking very tidy indeed for a second 8. Certainly the crew to beat at this stage of the year in the second 8 competition. And we'll have eyes firmly set on the LC Robson in a couple of weeks' time. But for the moment, securing them spot through to the A final. 3/4 of a length in the end ahead of Shaw. And the King's School back in third place. Will be destined for the B final.
That boat's new, that's the new second.
They got caught up in the back of the previous race. We're having issues further on the course. So it's like roll off. That was, they didn't get the line.
So the second heat of the schoolboys' second 8 underway. Race 67. St Ignatius in lane 1. Newington in lane 2. Scots in lane 3. And Sydney Boys High in lane 4. We've got, at the moment, two crews in the centre of the course. Newington and Scots look to be making good progress in the early stages of this race. So it is through about the halfway mark. Looks to be Scots College, Jasper Tousell, Charles White, Charles Carmody, George Little, Oliver Milling, Thomas Beck, Max Prout, Hugo Dinapoli long. Zach Sparing, the Cox, coached by Amos Noon. But hot on their heels is Newington. Will Gillespie, Penny, Theo Downing, Ollie Stelmacher, Rohan Katastan, Jed Robertson, Silas Allen, Nick Byrne, Mitchell Smith, Lachlan Ha in the Cox's seat. They're currently just in front of the home crew from St Ignatius, Harrison Poland, Edward Bateman, Banjo Metcalf, Thomas Tancred, Benjamin Eisenhower, Boston Kirby, Thomas McClintock, Jack Hare, Ryan McNulty, the Cox. Hugh Courts coaching this combination, just trailing, but coming up on the turn, it is going to bring this race right together. So at the moment, Scott's leading. Scott's will have to go around the outside of the boy. St Ignatius in second. If they can hold that margin, they might be able to put the squeeze on the home crew in lane 1. So Scott's just about to start their turn now. They're starting it early, which is the only way that you can negate the disadvantage of going around the outside of the boy. Riverview putting the pressure on Newington now. I think Riverview are going to come out best from lane 1, so they're behind. And all 3 crews are going to come out almost dead level in the closing strokes of this race. This is going to be a cracking finish here in the last of our school races before we move on to our Open 8s events in a couple of moments' time. Scott's leading Newington. Newington with a dirty stroke there. St Ignatius on the far side of the course, throwing everything at it. Top 2 through to the A final. Scots have done well in the early stages to get themselves ahead. They had to take the long line around the boy. Riverview throwing everything at it now. Newington might get squeezed out of the middle here. Here comes St Ignatius on the far side of the course. I think they might have just hit second place. They've gotten in front of Newington. Scots with a fantastic row from lane 3 to hold off the charge here. And I don't think anyone's going to make inroads on them with 3/4 of a boat length. Newington have responded. It's St Ignatius and Newington. Newington are still in front. The home crew on the verge of a B final spot for the finals later on. It is Newington just in front. Scots take the win. Newington hold on to second by the skin of their teeth from a fast-charging St Ignatius College. What a fantastic finish. I think that leaves us primed for a fantastic A final, the school second 8, one of the final races of the afternoon after the lunch break. So we'll just keep an eye on those results and we'll double check and confirm those when we came through. But my eye up here in the commentary box, that was Scott's with the win. And very, very tight. But I think Newington College just holding on over St Ignatius for that second spot in the A final. Moving on now to the Women's Open 8. Very well subscribed event this year. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1, Pymble Ladies College in lane 2, UTS in lane 3, Sydney University's second crew, which looks to be an under-21 crew in lane 4, and Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5, which looks to be their under-21 combination. So Sydney University, the holders of this event. We'll see that Sydney University first crew in the next race. Sydney Rowing Club in lane number 1. Likely be the closest challenger, but I wouldn't write off Pymble Ladies College in lane 2. A 6:36 last weekend at the Sydney International Regatta Centre is a Cirque record in dead flat conditions. So this is a seriously powerful Pymble Ladies College crew, and I would not be surprised to see them cause an upset here and knock some far more experienced crews out of the final. We've got 2 crews very close together on the far side of the course there. There's the Sydney and Sydney Uni under-21 crews in lanes 4 and 5, almost coming to blows, but the Sydney crew in front. The Sydney crew in lane 1, that's their top combination. pretty much level pegging with Pymble Ladies College. So a great row from the Schoolgirls here to get themselves up in contention. Slightly different progression for the Open Eights. We've got two heats, 5 in this heat, 4 in the next. The fastest 5 times will make it through to the final. So we won't know exactly who's made it through until both races have rowed. So it's a lot of incentive for the crews, even at the back, to keep on pushing. Because if this race is just on a hole faster than the next, then 5th place in this could theoretically still make it through. Sydney hitting the lead now in lane number 1. Grace Seifer, Nicole Vance, Leela Anderton, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, Amelia Carpenter, Rihanna Sumter, Isabella Scammell, Remy Mackay, and Hannah Cowap in the Cox's seat. An incredibly experienced crew. Hannah Cowap having won this event a couple of times before, the Australian Paralympic coxswain. Isabella Scammell in there has been to 3 under-23 World Championships, and she'll be very pleased because her 2 King School quads took wins earlier on in the day in their divisions. And it is Sydney who are getting to the corner first, and they're going to have an easy run home here. But Pymble Ladies College have stuck with them, and Pymble Ladies are going to emerge in 2nd place ahead of 3 very experienced club combinations. UTS, Sydney Uni and Sydney Rowing Club. That's 3 under-21 level crews from the club combinations on the far side. And currently, Pymble Ladies College are in front of them and are looking very well placed to make it through to the A final. Harriet Murphy, Olivia Norton, Madison Landgreb, Claudia Wyatt, Summer Phillips, Scarlett Alesson, Millie Cullinane, Leander McLaughlin and Mia Solomons, the Cox, coached by Harry Randall in his 2nd year at the Pymble Ladies College. And they're currently just over a length in front of the Sydney Rowing Club under-21 crew. It is all about Sydney's top entrance here in lane 1. It was tight through the early stages of the race, but a decisive line from the experienced Hannah Cowap in the Cox's seat. And it'll be just over 2 lengths in the end. Sydney Rowing Club taking the win here in the first heat of the Women's Open 8. Pymble Ladies College, what a fantastic row for this schoolgirl crew to beat out 3 very experienced club combinations. They'll finish 2nd. Sydney's under-21 8 will finish 3rd. UTS just holding off Sydney Uni. And they're 2 under-21 level combinations. Very close in terms of steering at the end. Terry O'Hanlon on the strings there in the UTS crew. Not known to take any prisoners is Terry O'Hanlon. So we'll keep you updated with the times there once we have them. And confirming race 67, the school's 2nd 8 heat. It was Scott's from Newington from St Ignatius, just 0.35 of a second in it in race 67, the school's 2nd 8. Race 69 now, heat 2 of the Women's Open 8 is upon us, almost at the halfway point of the course. A reminder, top 5 times go through to the A final of the Women's Open 8 to contest for the Women's Gold Cup later on this afternoon. You can see Sydney University in lane 1, the holders of this event. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2. This will be their 2nd 8. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3. UTS in lane 4. And it is UTS who have taken advantage of that little head start that you get from starting over on the far side, or the near side of the course, the left-hand side as you're viewing it here on the live stream. Hello to the 342 of us that are joining us here on YouTube. It is UTS in the early stages of this race. Sarah Fard, Madeline Swain, Chelsea Baker, Grace Burke, April Draney, Imogen Wollstonecroft, Madeline Mannon, Sarah Tisdall, Sophie Costellas in the Cox's seat. Sam Fennessy coaching that crew. They're leading from Sydney University on the right-hand side of our picture over in lane 1, the Hunters Hill side of the course. The reigning champions in this event. Scarlett Woodbury, Alice McCready, Alice Reedy, Stephanie Preller, Olivia Natty, Tiff Botha, Alex O'Brien, Alyssa Fickers, Chloe Jaretta, the Cox, coached by Tom Lorick, Phil Bergeron and Alan Bennett. And they'll be keen to hang on to this event. They won't be keen to let UTS beat them to the finish line here in the heat. They'll be wanting to secure themselves the best line possible to give themselves the best shot in the final. So UTS leaving their steering a little bit late there on the far side of the course. Loretto Kirribilli out of the picture at the moment. UTS should have been able to turn a bit earlier than that. So making their lives a little bit harder than it needs to be. And I think that's going to open the door to the Sydney University Boat Club on the far side of the course here. Sydney Uni, less than a length behind now. Have UTS spent all their bickies too early, or does Sydney Uni have something left in the tank here? The UTS with a clean, both crews with a clean run to the finish. We're not going to have too many steering dramas in this final 400 as they come in front of the crowds here at the finish line. Very experienced UTS crew, very experienced Sydney Uni crew, but certainly younger than the one that won last year. It's still multiple under-23 representatives in both crews. And Sarah Fard there in the bow seat of the UTS combination. And remember, we're racing for times here. The fastest 5 times will progress through to the final. UTS moving away in the closing strokes of this race. It's almost a boat length as they come past our cameras. And it is going to be UTS who take the win in this second heat of the Women's Open 8. Sydney Uni will have to settle for second. Sydney Rowing Club, second 8 there. We'll cross the line in third. And a big happy birthday to Lauren Graham sitting up in the 7th seat of the Sydney second 8 there. Loretto Kirribilli, a good row from them to hang on to these very, very experienced club combinations here. And so we'll keep you up to date with the times once we have them. The winning time from the Sydney crew in the first heat was 4:40, 4:47 and 4:52 for Pimble and the second Sydney crew. So we'll keep you up to date once we have times for that second heat. But now we turn our attention to the Men's Open 8. Incredibly well-subscribed event here for the 142nd Riverview Gold Cup. 4 heats of the Men's Open 8. Heat 1 upon us. St Ignatius over in lane 1. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2. Sydney University's third crew in lane 3. And Newington College in lane 4. St Ignatius weren't able to get the win in the school first 8 earlier on today, so a little bit of redemption, see what they can do here on their home waters in the Men's Open 8. They'll have to look out for, they're lining up next to Sydney Rowing Club's top crew there in lane 2. We currently look to just have an advantage over St Ignatius. Sydney Uni doing battle with Newington, so Sydney Uni's third crew there. A good contingent of college athletes out on the water in the Sydney University Boat Club colours. It is Sydney Rowing Club in the early stages of this race. The combination of Angus Aitken, Charlie Hine, Paul Waxman, Pasha Bevan, George Robert, Benja Bell, Miles Harold, Alec Hoskin, Will Clubb and Tess Harris, the coxswain, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson, who look to be about a length clear of St Ignatius now. As they've got the turning buoy in sights. That'll let the Sydney crew turn a little bit earlier. Not too early because we do have a boat just creeping its way onto the course, but I'm sure they'll get out of the way once they realise they're on the course. But Sydney Rowing Club now. Great row from Newington to dispatch this Sydney University crew and to really hang with St Ignatius. It'd be a tough ask for them to get up into that top 2 for the sprint to the line. Sydney Rowing Club getting their turn done early. Tess Harris has won this event a couple of times before. The reigning champions here, the Riverview Gold Cup. They're over a boat length ahead now, Sydney. So Riverview back in second, just over a boat length behind. It's the St Ignatius crew of Harry Christie, Oliver Taylor, Thomas Roche, William Bryant, Hugo Brown, Julian Carr, Noah Coble, Hamish Walker, James Stack, the Cox, coached by Matt Curtin. Sydney not letting off the gas. So once again, top 5 fastest times across these 4 heats will progress through to the A final. It is going to be Sydney Rowing Club. Almost 3 lengths in the end. Spurred on by nice tail breeze that's just picked up again. The Sydney Rowing Club from St Ignatius. Newington with a good row to finish third. And they really hung with the top 2 for the first half of that race. Sydney University Boat Club will run fourth. So in the Women's Open 8, just updating the times. So it'll be in the Women's Open 8, in the first race, Sydney, Pymble Ladies and Sydney through to the final, and they'll be joined by UTS and Sydney University from the second race. So the second Sydney crew, Loretto Kirribilli, second UTS crew, and the second Sydney University crew missing out on the A final of the Women's Open 8. Got the last bit of the tide and the wind's just picked up. So slight delay here in the second heat of the Men's Open 8. Looks like we're having crews just turning around and restarting. So possibly a collision in the early strokes.
Four heats, yeah. It's good, mate. I can't believe Sydney Uni have found 4 eights worth of people. Last year they barely got one crew out here. It's amazing. They've done a really good job. That's it. The bottom 2 Sydney Uni crews are pretty. I don't think they do much rowing.
Another race is coming out.
So a little bit of a shuffling of our order. We had a boat on the course, so we've just halted proceedings in race 71, the second heat of the Men's Open 8. And we're going to row the third heat of the Men's Open 8 while that second race gets back to the start line. Looks like we don't quite have crews ready just yet in that third heat, so bear with us for a couple of moments with that third heat, which will be Kings, Sydney Uni, Sydney and Scots.
It's like school all over again.
I didn't think Timber Ladies would that.
So if you're just joining us, a slight delay here in the men's Open 8. We were due to have Heat 2 underway, but that race has been stopped due to a boat on the course, and it will be rowed shortly. But before we do, we've got crews on the start line now in Heat 3, race 72. It'll just be the 3 crews in this heat. I'll just repeat again that we've got top 5 fastest times will progress through to the final. The remainder missing out. So we're underway. We do have a start this is heat 3 of the men's Open 8. Kings in lane 1 have scratched. Had a good result in the Schoolboy 8 earlier on today, and I'd say Coach Dave Geely happy with that and enough to pack up the oars and head home. But Sydney University in lane 2, this is their top crew. Raphael Corbett, Tom Anderson, Adam Holland, Jack Cullen, Hamish Danks, Gus Sazolka, Jackson Kench, Will Rogers, William Raven in the Cox's seats, Tom Lorick and Simon Huxley overseeing that crew's progress. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3 to be their under 21 8. Ferdinand Hanlieb, James Bell, Henry Pershouse, William Pillar, Ben Muffet, Oliver Edwards, Thomas Maloney and Matthias Maloney. It says Nick Whalen as the Cox, but I don't think they'd be going very quickly if they had Nick Whalen in the Cox's seat. So I'd say that there's a different Cox on the strings there, and that Sydney under 21 crew doing very well in the early stages of this race. Scott's in lane 4, Max Crawford, Thomas Tyson, Hamish Marr, Hugh Anderson, Dean Lowe, Noah Perry, Henry Merrion, Max Berkelow, and Charlie Cameron, the Cox, coached by Judith Ugamak. That's Scott's crew right in the race. But both Sydney and Scott's will have to go around the buoy here, and Sydney Uni, given the scratching of Kings, will have free reign over the whole Hunters Hill side of the course. And with Will Raven on the strings, he's won this event 3 times and won once in a Coxed 4. There's not too many Coxes I'd rather have in charge here on the Lane Cove River. He certainly knows his way around these waterways. Coaches at St Joseph's and at Sydney University. Very proud Sydney University Boat Club member is Will Raven. Very experienced crew as well from Sydney Uni. Got Will Rogers in the stroke seat. He's in the under-23 quad at the World Championships last year, as was Adam Holland and Hamish Danks, who joined him in the boat. Jackson Kench in the 7 seat. The Paris Men's Olympic Reserve, making a return to racing, I think for one of the first times, maybe just the second time since the Paris Games. But at the moment, the Sydney under-21 crew are asking real questions of this more experienced Sydney University crew. Matthias and Thomas Maloney in the stern pair. They were part of a very successful Sydney under-21 8 last year. They were part of the under-19 men's Coxed 4 that won the World Championships 2 years ago, and given that event has been scratched from the World Championship level, will be world champions forever and a day. All the Maloneys. But now, with the inside line, Sydney Uni are back in the race, asking questions of this young Sydney Rowing Club crew. So both crews fairly level, if not Sydney Uni just drawing ahead now. 400 metres left to row. And a straight run home to the finish. Start to pick up a bit more of the tailwind in this latter section of the course as well. Sydney Uni starting to go. Sydney Rowing Club, they've seen the danger. Sydney Uni encroaching on their lead that they built up in the early strokes of the race. They'll have to find another gear here to respond. Sydney Uni with 4 8s entered. Both of these clubs, 4 8s entered in this event. Fantastic showing of depth in the club level around Sydney. Sydney Uni haven't won this one in a couple of years. They'll be keen to take the Gold Cup back to Linley Point. Not that it goes anywhere. It will be Sydney University. A well-timed row by 3/4 of a length ahead of Sydney Rowing Club in this second heat we've run, but heat 3, race 72 of the men's Open 8. And I think the next race will be race 71 that we aborted earlier on. So things starting to moving back and forth. So we're moving back to race 71. This was scheduled to be the second heat of the men's Open 8. We've got Sydney University number 2 in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, UTS in 3, Sydney Rowing Club in 4. We've got crews all over the place at about the halfway mark of this race. Newington have moved from lane 4 over to lane 3. The Sydney Rowing Club crew are in the right spot there on the outside, but Sydney Rowing Club and Newington doing battle there on the far side of the course. Sydney Uni, that's their under 21 crew on the Hunters Hill side of the course, rather, over in lane 1. They're trailing behind Shaw. Shaw still in touch here with the leading 2 crews, and Newington really taking the battle to this Sydney Rowing Club crew. This is Sydney Rowing Club's second 8. James Fredrickson, Maxim Maloney, Hugh Harold, Max Curry, Nick Miro, Monty Martin, Connor McGillan, Mac Bucknell, Beatrice Argyle, the coxswain. It's their second crew with a few little interstate additions in there. Monty Martin down from Queensland, Max Curry up from Hawthorn Rowing Club in Victoria. But currently having some real questions asked of them by Newington in lane 3. And Newington are going to get a great line here if they get their turning done nice and early. Not of Newington, UTS. So UTS there, I'm looking at the wrong draw in front of me. UTS there, Sam Green, Torben Ungemark, Oscar Baragi, Mackenzie Thompson, Henry Blackwell, Paddy Holt, Winston Hooper, Josh Wilson, Anna O'Hanlon, the Cox. We've got a great run from lane 3. Rowing in their new Empacker, the Tim McLaren OAM. This will be the opening race for that new boat. And they're now through the corner, over a length ahead. This UTS crew, you'd say, would be the favourites here in this event. Sydney Rowing Club asking some questions of them. Sydney Uni and Shaw having a close battle on the far side of the course there in lanes 1 and 2. Shaw doing well to hold off the more experienced Sydney Uni boat. It's a very strong Shaw crew this year. UTS, who only just narrowly missed out on this event last year, have injected some horsepower into the crew. And they'll be back with a vengeance in their new boat. UTS first across the line there ahead of Sydney Rowing Club's second 8. Shaw will run third, but not too far off the pace. Sydney University will run 4th. So before we get the results of that one, at the moment, the fastest crew in the men's Open 8 was Sydney Rowing Club in the first heat. The race that we saw come down previously, which was race 72, the Sydney University top crew was the second fastest crew. And the Sydney Rowing Club second crew, or under 21 8, was just quicker than St Ignatius. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out once we get some more times through. Based on the form guide, you would be expecting our finalists to all come from the first 3 heats. That's where all the top crews are. So we've only got 3 starters in this last heat. Heat 4 of the men's Open 8. Sydney Rowing Club, lane 1. Sydney Grammar look to have scratched. Sydney Uni in lane 3. That's the Sydney Uni number 4 crew, their bottom crew of a few college boys out here for a hit out. And UTS in lane 4, that's their under 21 looking crew. Harry Kelly, Hunter Hyde, Brandon Smith, Robert Olivier, Zachary Hyde, Harrison Davis, Jack Power, George Field, Henry Burton, the coxswain. Is that almost entirely the Riverview first 8 from last year in this UTS crew? It's Henry Burton, captain of boats from last year, on the strings. He'll be very familiar with these waters. Conditions maybe just easing a little bit. Certainly was faster for the first heat. So it's going to be interesting here between Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1 and UTS in lane 4. Sydney crew of Tommy Poulton, James Fredrickson, Angus McGrath, Toby Smith, Ethan Henderson, Edward Leckie, Ollie Harvey, Toby Denton and Seb Kladnig in the Cox's seat. Gotten that advantageous lane 1 turn. UTS still just in front, so whether Sydney can get a bit of a sniff here. Our final race before the lunch break. UTS still by 3/4 of a boat length over Sydney. So it's a very young UTS crew, but with almost entirely made up of old Ignatians. Very familiar with these waters and have held off good row from the Sydney Rowing Club crew. This being, I believe, their bottom crew out of the 4 entered. Likewise to the Sydney Uni crew coming down as well. UTS there with the win in the last heat of the Men's Open 8. Sydney second, Sydney Uni third. And we'll wait to see, as the times come in, who's going to go through to the final and, almost more importantly, who's going to get those advantageous inside lanes.
None of those ones. Yeah. Just waiting on time to see who went through, but I think that race there probably slow. So we're just about to. Be tight for sure. Tenths of seconds. Two Sydney Road place. He's screwed through ETS. No, good. We just about to have a break for lunch.
So as the times roll in from the Men's Open 8, fastest 5 times will make it through to the final. The fastest crew was the Sydney Rowing Club first 8 in the first heat. The UTS first 8, the second fastest crew, just narrowly behind, and Sydney Uni, the third fastest crew. Then had the Sydney crew in the penultimate, or the second race rather. Their under 21 8 was the 4th fastest crew. And the 5th fastest crew through to the A final, St Ignatius College. So St Ignatius, just the one schoolboy crew through to the final.
Going first before the tyres start to come up.
Yeah, they were on the inside and short.
We'll wait till they come up with their printout.
Let him have a crack.
They raced so much better in that race compared to their second race.
all got all paint.
It comes down to a lot of things, doesn't it, Lane? And yeah, it is. The entertainment of the Gold Cup.
Those inside lanes are a lot more advantageous.
Oh yeah.
There's a big difference.
Yes.
Yeah, in the corner. Yeah.
They have a staggered start.
It's still
Very
very
Oh, yeah, you want to be in lane one.
Really? Or two? One or two?
Yeah, great. Great, you come, this is your first time in person? Oh, yeah.
Queensland.
Yeah, great. Well,
I'm from Queensland.
Yeah, if lane one crew stays with you, and they just push you into the team.
thank you for being here. Great.
What's your name?
Josh, DeAngelis.
Josh D'Angelis, okay.
Yeah, so what was your name?
I'm in the car.
Nice. Lovely to meet you. This is my wife's birthday.
You guys have done a terrific job on this today.
The setup keeps getting better and better.
Oh, it's been so
Sorry?
good.
It's
It's
good.
actually an improved setup to last year.
Yeah, last year, well, a couple of trees down.
Yeah.
Last year we listened to you guys.
No, last year there was no live stream.
Yeah.
It was the year before you.
There were guys in New York and London and
That's right.
made reference to it.
Yeah. It's good. We get a few people from overseas that are joining in, but less I think all the weather. Sorry? Well, Rangers at Wales has a website where they have a computer down there where they're calling it. Down there, so the marshals calling the right. The live stream itself is just puts on, but that's updated live, and they do it every yeah, which is good. And it races at Penrith when they did an open by maxing out 500 metres at the time. Yeah, so you can watch.
Oh, that's so good.
When we have enough volunteers.
Yeah.
Oh, is that it? Okay, so if you don't get the volunteers, you don't get
The last 1,000.
If you're hanging around at Penrith all day and you want to do something, you get a nice little hut in the. It's a good view. It really, really helps me in the commentary box. Yeah, it's not running stuff well. Even if it's only an hour, it's always tight. So,
Oh, just out, are they?
Racing your own club.
So just confirming the draw for race 98, the final race of our program, the men's Open 8 for the Riverview Gold Cup. So the top 5 fastest times have led us to having these 5 crews. In lane 1 will be UTS. In lane 2 will be Sydney's first 8. Lane 3 will be Sydney University's first 8. Lane 4 will be the Sydney Rowing Club's second 8. And lane 5 will be the Sydney Rowing Club under 21 8. What a race we have in store for you later on this afternoon in the men's Open 8. Don't go anywhere.
still with them?
Yeah, still with him.
With them for a while.
Yeah, 8 years now, yeah.
I stumbled across Tom Lowe.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah.
He was working at the Ragged Famish.
Oh, yeah, I remember Tom, yeah. I think he's
You don't see him around.
not recently.
Well, you've got there was four of you that used to cause a lot of havoc in my English
Yeah, I
class.
remember that. Yeah. Well, I think he's over in WA or something, making surfboards now or something.
Oh, really? I mean, it was funny. It was a satisfying class, that one, because it was really quite challenging. And the shark was attacking your body. You all did pretty well, too. So.
Yeah, that was good fun. Yeah, I remember that well.
But you're not, you're based in Canberra.
Based in Canberra, yeah. So a lot of, for the last 2 years. So a lot of political coverage, which is a lot of fun. And
Do you go to the National Press Club and stuff?
usually, the show I work on, we often air it. We often air it. So I'm usually back in the studio.
What's the show?
Newsday. I'm with Kieran Gilbert. So 11 a.m. till 2 p.m.
It's not something I follow.
No. We're
Hey,
during
I
the,
watch it pretty much every day
Yeah,
at work.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I don't listen. I just watch the headlines.
we're during the day at lunch.
It's your challenge to make it accessible to everybody. There you go.
Yeah. I think what's the... it's on free to air if you're in regional areas. It's the regional shit, yeah. But I guess that in Canberra. I get that in Canberra weirdly enough. It doesn't feel...
Oh, of course. Well, so you're living there, so you're going to be there for the foreseeable future, are you?
Yeah, probably. I'd say another year tops and then come back to Sydney and settle back down here.
I was listening to your commentary this morning.
Yeah.
Going okay, mate. You're
Thank you.
going okay.
I appreciate it, yeah.
No, it's when you started, I remember that first year you were a little bit sort of unsure, but you really, you and Josh are a good team.
No, it's good fun,
I'm sorry, I don't know you.
Chris.
Alex Ivan.
Yeah, this is the first time I've done before here.
Oh, you're the other commentary, eh?
Yeah, I've been on the last hour or so. I normally do all the stuff at surf.
Oh, we did. You do need a commentator. I hear that the GPS regattas don't have a commentator. So.
Yeah, they're always it's up to the individual schools to organise it. So I've done those a couple of times, but I've been asked for any this year.
There was a mate of mine. There was a mate of mine who did the CHS, and a guy called Peter Bond, and he used to talk about the bird life on the river. Because there are all these gaps in between races, you know. So, but thank you. I think it's great that you guys are still involved.
Oh, it's so much fun.
You're obviously coaching.
I coach at Normo, yeah. I didn't go to Riverview.
Where'd you go?
Kings.
We still talk to you.
That's all right. Two of my uncles went to Riverview, so some connection.
It's amazing the connection. It's not necessarily always the religion. It's always.
Yeah.
Hey, you, Andrew?
Pretty good. So, in that, the final Gold Cup race, any schoolboy crews make it?
No.
No schoolboy crews?
Iggy's was sixth fastest. I think they missed out by about 2
Did
seconds.
Shaw have their crew in the heats?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
they were slower. They were 4. Ricky was like 4:15 short of 18.
Okay.
I think you were saying the conditions were like.
I reckon that first heat was so much quicker than that. Well, it was quicker.
Yeah.
I reckon the conditions for the heat better.
So it's all men's crews?
Yes.
No schoolboy crews? Okay.
I mean, some of them are pretty young.
So we can have a moral victory that we were the sixth fastest?
Yeah, I think so. Fastest schoolboy crew in the Open 8.
I get this feed called JRN Rowing, and you had a really good coverage of the
That's
Gold
me.
Cup regatta. Was that you?
I did the Open 8 preview. I didn't do the schoolboy or the other one, but yeah.
I tell you what, you're a good rider. You actually captured. I mean, I quite often think of you talk about the chaos, how it's got a unique regatta. I mean, well done. I mean, no, it's a good, and I love it because
It's a lot of fun, Darren.
Well, you guys having an Australian guy talking about knowledge of schoolboy rowing and stuff. It's fantastic. I just really enjoy it. So
It's been really, really well received. We only started doing it last season, and the preview I wrote for GPS Centre River last year was Jaren's been going for about 10 years.
oh, there you go. Well, you discovered it 12 months ago.
Well, it's only in the UK, right? So at Henley's it's a big thing. And normally the Princess Elizabeth at Henley is by far the biggest article of the year, and it was only a couple of hundred more than the GPS Centre River. Like it was so well received. And yeah, that was the second biggest thing.
That's the one that Riverview should have won that when they were there. Unfortunately, I don't know whether they did the right prep, you know, because they should have won it. I mean, the way you actually described how they should have actually done really well.
Well, yeah, I went over there and
The
told everyone they were
conditions.
going to win. They looked like
Well,
idiots.
With the conditions, I mean, you can't.
Oh, they were crooked.
Well, my young bloke went over with the first Riverview crew in 2007, and we had 2 regattas to. We had.
Jim was just telling me, did Mark
It really made a difference. I mean, they just sort of got a bit of adjusted. Plus, you got jet lag when you sort of get in there and stuff. So if you have 2 weeks preparation, and the school holidays at that time allow that to happen. So
I think the Australian stewards are going to say this year, if you want to, they sort of decide who has to go through qualifiers and stuff. But if you've done well here in Sydney, like they'll say, okay, you don't have to go through qualifiers. We can tell you kind of the right standard. They're going to say anyone who's travelling over from Australia, you just have such a big gap from nationals, right? I think they're going to say anyone who has to go, who wants to go, has to lose a race from someone else. Get there early, do Marlow regatta.
good.
Or the girls can do Henley Women's. Henley Women's is great, it's a bit shorter.
Well, Bolty's here. He's a steward. So.
Oh yeah. Oh well, ask him. That's what he's. I think that's his idea. So.
Oh right. Well, it's a sensible idea.
Yeah.
You know why we used to do that? Because Julie and Huxley said that Kings, when they went over, they were there for too long. They said it was too long.
I can say that.
Was that controversial?
No,
Was it the
Hux used to work for us.
Was it the controversial year when the headmaster got wrapped across the knuckles?
Yeah. So, was it the flights or something, wasn't it? So Hux goes, the trip was too long, but that King's crew didn't really win. They got to like Saturday, I think. I think Nuno would have been happy if we got to Saturday.
It was a whole thing because I talked up with you, and then so one of the other commentators, Martin Cross, who does all the world rowing stuff, is he is a Hampton old boy and like kind of mentored that crew, and the boat that they're in is the Martin Cross. And they just blew everyone out of the water, and they were the crew to beat Riverview. They made the weekend and everything, and he was like there cheering him on, and I saw him after the race, and he just laughed at me. I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. I probably talked him up too much.
You've got to talk Nuno into going again.
Yeah.
No, he's adamant that he wants to go anywhere near it ever again.
Oh, it's a shame. Because the best crew I've seen is that King's crew that you had in 2001. Sam Lockstroke, unbeaten all year. Went to Henley, unbeaten.
Won the Gold Cup.
Won the Gold Cup, won everything.
Yeah.
And they went to Henley and absolutely smashed them. I think
You're going. Free cruise through to the final. Free cruise through to the final.
So you were over at Henley?
Yeah, I went over, I commentated for a couple of days and did our podcast and all our writing and everything. And it's kind of like I went back to uni to do journalism and put on the back of all the commentary stuff that I was doing, and I was like, I would try and get like an internship somewhere where I can kind of make my own internship of going to Henley and writing and commentating and stuff for 2 weeks. So I did that, and it was really cool.
Yeah.
Some opportunities. Really happy with it.
I've had a fair few debriefs with Dan about going to Henley, and he just said coming up against that Hampton crew in that second race, like if we'd come up against some other crews, we probably would have been a little bit better. But like he said that, I mean, I watched it live. I'm like, we lost the race in the first 300 metres.
I just didn't have that fire in them.
Yeah.
First few strokes, like it just
and
but
you know, you go and win a national championship in March, and then you've got to stay on the top of your game until June, July. I don't know.
It's funny talking to the Sydney head coach, so he was Grant, he was talking up his group teams and everything, because they've been doing pieces against Riverview, and they're like, well, we've beaten Riverview by more than we've beaten them, four nationals, so I reckon we were in pretty good stead. You didn't really realise that Riverview weren't quite as quick, and it meant that they kind of had a full season as well.
I mean, it makes it a really, really long run season when these guys, schoolboys are starting in August, and then they're going all the way through. They're going 10 months straight. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you come back and you're straight into it. You said it with the Kinross guys.
Yeah.
Considering they're such a young crew, but they just haven't. They had a really slow start to the season, and they're like, look, we don't want them to be straight back into training a month after the season's up. We want them to have time off. And then Kimberley's got the
Anyway, they had an outdoor section last year, and
I think so. I don't think Henry is something that. I was so, that's the first time I've been, and I was so blown away by the city of the school cruise. Like,
they're at the height of their season.
And I think their peak is just somewhat higher than their peak. I don't think, if everything was perfect and we were just racing them, we would like that.
He also talked about the experience of racing in different water, which I don't understand what he means, but our water that we're used to racing in versus their water.
Yeah, I think just it being a different race course that you just like drop into, and it's all a bit foreign, and you're trying to get your
He
bearings.
was sending photos of them rowing down locks and getting caught at some gate, and there's waterfalls and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, I mean, having said that though, what a great experience for the boys. Like seriously, like it looked as though all the photos, because I somehow ended up on the parents' WhatsApp group. The photos of these guys, you know, they finished. They still, obviously they weren't coming home till like after it finished on Sunday, Monday. So
I saw plenty of the boys getting around the skewers, having a pretty good time.
They look like they're having a good time over there.
Oh yeah. I mean, like even the Kings group a couple of years ago, like out of that crew, most of those guys are still rowing, or still involved in sport relatively heavily, and they were disappointed with how they left Henley. But the experience of going over there, like all of them have gone back since.
You're going to run up the end. What do you now? Well, I'm easy either way. I don't really like. Depends if you want to hang around and have a beer, or you want to bolt. No, I can do that easy. We'll do the normal. Perhaps I'll see you if you bring the binoculars back around. Yeah. And can you bring the 2 files? Yeah, no, yeah. Just give them. Just pull it out. Give them the wires out. Yeah. Just rip the wires out. Okay. Thanks. Okay. All right. Have a good afternoon. Cheers. Thanks, mate. Cheers. I love that you end up down the side. Was working through in Sydney. I mean, like when it's Sky, for Sky City. Started from, I've got an older brother who's 6 years older than I am, and he'd been at Sky for a bit and left. And when I was in uni, back in 2018, now I'm looking for entry level people. It's great, because
Not in shape.
No. It is. Like, not because people pay, but you move through roles really quickly and you pick up a lot of experience. So it's great in that respect. You can jump around and pick up a lot of experience and learn all the skills in a time frame that you can't say a 7 right away. Because they're looking for more experience. So yeah, a lot of people start there and then move on and do other stuff. That's great. But yeah, the TV camera's really good. It's nice. In the press gallery, which is great. Yeah, ours was the newest, but 9 from the region theirs. So 9 have got a nicer, bigger studio. Ours is still pretty like. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the lunch break. We're back for the final 25 races of the afternoon, culminating with the women's and men's Open 8 races for the respective Gold Challenge Cups. But to start us off this afternoon, race 74, the men's B-grade quad scull. We've got 3 entrants in this race. We've got UTS in lane 1, Sydney Rowing in lane 2, and UTS in lane 3. Yep. God, UTS is way out in front. Yeah. So this year, 2 separate ones, yeah. So grab. Yeah. Yes, that's actually better. And it's the UTS crew from lane 3 with already a very commanding lead back to the other UTS crew in lane 1. As they make their way past the red channel marker there, probably just over halfway. That crew from UTS in lane 3, Zachary Neal, Sky, Lube Davidson, Liam Taylor, William Pender, coaches Jack Hargraves and Matthias Ungermack. And aside from the Invitational single scull races, I believe this is the only other race where we don't have coxswains.
I think the single skull's Invitational, isn't it?
If you are just... Oh, are we back on this one?
Yeah, you should be, yeah.
Sorry. If you are just joining us, welcome back. We're now just returning after our lunch break. If you are joining us online or here on the foreshore, welcome to St Ignatius College Riverview for the 142nd Riverview Gold Challenge Cup. We're now into the second half of the afternoon, culminating in the Women's Gold Challenge Cup and the Men's Gold Challenge Cup at around 3 p.m. this afternoon. But still a lot of racing before then, including all the schoolgirls and schoolboy races to come through. And just a reminder, we do have a live stream as well that is streaming throughout the world. So if you do search or do have someone that is tuning in or wants to tune in from across the world, we do have a YouTube link. If you search Gold Cup 2026 on YouTube, you'll be able to find us and listen in. Please feel free to interact with us as well on the comments. But we now turn our attention back to the men's B-grade quad scull, race 74. The UTS crew in the lead there, back to Sydney Rowing Club, who's bringing it up the rear in third place with the other UTS crew as well. both coached by Matthias Ungemar and Jack Hargraves.
But the winners there, the UTS crew out of lane 3, Zachary Neal, Sky Loop Davidson, Liam Taylor, William Pender. Back to the UTS crew from lane 1, Zinc Bosco, Charles Brand, Ryan Joe, Joseph O'Brien. And Sydney Rowing Club coming through in third place. Ben Anderson, Michael Jenkins, Oliver Tisby Brown, Lachlan Savage, coached by Patrick Graham.
Yeah.
Oh, what was... Oh,
Is Tide coming up now?
and from the men's quad sculls, we move to race 75, the Schoolgirl 4. 3 entrants in this race. We've got Roseville 2 in lane 1, Roseville 1 in lane 2, and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3.
Coach, coming down the river at the moment, we seem to have Loretto Kirribilli with a slight lead back to the Roseville number 1 crew. That Loretto Kirribilli of Zara Luce, Phaedra Kevin, Julia Kearney, Zara Jean Felinsky, and Cox by Lucy Karamanian, and they're coached by Monica Dunstan. The Roseville number 1 crew, Emily Wang, Eva Zhang, Claudia Berger, Elise Bestis, and Cox by Alex Davies, and they're coached by Alex Brown.
No, it looks like the 2 crews.
It appears we've only had one Roseville crew start this race, but we'll let you know which one that is when they come past us. But at the moment, it is still Loretto Kirribilli, just ahead of the Roseville crew. The marshal's probably not going to enforce which crew takes the inside or the outside of the buoy. And for those who've just tuned in as well, just worth mentioning that lanes 1 and 2, as you may be aware, have to go inside the buoy, and the pylon with the flag on the Hunter's Hill side of the river and the Longueville side of the river will occupy lanes 3, 4 and 5. But a little bit of a tail breeze that seemed to have picked up. So we're expecting some potentially faster times as the day wears on. We've had a fantastic catalogue of races so far with much more to come. Looking like the Loretto crew here, getting a bit of a lead on the Roseville crew. Looking very precise with their oar movements as they're going in and out together in the water. That Loretto crew really utilising the tailwind with the quick hands.
Plenty more people commenting on the live stream as well, which is great to see. Dara giving a big shout out to Pymble Ladies College. Someone else giving a big shout out to Sydney Grammar. A past silver oar winner here from the second Junior 8 back in 72. So there you go. Great to have people tuning in, whether it's to cheer on sons or daughters or family friends, or whether they're just reminiscing about Gold Cups gone by. Great to have so many of you tuning in, whether it's, as I said, right around Sydney, the state, whether you're out in the regions, somewhere else in the country, or even we've had people tuning in from America and Europe. But great to see so many of you down here at the college and on the live stream as well. As it's the crew from Loretto Kirribilli turning first here with a very sizable advantage. Back to Roseville here in race 75, the Schoolgirl 4. Cox, Lucy Karamanian straightening the crew up nicely there as they head for home over the final 300 metres. And barring any major mistakes, you'd have to say it's their race to lose from here. This Loretto crew looking very relaxed as they enter final 150 metres of this race, passing the final red pylon before the finish here at the Riverview Ferry Wharf. Built up a sizable lead back to Roseville early in this race and haven't been challenged at all since then. So it is the crew from Loretto Kirribilli that will take out race 75. They'll be the winners of the Schoolgirl 4. The crews, Zara Luce, Phaedra Kevin, Julia Kearney, Zara Jean Felinsky, Lucy Karamanian's the Cox, coached by Monica Dunstan. And it's the Roseville 2 crew out of lane 1. Lucy Ryan, Madeline Edge, Lily Coonan, Sabine Baird, Hannah Ryan is the Cox, coached by Sophie Hurl. So just 2 entrants in that race there.
Race 76, we're going to skip over. It's been cancelled for this edition of the Gold Cup. But race 77, if we turn our attention back up the river, we've got the Schoolgirl Quad A final. In lane 1, we have Barker College. Lane 2, Roseville, number 1. Lane 3, Pymble Ladies, number 1. Lane 4, Askham. And in lane 5, Pymble Lady, number 3. Looks as though we haven't had a start from the Pymble Ladies 3 crew. With the... No City Grammar. And the one after. So just reiterating, no Pymble 3 in this race. We do have Barker, Roseville, Pymble Ladies and Askham coming down at the moment. And it looks like the Roseville crew at the moment with a bit of a commanding lead back to Askham. The Askham Coxswain doing a great job here, trying to cut off as much space as she can to try and take the corner as close as she can to give their crew as much of an advantage as she can in the last sprint for the 300 metres. But it will be Roseville who will take the turn first. Coxon nailing that excellent turn, coming at the last 300 or so metres. The Roseville crew look to seem like they're upping their rate.
With that inside line as well, they've really negated any challenge that Askham could throw at them here.
Yeah. Very good.
The race for third, though, still on. Seems to be that Barker and the Pymble Ladies crew will have a tight race here to end it for third place. I currently have Pymble Ladies just slightly over Barker College. But at the moment, none of them will catch Roseville. Annabelle Eburn, Abigail Kelly, Chloe Franklin, Piper Robertson, coxed by Alex Davies and coached by Jack Henderson. And it will be Roseville who will go through to win the Schoolgirl Quad A final in race 77. Congratulations to Roseville. Followed closely by Askham. That's Askham is Isabel Bugg, Lara Drower, Chloe Hitchens, Sammy Robillard, and coxed by Darcy Moody. And they're coached by Oliver Klotz, with Barker just fending off a late challenge from Pymble Ladies, number 1.
From the schoolgirls, we move to the schoolboys, the Year 10 Third 8. This is the B final. We were supposed to have 2 entrants in this race, Sydney Grammar and Scots. But it looks like it's just the crew from the Scots College that's coming down the course.
Scott's doing a bit of a time trial here. All good preparation, all good race preparation for the big dance in a couple of weeks' time at the head of the river.
Great to see more comments coming through on the live stream as well. Big shout out to second place world champion Jasmine Colley watching from home. But as Josh mentioned, just Scott's coming through here in this B final. Time trial for them ahead of the head of the river. And from memory, this Scots crew only just missed out on a place in the A final, so they'll think they're well in with a shot when they get up to Cirque, especially over 2,000 metres as well. later in the season.
Who's coming down?
Oh, that's grammar. There's grammar. That'd be the view.
No way.
So Scott's coming through here in the B final of the School Year 10 Third 8. That crew: Rupert Anderson, Fergus Armour, William Bowen, Ambrose McNamara, William Causer, Hamish Bly, Will Hollis, Oliver Reynolds, Leon Killinger is the Cox, coached by Anna O'Hanlon. And they're not entirely sure what happened at the start or if the Sydney Grammar crew had issues, but they're probably about halfway through their race in that B final for the School Year 10 Third 8. So this is the crew from Sydney Grammar from race 78 from the B final of the School Year 10 Third 8. Just taking the turn now with about 400 metres left in their race. So this Grammar crew coming through now, ahead of the A final in the School Year 10 Third 8. We don't have a start on that yet, but that is due to start at 12 past 2, so that should be starting in about a minute. Crew's just lining up now. 4 entrants in that race: Kings in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, St Ignatius in lane 3, and St Joseph's in lane 4. And from memory, I think across the Year 10 third, second and first 8, I think we'll find that those are the 4 crews that are competing in these A finals: Kings, Shaw, St Ignatius and St Joseph's. But a good effort here from Grammar in the B final. The crew: Chatwin Sun, Ethan Wang, Lucas Produmo, Randolph Tan, Travis Kennard, Samuel Dodswell, Alec Polyak Bolton, Marin Rajiv, Edwin Wu is the Cox.
Still waiting on the start there for the School Year 10 Third 8 A final. We just had the B final finish off there with Scott's back to Sydney Grammar in first and second place there. But it will be the King's crew out of lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, St Ignatius in lane 3 and St Joseph's in lane 4. Just await the starter to give you that call.
Just taking a look back at the heats earlier this morning for these School Year 10 Third 8 crews. And it was Shaw that came down in the fastest time of 5:01.40 in their heat. St Joseph's came second at a time of 5 minutes 12. St Ignatius won heat 2 in a time of 5:02.8. It's about 1.5 seconds between St Ignatius and Shaw between those 2 heats, and Kings were then slightly further back. So it should be a really interesting race here between St Ignatius is sure as we wait for the race to get underway. With a bit of break in the action here, just want to tease up some of the races to come. We've still got all the finals from the School Year 10-8s. We've got the finals of the GPS 4s and the GPS second 8. And we've obviously then got, right at the end of the day, the finals for the men and women's Open 8. As well as the Schoolgirl second 8 and Schoolboy third 8 races as well. So a lot of finals still to come here over the final 20 races or so. Plenty of silver oars still to hand out. And 18 gold oars to hand out for our final 2 races.
We've got 3 crews that seem to have started in the School Year 10 Third 8A final. I have Kings, St Ignatius and St Joseph starting, with Shaw nowhere to be seen at this point. But it looks as though we've got Kings out of lane 1, St Ignatius who are in lane 3 and St Joseph's in lane 4. A bit of a delayed start, but I have St Ignatius out in front at the moment, back to the St Joseph's crew, which is about the first 300 or 400 metres of this race.
Wait and see what the marshals have to tell us about what happened there with the crew from Shaw. But as Josh said, only 3 crews in this race. Currently St Joseph's, St Ignatius and Kings. And looking very tight between St Joseph's and St Ignatius at the moment. King's certainly not out of it, though, in the early stages of this race.
So the Kings crew out of lane 1, we've got Yash Goyal, Oscar Hatton, Monty Douglas, Darcy Bragg, Reggie Thomas, Digby Huggins, Joe Russell, Alex Farchik, and they're coxed by Jack Molyneux. They're coached by Dimitri Duta. The St Ignatius crew, we've got Zaire Forrester, Nicholas Clock, Sydney McCosker, Jack Edwards, Iggy Jenkins, Jack Matthews, Harrison Marshall, Theodore Hennessy, and they're coxed by Scotch O'Connor, and they're coached by Timothy Sequel. And the St Joseph's crew, Samson Singh, Alistair Beale West, Oscar Petronoff, Alexandra Petronoff, William Carroll, Oliver Hunter, Isaac Smith, Digby Cullen, coxed by Patrick Scott, and they're coached by Grant Dreyer. And at the moment, it is St Ignatius out there with a favourable lead, back to St Joseph's and then back to Kings. The Shaw crew within the heat were the crew that were matching St Ignatius in terms of the times. But at the moment, St Ignatius with about a 3-length lead back to the St Joseph's crew. Just managing through that tidal wash that's coming up. Getting ready to begin their turn as they come round the buoy.
Be interesting to see here what the St Ignatius Cox and Scotch O'Connor does. They are listed in lane 3, but with no Shaw crew entering, or starting the race at least, they might push across here into lane 2 and come between the pylon and the turning buoy. And you'd have to say, given the lead they've got back to St Joseph's and back to Kings, you can't see the marshals really pulling this up.
Managing the wash really well. It's just come up through, but it is St Ignatius have extended their lead over the St Joseph's crew. Started well and continued well, and have nothing but clear water in front of them between them and a silver oar. Looking very controlled, very relaxed as they're coming down. This St Joseph's crew will need to pull something out to try and any hope of challenging the St Ignatius crew coming down.
St Ignatius here, very strong as they enter the final 50 metres of this race. This Year 10 third eight being warmly received by the supporters here at the college on the foreshore. But it'll be St Ignatius to take out race 79, the School Year 10 third eight A final. The crew again, Zaire Forrester, Nicholas Clock, Sydney McCosker, Jack Edwards, Iggy Jenkins, Jack Matthews, Harrison Marshall, Theodore Hennessy, coxed by Scotch O'Connor, coach Timothy Seckel. St Joseph's coming through in second, Samson Singh, Alistair Beale West, Oscar Petronov, Alexander Petronov, William Carroll, Oliver Hunter, Isaac Smith, Digby Cullen, coxed by Patrick Scott, coached by Grant Dwyer. And Kings coming through in third, Yash Goyal, Oscar Haddon, Monty Douglas, Darcy Bragg, Reggie Thomas, Digby Huggins, Joe Russell, Alex Farchich, coxed by Jack Molyneux, coached by Dimitri Duta. Great to see more comments coming through on the live stream. Plenty of love for Barker and for Sydney Grammar. And we're sure we'll get plenty more viewers both down here and on the live stream as we get towards our two major events of the day, the Women's and Men's Gold Challenge Cup races.
If you are still feeling hungry, please feel free to go down and sample some of the delicious wares from the Old Ignatians Union Barbecue. All of the proceeds from that barbecue going towards the Riverview Bursary Foundation. So please, if you are feeling a little bit hungry and are wanting something to eat, go down and sample some of the delicious food they have on offer there. Furthermore, up at the top of the hill, and if you are fortunate enough today to win a silver or a gold ore, the P&F Foundation have a store where they're selling gold cup silver ore holders. You're able to place your silver ore in and place on the mantelpiece to proudly display to your family and friends. Once again, all the proceeds from all of the sales at the P&F stand at the top of the hill, as well as the ORU barbecue, are going towards the bursary. So please, if you're feeling generous, please don't hesitate to buy something
Turning our attention back to the course now, race 80 underway, the B final of the School Year 10 second 8. 4 entrants in this race: Sydney Grammar lane 1, Newington lane 2, Scots lane 3, and Sydney Boys High lane 4. And it looks to be an early battle between Scots and Newington in lanes 2 and 3. These crews in the B final not competing for a silver ore, but competing for bragging rights. And definitely trying to use the opportunity of a second row here on the course today, ahead of future regattas, culminating with the head of the river at the end of the season, up at the Regatta Centre in Penrith.
Marshall's doing a great job there in the middle. It looked as though Newington and Scots are about to have a collision, but the Marshals seem to have avoided that, with Newington told to deviate their course.
Fishing boat just coming up the course now. If they can move off the course and slow down so as to not create wash, I'm sure the Marshals will be over to them very shortly so they don't get in the way of this race. But they're coming right up the course here. Does happen sometimes at the Gold Cup, but I'm sure the Marshals will be over very quickly to get them off the course. And surely it's not too hard for them to see that there's 4 rowing boats coming down the course in their direction. Seem to be moving, not completely off the course, but at least off to the side now, but not really slowing down a heap. So those crews are going to have to contend with a bit of wash here from that fishing boat. And you'd say it'd be Sydney Grammar in lane 1 that's going to cop the worst of it, given they're the closest to it. Yep. There's also the A final coming down behind them, so that boat really does need to get off the course. Or proceed right back into the middle of it and ruin the race.
It is the Scots crew, though, that are currently going down out of lane 3 that seem to have had taken advantage of the staggered start they've got and extended the leave back over to Newington. But Newington taking advantage of their lane 2 position, being able to turn here. We'll see what that does. Sydney Grammar doing really well to row through that wash. They look like they're actually going to challenge Scots here in the last 200 to 300 metres.
Just lost a balance a bit with the turn there, but they seem to have straightened up now, Sydney Grammar. And as you said, Josh, really valiant effort from them to row through the wash from that fishing boat and challenge Scots here in this B final. But you'd say it's probably Scots with about a length back to Grammar, and then probably another length back to Newington, with High bringing up the rear. With this crew from Scots looking really strong here in this B final, holding off the challenge from Grammar. They've done well given they're in lane 3 as well. They had to go round the turning buoy, but they've held on to this lead here. About 3/4 of a length back to Sydney Grammar, who had to deal with the wash and have done really well. Grammar just losing the balance a bit there. And that'll see Scots extend their length out to over a lead. They'll take out race 80, the B final of the School Year 10 second 8. William Suter, Nathaniel Parks, Rocco Podgodnik, Finn Rafferty, Callum Igney, Joshua Hanna, Frederick Wiley, Hamish Atkinson, coxed by Eric Fletcher. Back to Grammar in second, Newington in third, and Sydney High in fourth. But I'll hand over to you, Josh, for the A final of the Year 10 second 8 as they start to approach the turning buoy.
Thanks, Luke. We are now looking at the race 81, School Year 10 second 8 A final. In lane 1, St Joseph's, lane 2, Shaw, lane 3, St Ignatius, and lane 4, Kings. I currently have St Ignatius out of lane 3 taking the turn now with that lead. They'll be pushed quite hard by the Shaw School and Joey's, who are coming inside that pylon right about now.
This is where Iggy's need to look to lift the rate here and just hold off the push from Shaw and St Joseph's on their inside with that inside line. I think Joey's maybe just ahead of Shaw now into second. St Ignatius looking strong here.
Race for second well and truly on as well. But it is St Ignatius out of lane 3 built a commanding lead as they came round the corner. Now looking incredibly strong, all rowing very synchronised. Holding off some commanding rowing from Shaw. I've got Shaw back to St Joseph's, then to Kings, with St Ignatius with about 100 metres to go. That's St Ignatius crew of Jimmy Kelly, Monty Hartman, Sam Vecchio, Oliver Beon, Frederick Dunn, Patrick Kane, Xavier Kennedy, Max Gordon Twaddle, Cox by Liam Barnes, who have gone through and won the School Year 10 Second 8A final.
Shaw will just pip Joey's for second place, and Kings will come through in fourth, but really tight racing there in the A final of the School Year 10 Second 8, and a great effort from St Ignatius to win that race from lane 3.
That's St Joseph's crew: Jed Volkovsky, Oliver Scott, Alexander Curry, Callum Patton, Finn O'Byrne, Ben Petherbridge, Samuel Maloney, Angus Scott, and Cox by Patrick Madden. They're coached by Samuel Basher. And that's Shaw School crew that came in third: Harry Rorsheim, Ollie Hamilton, Jack Gilligan, Finn McIntosh, Luke Bolfin, Henry Tams, Angus Edwards, Oliver Wilson. They're coxed by Owen Kim. And we're underway as well in race 82, which is the B final of the School Year 10 First 8. Which is Sydney Boys High out of lane 1, Scots out of lane 2, Newington in lane 3, and Sydney Grammar out of lane 4. Hello? How's it going? Where'd you park? No, I was on a foreman field. The one at the back. Yeah, it was a bit of mayhem this morning as well. Got a lot of people coming in. 3. Yeah. All right, see you then. Thanks. Love you too.
Pretty tight racing between all 4 crews at this stage. Newington maybe slightly ahead, but you'd have to say Scots are in a good position at the moment if they can stay within touching distance. And given the increasing gap the 3 crews have back to Sydney Boys High, Scots can almost push themselves over into lane 1, while Newington and Sydney Grammar will have to go around the turning buoy in lanes 3 and 4 respectively. But Newington and Grammar probably looking like they've probably got about a length lead themselves back to Scots, who probably currently sit in 3rd place. As another boat comes across the river, thankfully behind the B final and before the start of the A final, here for the Year 10 First 8.
The A final has started behind, but before that, it looks as though that the Newington coxswain is veering a little bit into lane 2, but the marshals have appropriately told him to keep coming right.
Scots have pretty much come over right into lane 1 here, based on their current line at the moment. But yeah, it will be interesting to see if the marshals instruct Newington to come around the turning buoy, whether they let them cut inside. Marshall's just correcting him there. And it does look as though Newington will be made to go round the turning buoy.
Scots may have a bit of an inside line here if their coxswain starts their turn a little bit earlier. But I do still have Sydney Grammar and Newington.
Grammar almost pushing Newington across there as well, right into the turning buoy. As they take the turn, it's Newington who start to take it first. But Scots and Grammar very close behind, and Scots making the most of that inside line there. Pretty much slingshotting them level, if not in front of Newington now. With Grammar just slightly further back. Scots Coxon just looking across at Newington there to see where they are, telling his rowers where they're positioned. So they're not looking out of the boats, they're not losing balance, and they can focus on driving the boat here, lifting the rate over this final 100 metres as they approach the final red pylon. Scots by about 3/4 of a length back to Newington.
A great row from Scots.
Really good row there from Scots in lane 2. Newington coming back though here. Scots cutting across slightly here. They might get a bit close here with the oars at the end. But I think they've got enough room here. They've shut out Grammar, and it'll be Scots that come through to win the B final of the School Year 10 First 8. Back to Newington in second. Sydney Grammar in third. And Sydney Boys High in fourth.
That Scots crew: Samuel Lowe, Saxton Smith, Bill Singleton, Tom Willis, James Halley, Remy Scott, Tyler Winterbach, Angus Gervan, and they're coxed by Pax Staley Lobo, and they're coached by Edward Manton.
Well underway here in race 83, the A final of the School Year 10 First 8. We've got 4 entrants to this race. And it's looking very tight between St Joseph's in lane 4, Shaw in lane 3, and St Ignatius in lane 1, slightly further back, but once again they'll have that inside line. Kingswell as well in lane 2. But you'd say they're probably slightly further adrift of St Ignatius themselves.
We'll see the full advantage of the turn as they come around right now for St Ignatius. It looks as though St Joseph's ahead of Shaw, back to St Ignatius, but as the turn, as we've seen all day, that inside line out of lane 1 will really help St Ignatius.
Joey's pushed slightly wide there, or they may be taking it slightly wider than they needed to, and then I think that'll play right into St Ignatius' advantage here, given their draw in lane 1. And it might have just pushed them into the lead here, that lane 1 line. But this is going to set up a really exciting finish here between these 3 crews.
What a fantastic row by St Joseph's on the outside as well.
They're definitely not out of it here.
I have St Joseph's just ahead of St Ignatius at the moment. Home crowd really cheering on the St Ignatius crew. And it is a 2-horse race as it comes down to the final 100 metres of this race.
I think Joey's just got a slightly better run here. And they've just come past them. And it'll be St Joseph's by half a length that will take the School A final.
What a fantastic row by St Joseph's. Incredibly difficult to win from lane 4. And they've done so in style, half a length. Back to St Ignatius. That crew from St Joseph's: Sam Nash, James Irwin, Clancy Woodbridge, Nicholas Huntington, Xavier McClay, Sam Negline, Connor Furness, Angus Sieve, and they're coxed by Christian Harris and coached by Finlay Mitchell. Congratulations to St Joseph's. What a fantastic row out of lane 4.
And what a great way to wrap up the School Year 10 8s as we head into the GPS 4s.
We're awaiting the start for the School 4-4 in the B final. So race 84 of Scots in lane 1, the Kings number 2 crew out of lane 2, St Ignatius number 2 out of lane 3, Sydney Grammar in lane 4, and Newington in lane 5. And we've got confirmation of a start there for the School 4-4, the B final. Scots in lane 1, Kings lane 2, St Ignatius in lane 3, Sydney Grammar in lane 4, and Newington in lane 5. Imagine it's pretty windy up there, so they might have been pushed. Only got 4 crews. I've got Scots, Riverview. Scots, Riverview, Grammar, and Newington. No Kings.
Jeremy, next race.
Do you want to call that no Kings? Yeah. Looks as though that we have not got a start from the Kings number 2 crew. out of lane 2. So I've got Scott's, St Ignatius, Sydney Grammar and Newington. They are? Okay. No St Ignatius? Yeah. No Riverview start. Scott's, Kings, Grammar, Newington. Apologies, it is the Scots, Kings, Sydney Grammar and Newington. We had no start there from the St Ignatius number 2 crew. So just confirming it's Scots out of lane 1, Kings out of lane 2, Sydney Grammar in lane 4 and Newington in lane 5, although you'd imagine that Sydney Grammar will occupy lane 3 and Newington will now occupy lane 4. So the top 2 crews, Scots and Kings there out of lane 1 and 2 will go inside the buoy, with Sydney Grammar and Newington having to go outside the buoy. Last 2 races have seen the crew out of lane 3 and the crew out of lane 4 both come home and win. So it could be any crew's race, depending on how they're coxswain and how they start this race. But at the moment, it is the Sydney Grammar School and Kings who look to have started off with a good lead here. The Kings School of Devon Majavadia, Wiley Lee, Henry Peagam, Max Gable and Archie Cox by Archie Farah. And the Sydney Grammar School of Jaden Arab, Matthew Sanderson, Oliver Keller, Raphael McNeil Chapman, and they're coxed by Henry Comonos. Grammar have taken a very wide turn to come around the buoy. The Kings School taking up all the advantage they can of having that lead over Scots to be able to cut this corner. So we'll see what advantage that Kings can glean from a wide Sydney Grammar turn. But Sydney Grammar seem to have recovered. That wide angle seems to have gotten them a bit straighter around this buoy. And it'll be Sydney Grammar and Kings. We'll be in a 2-horse race for the finish line.
Breeze just working its way back down the course again now as well.
Tides that way.
Plenty of noise, I think, for the Kings School coming from their supporter craft and probably from some of the other crews that are other Kings crews that are sitting around them. Strokes just lost the timing a bit there for Kings, which might get Grammar back in it here as they approach the final pylon.
This Kings School really overrating this Grammar School. I've got Kings just ahead of Sydney Grammar. Fantastic row out of lane 2. This final push lifted the rate by about 6 points to be able to take it straight over Grammar in this race. Grammar just looking at the Kings crew as they're coming through. And it will be Kings that will take out the school 4th 4B final. Devon Majavadia, Wiley Lee, Henry Peagam, Max Gable and Archie Farah. Once again, the crew out of lane 2, utilising that corner.
Scott's coming through here in 3rd, back to Newington in 4th. You're in race 84 of the B final. But we're well and truly halfway through race 85, the A final of the school 4th 4. Shaw in lane 1, St Joseph's lane 2, St Ignatius lane 3 and Kings in lane 4. All 4 crews pretty far over on the Hunters Hill side. St Ignatius and Kings now just coming across, given they'll have to go round the turning buoy.
The Kings coxswain pushing St Ignatius all the way, as close as they can to the buoy.
And you have to say Joseph's have come right. St Joseph's have come right across as well to shut out the crew from Shaw there as well, who are slightly further back.
Riverview taking the turn first. But the Joey's crew having that inside line, push Shaw right away behind it. It will be Joey's and Riverview. Followed very, very closely by Kings.
This is going to be very tight racing as we enter the final 150 metres. Very hard to call from this angle up here at Cove Cottage. But it's a real battle between the crews from St Ignatius and St Joseph's as they approach the final red pylon.
Joey's rating probably about 4 points higher than St Ignatius at the moment, but Riverview very powerful to the water, looking nice and relaxed.
Getting the better boat run here over the final 100 metres as they start to extend that lead out over St Joseph's from 3/4 of a length to a length. And it's that final push at the end that'll see St Ignatius take out race 85, the A final of the School 4th 4. The crew, Thomas Ball, Hugh McWilliam, Raf Toohey, William Brown. Thomas Bredenham is the cox, coached by Sarah Dew. Back to St Joseph's in second, Kings in third, and Shaw in fourth.
Great row there again from lane 3. Anyone's race from any lane at the moment. But the School 3rd 4, the B final, Scots, Newington and Sydney Grammar. No starter out of lane 1. And it looks as though to be Newington and Scots at the moment. Yeah. There's no one in lane 1.
Oh, yeah, 2, 3, 4.
That's all. Yeah. No, but... It is Scott to have taken this turn really well out of lane 2. Newington just taking the turn now, seem to have hit the boy on their way through, unfortunately. So it will be Scott who will take a lead into the final 200 metres of the race. The Scots crew of Teddy Alvarez Garcia, Eric Johansson, Hugo Duplessis, William Porter, and Ardashir Chan is the cox. They're coached by Sterling Van Aars. They're being held to account by Newington, Joshua Cronin, Jeremy Cooper, Tom Perrott, Aidan Evans, and they're coxed by Noah Clayton. But in this B final at the moment, we've got Scots with about a 3-length lead over Newington. And it will be Scots who'll take out the B final, the School 3rd 4. Once again, those names, Teddy Alvarez Garcia, Eric Johansson, Hugo Duplessis, William Porter, Artie Chan, and they're coached by Sterling Van Aar. And now the Grammar School as well, finishing off, coming in 3rd place.
And the A final of the School 3rd 4 coming up right behind them as they approach the turn now. It's the St Ignatius crew in lane 3. Leading back to Joey's. St Joseph's in lane 4. But Shaw in lane 2 with that inside line, certainly not out of it, along with Kings in lane 1. It's the St Ignatius crew taking the turn first here as they straighten up and head for home. Shaw now turning as well, along with Kings. But St Ignatius probably with already a length lead back to Shaw at this stage, with Joey's and Kings battling it out for 3rd. And from where I'm standing, it looks as if St Ignatius even extending out that lead over Shaw here as they approach the final red pylon before the finish. That lead out to 3 lengths now back to Shaw, with St Joseph's in 3rd and Kings in 4th. But much like the 4th 4 race, it'll be the St Ignatius crew from lane 3, once again, that'll take out the win here. This is the School 3rd 4, the A final. The winning crew from St Ignatius, Oliver Eisenhower, Archer Love, Samuel Barry, Henry McRae, Samuel Keynes the cox, coached by Sarah Dew. Back to Shaw in second, Xavier Coker, Xavier Duvernat, Ollie Mott, Harrison Frape, Austin Anderson is the cox, Joey's in 3rd, Fletcher Stephen, Finn Clare, Thomas Smith, Connor Hopkins, Cooper Chan's the cox, coaches Simon Pennington, and Kings in fourth. Max McGraw, Lachlan Cable, Callum Whalen, Charlie Jones, Oliver Forrester as the cocks.
And the starters seem to have a bit of a rhythm now. We've now got the race 88, the school's second 4B final. Sydney Boys High out of lane 1, St Joseph's out of lane 2, Scott's out of lane 3, and Sydney Grammar out of lane 4. We've got a great race here between the St Joseph and the Scots crew. The Scots crew probably having the lead as they came in to the turn, but the St Joseph's crew executing that turn to perfection. And they are together as they come through the last 150 metres of this race. I have Scots back to St Joseph's at this point of the race, with Sydney High coming in third place, back to Sydney Grammar, who are just making their turn now.
Really tight finish here between Scots and Joey's. Here in this B final of the second 4.
Joes have come over the top of them.
Two crews going stroke for stroke here over the final 20 metres. I might leave this one to the marshals. I think it's going to be far too close to call from here, unless you've got a better vantage point, Josh.
Joey's may have a slight advantage as they come through to the finish, but I think just catching a bit of water there, I wouldn't put it past Scots to have just pipped them right at the end. We'll wait for the official results as the marshals call them. The outside line has a little bit of an advantage, given the finish line, is as well angled. We'll bring the official results as soon as we see that. Great row from Scots and St Joseph's.
Sydney Boys High coming through here in third place and Sydney Grammar in fourth. We had a bit of a clash with the turning boys. They took the turn there. But great effort from both those crews as well. As we now turn our attention back up the course for race 89, the A final of the school's second 4. We've got Kings, St Ignatius, Shaw and Newington in this race. And it's looking really tight between all 4 crews at the moment. St Ignatius maybe with the slight advantage given their draw in lane 2. Shaw and Newington will have to go round the turning boy. And so if St Ignatius can just hold level here with Shaw and Newington, given that inside line, it should give them all the advantage as they take the turn and hit the final 400-metre sprint for home here at Cove Cottage. But it'll be these 3 crews from St Ignatius, from Shaw and from Newington that'll look to take the turn together. Kings slightly further back, and I think St Ignatius are using that to their advantage here, just coming across to gain as much advantage from that inside line as they possibly can. And it'll be St Ignatius that turns first. Back to Shaw in lane 3. And then Newington and Kings very close in lanes 4 and 1 respectively for third place. Kings maybe even slingshotting themselves in contention for second here with that inside line in lane 1. But St Ignatius Cox, Zach Burton doing an excellent job there of using that inside line to really negate any challenge that Shaw were able to throw at them from lane 3. And giving themselves a commanding lead heading into the final 150 metres of this race as they approach the final red pylon. It'll be St Ignatius with a very commanding lead back to a very tight race for second between Shaw and Kings, and Newington then in fourth. But it's a great row once again from St Ignatius.
Home crowd showing their support for a great row. 3 lengths in front of the back to the crew from Shaw, then back to Kings, and then Newington. A fantastic row there. That's St Ignatius crew of Sydney Roach, Matthew Beeman, Kieran Denise, James Davis. They're coxed by Zach Burton and they're coached by Simon Kinderas.
And that gives Riverview a win in the 4th, 3rd and second 4 here at the Gold Cup. And as it was last weekend, and sets up a very exciting A final in the first 4 in 2 races' time. But before that, we've got the B final of the school first 4. Newington in lane 1, Scott's lane 2, Sydney Grammar lane 3, and Sydney Boys High in lane 4.
Any of these crews could also be rowing in the A final. Very tight race that occurred in the heats. Final races of the smaller boats before we get into the big boat races, all the way to the third 8, the second 8, and the Gold Challenge Cups that will occur over the next half an hour. But at the moment, Sydney Grammar and Scots, both currently vying it out for first position. You'll see the Newington crew, who are not far behind, maybe able to slingshot out of lane 1. I think the girls do, the boys don't. The girls one is the boys one you can't, yeah. We've got Scots and Sydney Grammar here battling it out for first place, but it looks as though Scots using the full advantage of the turn. Back to Sydney Grammar. Once again, taking a very wide turn as they come around the buoy there, but it is Scots out in front. That Scots crew of Conrad Lowe, Rocco Rossi, James Dunbar, Edward Green, and coxed by John Maloof. Their coach, Jacob Delmenico. Wind's starting to pick up, although the tide as well as coming out. But it is the Scots crew just over the Sydney Grammar crew at the moment as they go past the last pylon. As the water gets a little bit rougher as the wind picks up, you'll see the crews try to compensate with their oars just a little bit further off the water as they're coming up to the catch. But Scots, who seem to have extended their lead over the Sydney Grammar crew by about 2 lengths, and it will be Scots who will take out the school first 4 B final. Conrad Lowe, Rocco Rossi, James Dunbar, Edward Green, and coxed by John Maloof, coached by Jake Delmenico, and that Sydney Grammar crew, very valiant second out of lane 3, were leading most of the race, but Scots came back through right at the end. Devlin Hyoon, Atticus Lee, Alexander Randall, Jackson Woolham, coxed by Jasper Fifield, and they're coached by John Russell.
And we turn our attention now to race 91, the A final of the school first 4. All 4 crews approaching the turn here in the final 400 metre stretch for home. It's St Ignatius that'll turn first in lane 3. Shaw not far behind them in lane 4. And with St Joseph's and Kings in lanes 2 and 1 with that inside line, it's going to set up a really tight finish here between all 4 crews here in the A final of the school first 4. St Ignatius looking to do a clean sweep of the 4s like they did last week. And they're in a great position to do so here. Maybe just extending that lead out over St Joseph's, who might have had a little bit of an issue there as
Shaw
they
have
took
done
the
a
turn.
great job here coming out from lane 4. Fantastic, holding off that Joey's crew. But it will be St Ignatius at the moment with a lead back to Shaw, then to St Joseph's and to Kings, bringing up the rear.
Great right from St Ignatius and from Shaw in lanes 3 and 4, having to go around the turning buoy. But with under 100 metres to go, it will be the crew from St Ignatius that will take out the A final of the school first 4. It's a clean sweep once again for St Ignatius. 4th 4, 3rd 4, 2nd 4, and now the first 4 winning here at the Gold Cup. The crew, Ignatius Babbage Hockey, Luke Delaney, Harry Walker, Angus Field, Nicholas Colbert is the cox, coached again by Simon Canderas. Back to Shaw in second, St Joseph's in third, and Kings in fourth. Some great racing there to wrap up the school fours.
Great style there as well. Every stroke you can see St Ignatius just extending that lead, extending that boat run, allowing that boat just to do all the work, looking very relaxed. It sets up a fantastic finish for the season in a couple of weeks at the head of the river out at Penrith at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. But now back into the big boats where you'll be taken home by Chris. You'll have to stick around for the presentation as well.
So just getting prepped and ready for the start in race 96. First of our eights races, our eights finals for this afternoon. Not race 96, rather. Race 93, the school third eight. Should have 5 crews here. We had a withdrawal there, so to avoid one crew having a very lonely B final, rowing a race of 5. St Joseph's number 1, so they're third eight in lane 1. Shaw in lane 2. The St Ignatius third eight in lane 3. St Ignatius fourth eight in lane 4, and St Joseph's fourth eight in lane 5. So expect the challenges to come from the centre of the course here, or from the Hunters Hill side of the course. But just getting things aligned. Wind just starting to swirl around here, and the tide going the opposite direction to what it was for the heats this morning. So surely challenging conditions for these young men up on the start line, and challenging conditions for our umpires and volunteers and marshals.
They must be getting blown up there. We're a bit ahead of time.
We're waiting to start. We're due to start in race 93, the school third eight, at 3:08 p.m, currently 3:03 p.m. Hello to everyone who is watching us online, streaming around the world, and thank you to everyone who's sending in comments on the live stream chat. Please keep them coming. Let us know who's your pick for the upcoming races. We've got school third eight, the schoolgirl second eight, B final and then A final, the schoolboy second eight, and then our women's open eight for the Women's Gold Cup, and our men's open eight for the Riverview Gold Cup. Sure to be some fantastic racing over the coming 5, 6 events on our program. But just a few minutes away, 5 minutes away from a start in the school third eight. So we are now underway in the school third eight. St Joseph's in lane 1, Shaw in lane 2, St Ignatius in lane 3, the first crew around the outside of the turning buoy, and then the St Ignatius and St Joseph's fourth eights in lanes 4 and 5. But I wouldn't be discounting them. The strength of these programs often delivering really high quality fourth eights that can run with the top crews, and they are afforded a little head start. Seeing maybe a little bit of rain off in the distance, but it's still looking gorgeous down here on the banks of the Lane Cove River. Slight tailwind. The tide's now moved around. The wind's just starting to swirl. It's about as good a conditions as we'll ever get for the Gold Cup, which is known for not being the easiest race course. It's a whole new challenge, but these crews will be able to take learnings that they just cannot gain at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. So a great hit out in store. At the moment, still the fourth eights who are leading. They get that slight head start, but the St Ignatius crew in lane 3 look to have just gotten in front of Shaw and St Joseph's in lanes 2 and 1 respectively. Yeah, so St Ignatius, they've come really far over, encroaching on lane 2. The marshals just redirecting them back onto their station. They will, of course, have to go around the turning buoy, so if they come too far towards the Hunters Hill side of the course, it will create more work for the coxswain and, of course, more work for the boys in the crew. Shaw there in lane 2, having some steering issues of their own. Once you start to get in the wash of the crew that you're following, it makes it a lot harder to get enough purchase. The boat doesn't run straight. St Joseph's in lane 1, starting to make moves as well. I think that'll be our contest. St Joseph's in 1, St Ignatius in 3. Just whether St Joseph's can stay in touch in this second half of the 1K straight to put themselves in a position to gain an advantage from that inside line of the buoy. Riverview fourth eight showing well as well out on the Lane Cove side of the course. I'd say they're dead level with our race leaders at the moment, actually. Of course, they will be disadvantaged by having to take the long way around the course. Shaw starting to drift even further into the wash of the St Ignatius crew. Some space starting to open up for them now, but I think it might be pretty tough ask for them to regain too much ground by taking the inside line around the buoy. Riverview just flirting with cutting the corner there, but coxswain has corrected his steering. It's Charlie Vecchio on the strings there. So our leading crew at the moment from St Ignatius College: Tommy Burton, Alexander Raymond Nash, Ben Walker, Jack Whitson, Charlie Forshaw, Oliver Tucker, Patrick Cleary, Max Remus, Charlie Vecchio, the cox, David Hogan, the coach, taking the boys now, taking the turn now. St Joseph's will be the only likely challenger there on the right-hand side of your picture on the Hunters Hill side of the course. They're some way back, though, and it'll take a Herculean sprint for them to get back in contention in the closing stages of this race. That's the St Joseph's crew of William Bailey, Finn Garland, Lachlan Conwyn, Lachlan Farrell, Oliver Franz, Lucas Marning, Lachlan Hewell, Vincent McAllister and George Young, the cox, who are trailing at the moment. It is all about St Ignatius. It could be a St Ignatius 1-2 here. The St Ignatius fourth eight have taken that corner from lane 4 with skill beyond their years and are pushing on the St Joseph's crew, who had the inside line. This could be a fantastic result from the two home crews here. St Ignatius College, their third eight, are striding out to a clear lead. Shaw trying to get back in on the battle for second here. It could be a St Ignatius Quinella here at the Riverview Gold Cup. St Ignatius College will take the win, but who's going to come in second? It is St Joseph's, it's St Ignatius, it is bow ball to bow ball here on the Lane Cove River. St Ignatius College, I think just over St Joseph's and Shaw. We'll wait for confirmation there. We'll wait for confirmation once that comes through in a couple of moments' time. But I think we might have just seen St Ignatius first and second in the school third 8. What a fantastic row. What a fantastic line from the fourth 8 crew, steered by Mikolish Maktuka. It's done fantastically to get his crew into contention from the far side of the course. As we wait for those results in the school third 8, we'll move on to the schoolgirl second 8. Race number 94 on the program. Loretto Kirribilli in lane 1, Pymble Ladies in lane 2, and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3. So good showing here from Loretto Kirribilli. A good showing of depth in that program as well, on the rise. After the last few years, the crew in lane 1 is their second crew. So they're starting to drop out of this race at this stage. Pymble Ladies College in lane 2 would be the form favourites based on the last couple of weeks of racing that we've seen out at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Loretto Kirribilli in station 3 look to currently just have their bow ball in front, or at least dead level with Pymble, but Pymble will get to go inside the buoy. So there's Pymble Ladies College crew, Genevieve Bazina, Caitlin Bilney, Lucy Simpson, Saskia Alexander, Kelly Clifton, Allegra Taubenschlag, Georgina Curtis, Zara Kinnabar, and Emily Barcher at the Cox, coached by James Blakeman. Currently a good showing in the centre of the course, but a good tussle with Kirribilli, Beatrix Cadman, Elizabeth Roberts, Luella Cadaro, Lily Codwaller, Fedra Kevin, Belle Tripp, Paloma Sang, Zara Luce, and Charlotte Clarkin, coached by Danielle Stewart, who herself knows this river very well, having rowed at Sydney University Boat Club. These Kirribilli girls, this is a good tussle for them. It has been all about Pymble Ladies College in the schoolgirl second 8 so far this season. Still waiting on official results for the second place there in the school third 8. Was certainly St Ignatius in lane 3 who took the win. But we'll just wait, and I'll bring it to you as soon as we have a result for that very close finish in the previous race. But Pymble Ladies College really starting to get into their work now as they approach the turning buoy. Their coxswain, Emily Bartrup, choosing to take the corner early, and she is well and truly in front of Loretto Kirribilli. Just starting to see the rain start to creep down the course. I think we might get wet down here at the finish line very shortly. This crew doing their best to outrun the weather that is inbound. Pymble Ladies College take the turn first and emerge well clear in front. Kirribilli with a nice straight run to the finish now. But a lot of work to do if they want to rein in, especially in these very quick conditions. Wind just picking up, big tailwind now, pushing these girls down the course. So that 200 metres left to row now here in the schoolgirl second 8. We'll see the Pymble first 8 up against the women's open 8. That very, very dominant, not a very, very tidy-looking first 8 crew. We're looking the form favourites at the moment, but all about the second 8 at the moment. Last weekend at the Kings PLC Regatta, it was Pymble who won both the first and second 8s, and then did the same the next day at the IGSA Regatta. And here at the Riverview Gold Cup, it will be Pymble Ladies College who take out the schoolgirl second 8. Can add a silver ore to their collection of medals they've already picked up this season. Loretto Kirribilli, a great row from them to stick it with the leading crew in this event so far this season. They'll cross the line second, and the Kirribilli third 8, their second crew in this event, taking their last few strokes across the line for third place. So the weather just starting to move in now as we get underway, or have the B final of the schoolboy second 8 upon us. It is St Ignatius over in lane 1, in lane 2 rather. Kings in lane 3, and Sydney Boys High in lane 4. They've already done a little bit of lane swapping as they come down the course here. You can see the St Ignatius crew on the right-hand side of our picture on the Hunters Hill side. That's Sydney Boys High in the middle and Kings on the left-hand side of the picture if you're joining us on the live stream. Kings just in front at this stage, but a bit of work to do if they're going to hang on to that with the turning boy. Very aggressive turn there from Troy Graham in the Cox's seat. That's the crew of Prem, Sivagangabalan, Jeremy Blatchford, Denver Purton, Dave King, Oscar Parsons, Harry Irving, Charlie Camilleri, Jay Dwight, Troy Graham on the strings, Michael Smith, the coach, who of course is our GPS convener of rowing as well and does a great job in that capacity. And his crew's doing a great job here, sticking it to the home combination. St Ignatius on the far side of the course there. Harrison Pole and Edward Bateman, Banjo Metcalf, Thomas Tancred, Benjamin Eisenhower, Boston Kirby, Thomas McClintock, Jack Hare, Ryan McNulty, the Cox, coached by Hugh Courts. They're throwing everything at it. They had an incredibly tight race with Newington in the heats. They'll certainly wish they were in the A final, but here they're making up for it with a great race in the B final. Kings throwing everything at it. It's a canvas to St Ignatius in the closing strokes. St Ignatius are holding on. Kings are coming at them. I think it's going to be the home crew. St Ignatius take the win by the narrowest of margins in the B final of the second 8. Kings for second. Sydney Boys High for third. And if that's what we've got in the B final of the second 8, I can't wait to see what we've got in store for the A final, which is already well and truly coming at us and looks to be a very close affair. So the A final, Newington College in lane 1. St Joseph's in lane 2, Scott's in lane 3, and Shaw in lane 4. Newington had a very tight row to make it into this A final with the Riverview crew who have just seen maybe that tough race earlier this morning just taking a little bit out of the legs as they start to drop behind. It is St Joseph's College who are right in the mix with Newington on the far side of the course. Scott's look to have dropped out of things as well. I think this will be a 2-horse race here for the schoolboys second 8 between St Joseph's College and Newington. St Joseph's, who won last weekend at the Kings PLC Regatta, did 6 minutes in pretty neutral conditions at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. A very quick time for a second 8. This is obviously a very classy crew. The combination of Samuel Spork, Tate Fredrickson, Jackson Gordon, Edward Reinhardt, Henry Campbell, Rocco Densley, Raphael Cousins, Lexington Spies, Noah Bellantonio, the Cox, coached by Joe Bocchia, I believe is a Riverview old boy. Forget I said anything. So it is St Joseph's who lead after the turn. It was the crew from Shaw, rather. I think I said Newington earlier, but I think the crew from Shaw on the near side of the course who led early on. Shaw were the winners in Term 4 at the last regatta of Term 4 at the Scots College Regatta. They were 2 seconds clear of St Joseph's. St Joseph's were well clear of the field last weekend and certainly looked the form crew in this second 8 field as they chase the LC Robson Trophy in a couple of weeks' time at the GPS head of the river. It is bow ball to bow ball in the closing strokes here. This tailwind spurring these crews on. We'll sure to see some quick times here in the second 8. St Joseph's and Shaw, bow ball to bow ball here. There is nothing separating these two crews. I think Shaw just narrowly as they come in front of us. I think Shaw have just got this. They're just moving in front. And they take the line now, and I think it was just Shaw. We're seeing some celebration from the Shaw crew. That'll confirm it. Shaw from St Joseph's, and it'll be close for third as well. Newington, their second really close finish of the day. Newington over Scots College. As the rain starts to set in, a fantastic race in the schoolboys' second 8. So confirming that one, that was Shaw just over St Joseph's, reversing the result of last weekend, and then Newington just over Scots. I do as well have official results from the school third 8, and I believe I may have to eat my words. I think I called it just slightly wrong in that the school third 8 was St Ignatius, then just St Joseph's over the St Ignatius fourth 8. Only just 0.3 of a second in it. It's about as close as you can get without a photo finish camera. So well done, the quick reaction speeds of those marshals on the finish line. So we're seeing plenty of people running for cover here at the finish line as the rain well and truly sets in. But there'll be no cover or shelter for these ladies who are going to take to the course next. Race number 97, the Women's Open 8 for the Women's Gold Cup. In lane 1, UTS Haberfield. Lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 3, Sydney University. Lane 4, Pymble Ladies College. And in lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club second crew, their under 21 combination. We can see these ladies just being marshalled onto the start line now. As we go through to them on the start line, we'll run you through the form from the heats. And it was Sydney who were the quickest crew in the heats, but only by less than a second, pretty much bang on a second over UTS. Both crews relatively unchallenged in those heats. So expect the competition to be on the far side of the course in lanes 1 and 2. There's a little bit of context. This event's pretty much exclusively been shared between Sydney and Sydney University in recent years. Sydney Uni just holding on to it last year. It's very experienced coxswains on board these crews. Sophie Costellis in the UTS crew. Cox and Cats at head of the river. Cox and Cass at the Henley Royal Regatta a couple of years ago. Hannah Cowap in the Sydney crew on the strings. Australian Paralympic coxswain. He's coxed at the Under-23 World Championships as well in the Cox 4. Has won this event before. Certainly a formidable opponent on the steering. Chloe Giretta coxing the Sydney University crew. It's cox of the Women's Youth 8 for New South Wales at the Interstate Regatta last year, taking a famous win. Was not wholly expected. So those are probably our top 3 contending crews. Don't discount Pymble Ladies College, though. A circ record last weekend, 6:36. A time that probably would have placed them well in the second Junior 8, I think. Fantastic row from them. They were about 14 seconds clear of the field at the IGSA Regatta. Certainly the form crew of the season, and we are off and racing for the Women's Gold Cup here on the Lane Cove River. UTS and Sydney both with pretty uneventful starts on the right-hand side of our picture. Sydney University in the centre, maybe just putting some pressure on the Sydney crew. Umpire just directing Chloe Giretta off to the right-hand side. The Sydney Under-21 crew on the left-hand side of your picture, well and truly out of trouble. And Pymble Ladies College, what a great opportunity for them up in this very experienced field. Will certainly hold them in good stead as they look to win their first head of the river this year since 2019. It's almost weird to think that Pymble Ladies College has been that long. UTS on the right-hand side of your picture there, you can see the back of Sarah Fard in the bow seat, leading that crew. Sarah Fard has represented Australia at the under-23 level. Very experienced athlete. A couple of St Catherine's girls, Madeline Swain, Chelsea Baker in front of her. And we've got Grace Burke, Madeline Hardy, Imogen Wollstonecroft, who's visiting from Thames Rowing Club in the UK. Strong addition to the UTS program. Madeline Mannon's also from St Cat's. Sarah Tisdall, who's also had a row at Thames Rowing Club. And Sophie Costellis, as mentioned, coached by Sam Fennessy. UTS crew on the right-hand side. The Sydney crew in lane 2 would probably on paper be the favourites for this event. Grace Cypher, under-23 lightweight single scull world champion from a couple of years ago. Nicole Vance over from New Zealand. Lila Anderton, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, who's taken a medal at under-23s in the straight 4 alongside Isabella Scammell. Took that medal in the straight 4 and also a world championship in the Coxed 4 a couple of years ago. So the rain just starting to just quell the conditions out here. I think the wind's really dropped off. We've got very little tide, very little flow. So maybe a bit more of a slog out there here than it was just a couple of races ago. Sydney University in lane 3 right in it as well. Pymble Ladies College certainly not dropping off the pace at this stage. Just getting a little bit tangled with Sydney Uni. And Sydney Uni just pushing on I think the Pymble and Sydney Rowing Club under-21 crews there in lanes 4 and 5 have pretty hard work to do. So at the moment, for my eyes, it's the Sydney Rowing Club crew that's ahead of UTS and maybe just level with Sydney Uni. But it'll be Sydney Rowing Club who get the inside line over Sydney Uni. And they'll be wanting to push on to make sure that UTS, on the right-hand side of your picture there, cannot force them wide and take a better line. Hannah Cowap in the Cox's seat, be urging these girls on. Remy Mackay in the stroke seat out of the under-23 women's 4 from last year. UTS really pushing over on the Sydney Rowing Club crew there, trying their best to force them wide. I think it's going to come down to UTS and Sydney here. They are our fastest 2 qualifiers in the heats. The rivalry's fierce between these 2 clubs at this regatta. It has been for a couple of years. They start to take the turn now. I think Sydney's still in front, but UTS are going to come out well out of this corner. Sydney Uni just unable to shake off the bow of Pymble Ladies College, who are still managing to hang with them. A great effort from them. I think Sydney Rowing Club just hitting the lead now in front of UTS. So they've come out of the corner well. They've straightened up early. And they lead by a seat. Sydney and UTS for the Women's Gold Cup. UTS finding another gear here. They're throwing everything at it. It's going to be Sydney and UTS. Sydney the favourites on paper, but UTS throwing everything at it from that inside line. I think UTS have just got a little bit of momentum here as well. It is stroke for stroke, as it has been a couple of times already today. Sydney are emerging in front. Sydney by a seat. It is going to be Sydney Rowing Club who take the Women's Gold Cup in 2026. A hard-fought row from UTS for second. Sydney Uni will come third, but they won't be able to shake off a fast-finishing Pymble Ladies College. Keep an eye out on the girls from Pymble later this season. Sydney's under-21 crew, a good hit out for them ahead of their race at State Champs next week, but a little way off the pace of our leading 4. So Sydney Rowing Club win the Women's Gold Cup from UTS. So can we ask the Sydney crew, once you've recovered, to head round to the beach to be presented with your gold oars and to see the Women's Gold Cup. All right, and we are underway with our final race of the day, the Men's Open 8 for the Riverview Gold Cup. UTS in lane 1, Sydney in lane 2, Sydney University in lane 3, as it was in the women's event, and then 2 Sydney Rowing Club crews on the far side of the course. Their second 8 in lane 4, and their under-21 8 over in lane 5. So expect the sparks to be flying on the Hunters Hill side of the course. UTS getting the better of the start over Sydney Rowing Club here. UTS crew of Sam Green, Torben Ungemark, Oscar Baragi, Mackenzie Thompson, Henry Blackwell, Paddy Holt, Winston Hooper, Josh Wilson, Anna O'Hanlon, the Cox, coached by Matthias Ungemark and Jack Hargraves. A very well-credentialed crew here. Anna O'Hanlon in the Cox's seat, having steered the Oxford men's boat race crew a number of years ago, will certainly be used to this style of racing out on the river. No lane ropes required, and they are very close. They are trading paint on the oars between the Sydney and the UTS crews in lanes 1 and 2. Sydney Uni are in it as well, as are the Sydney second 8, but I don't think they're quite far enough ahead to be able to overcome the disadvantage of going around the boys. It'll be between Sydney and UTS on the far side of the course here. A big thank you to everyone who's been joining us on the live stream. Please continue to let us know what you think about the racing unfolding. Sydney Uni here starting to pull ahead of Sydney Rowing Club. They will have to go around the other side of the boys. A little bit of wash there. We just saw the splash on the bow of the Sydney crew. The Sydney Coxswain over in lane 4. Beatrice Argyle gesturing to the Sydney Uni crew to move out of the way, but I think she probably doesn't realise that Sydney Uni, they're in that position. They're just holding their line, and they're not going to move out of the way in this circumstance. So the top 2 crews, UTS and Sydney on the far side of the course, just trailing those 3 that get the head start. So we'll see how it comes out of the corner here. The water really flattening out. Brilliant conditions for the final race of the day. to contest the Riverview Gold Cup for the Men's Open 8 here in 2026. The sun's almost peeking out. We've got almost not a breath of wind here. Fantastic conditions for racing. UTS have hit the lead. UTS have hit the lead in front of Sydney from lane 1. And coming around the corner, I think that's going to be an insurmountable lead. That's a good move there from UTS. The Sydney crew in lane 2, their top boat of Angus Aitken, Charlie Hine, Paul Waxman, Pasha Bevan, George Bell, Miles Harold, Alec Hoskin, Will Clubb and Tess Harris. I don't think they're going to go back-to-back this year, Sydney. In fact, the Sydney Uni crew are really starting to ask some questions of them. We've got 5 crews abreast in the final 400 metres here of the Gold Cup. UTS on the far side of the course, the first outing for their new boat, the Tim McLaren, and looking like they're going to make every cent worth it here. They're pushing out. They've got almost a boat-length lead here. It's Sydney Uni in second. Sydney Rowing Club dropping back to 3rd place, and their top 8's being challenged by their second 8 and their 21s. But no question about UTS Haberfield. The teal and black is going to hold the Riverview Gold Cup once again. It had been years since they won it a couple of years ago, and it is going to return to Haberfield. UTS win the Men's Open 8, the Riverview Gold Cup. Sydney University comes second. Sydney's Open 8 come third. Their second 8 fourth, and their under 21s fifth. What a fantastic spectacle here on the Lane Cove River, and congratulations to UTS. So last year it was Sydney in the men's 8, Sydney Uni in the women's. This year, Sydney in the women's. UTS holding the Riverview Gold Cup for 2026. And a hand goes up for a protest there from the Sydney crew, but I don't think the umpires are going to entertain that at this stage. One of the cleanest Gold Cups that I think I've seen in a long time. So official results there in the Men's Open 8, race 98. It was UTS with the win, 3:59.98. So cracked the 4 minutes here over 1,400 metres. Sydney University second, 4:03.35. So 3.37 the margin. And then Sydney's first crew in third. Sydney's second crew in fourth. And Sydney's under 21 crew in fifth. All 5 of those crews separated by just over 6 seconds. So some fantastic racing here at the Riverview Gold Cup as the Sydney women's crew come in to collect their golden oars. So I'll have the presentation for the Women's Open 8 in just a moment. We'll invite the UTS crew, the Men's Open 8, to make their way down to the beach as well.
So it's the crew from Sydney Rowing Club, winner of the Women's Open 8, being presented with their gold oars by college principal Mr. Mark Tannick. The crew, Grace Cypher, Nicole Vance, Lila Anderton, Caitlin McManus Barrett, Hannah Ashley Carter, Rihanna Sumter, Isabella Scammell, Remy McKay, Hannah Cowap is the Cox, coaches Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Big congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club, winners of the Riverview Women's Gold Challenge Cup. Taking the title back from Sydney University, who won last year. So big congratulations to that crew from Sydney Rowing Club, winner of the Women's Open 8. And as the successful Sydney Rowing Club crew departs the beach after collecting their gold oars, the winning UTS crew from the Men's Open 8 make their way to the beach to collect their gold oars from school principal Mr. Mark Tannick. UTS back in the winner's circle after last winning the Gold Challenge Cup in 2024. Was it
than a year to build that.
The airport would be open for So you could fly people backwards and forwards, fly them down to there and then fly them back with a minimum of fuss. Put a couple of charter flights.
They'll build a satellite village in Penrith or something.
Yeah, they would need a combination. But then you the state government for that say these are places you can sell.
Here's the thing, like New South Wales,
The crew from UTS receiving their gold oars now. Sam Green, Torben Ungermack, Oscar Baregi, Mackenzie Thompson, Henry Blackwell, Paddy Holt, Winston Hooper, Joshua Wilson, Cox Anna O'Hamlin, and coaches Matthias Ungermack and Jack Hargraves. A very big congratulations to UTS, winners of the Men's Open 8 and the Riverview Gold Challenge Cup for 2026. The crew from UTS rightfully posing for photos now down on the beach after winning the 142nd Riverview Gold Cup Men's Open 8 race. And I think the crew from UTS will make their way up for a photo with the Gold Challenge Cup here at Cove Cottage. And as we wrap up our coverage here today on the live stream and down here at St Ignatius College Review, a very big thank you on behalf of everyone from the school, from Rector Father Thomas Renshaw, Principal Mark Tannock, Captain of Boats Julian Carr, Rowing Program Coordinator Dan Noonan. A big thank you to our Regatta Organising Committee, who, without them this day wouldn't be possible, and to all our Rowing New South Wales race officials as well, who marshal the races, who keep time, who give us the results. A very big thank you to them as well as our technical operators operating the live stream today, for those of you watching at home.